The dragons say Lord Maraka was once the strongest being in the world, though the Black King Corps leader, Bacchus, never forgot. Simple ways to please those of higher stature. Initially speaking to Maraka in a slightly irreverent tone was to sometimes lowering expectations makes conversations more enjoyable. In the skies, indeed, I am the greatest in history. Oh, it seems what the dragon said is true, but you seem to have rivals on the ground. Rivals? There are a few worthy of the name, though it's unclear who's stronger. If we fought to the end, I'd win. In my hot-blooded days, I'd have challenged Lord Maraka myself. Meeting a powerful, historic being is rare. In my era, your strength would have been decent. Haha, you flatter me. The Black King Corps leader refilled Maraka's empty cup. He neither belittled himself nor overinflated his opponent's ego. This is the finest diplomacy I've seen. In terms of personal martial prowess, Bacchus had long reached the realm of mastery. Such powerhouses rarely behave this way. They don't need to curry favor, and few dare provoke them. What sets Bacchus apart from other powerhouses is his neutrality, carefully navigating between major factions. The reason is simple. Black King Corps leader Bacchus Klein deeply values his subordinates. Bacchus believes that with a little effort, his subordinates need not die needlessly in factional conflicts. Jean saw through Bacchus's intentions clearly. It wasn't difficult. Without this reason, Bacchus would never act this way. I also understand why he invited us to drink. Then, Jean gradually grasped the meaning of this banquet. This banquet would surely last until dawn, until Joshua's Black Knight arrived again. Just as Joshua sent a Black Knight to hint at keeping Jean from Bacchus, Bacchus deliberately let the Black Knight see the three drinking together, to express his stance. I won't defy your wishes, but I'll keep watching the 12th Knight's growth. This was the message Bacchus wanted to send to Joshua. Realizing this, Jean nodded inwardly. Though just a knight's encounter, he's someone worth learning from. Jean naturally joined the conversation, starting to drink. The talk was mostly led by Maraka, with Jean and Maraka spoke of the greatest warriors in history, mages, the most prosperous era, the most peaceful era, the biggest differences between dragons and humans, life and death, apples and watermelons, the most beautiful beasts. Topics flowed freely with the stream of consciousness. The topic of Zephyrin came up around 10 in the morning. How did that strange guy join? They say the Black King Corps is the world's strongest mercenary group. He seems clumsy, but his swordsmanship is top-notch. I heard he's self-taught, a true genius. What? Great swordsmanship and a genius. Lacking battle aura, he can't fully unleash destructive power. Seems to have a physique that struggles to gather aura. I also found him odd. Yeah, and at that moment, Zephyrin entered the parlor, carrying the same sword seen last night. Beside him stood the Black Knight, set to meet again this morning. Though his expression wasn't visible, he was clearly displeased seeing the banquet. He didn't expect Bacchus to act this way. Leader, I've brought the guest. Is that so, Zephyrin? But I know the guest of Lencade's second night was to be received by the vice leader. Why are you here? Ah well. Zephyrin gave his characteristic lively, exaggerated. Then, Jean, Maraka, and Bacchus couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, Zephyrin's hand pierced the Black Knight's ribs, originally aiming for the chest, but the Black Knight's quick reaction made it hit the ribs instead. At some point, his purple nails were like poison-dipped daggers. The Black Knight spat blood, hastily pulling back. What? Is this necessary? The leader's about to die now. Chapter 445. Chapter 445. Chapter 128. Zephyrin 1. Blood sprayed from the Black Knight's helmet. The poison on the nails was extremely potent. The wound had already blackened, though caught off guard. He was a Black Knight, one of the few elite among Lencade's guardian knights. Even gravely injured, he could counterattack. However, the claws extending from his sleeve missed Zephyrin. The claws aimed at his neck left only a trail in the air. So, Zephyrin's nails struck again, clashing with the Black Knight's claws. His poisoned body couldn't move as usual. The Black Knight retreated after one strike, spitting blood and creating distance. If it was just the Black Knight, the fight would have ended here. The gravely injured Black Knight couldn't withstand Zephyrin's next onslaught. Jean, Maraka, and Bacchus stepped forward simultaneously. What's going on? Though their reactions were swift, their faces showed panic. Jean was most shocked that the Black Knight was taken down in one strike, even in a relaxed state. This was impossible. Unless someone had Sister Jonas, or the Nameless King's abilities, or power surpassing a Black Knight, ability and martial prowess, Zephyrin might have one, or possibly both. The only certainty was that he's a formidable enemy. Oh, Lencade's Black Knights. Truly impressive. I didn't expect you to dodge that. The Black Knight's lips were faintly blue, unable to respond. He was fully focused on suppressing the poison spreading through his body, with no strength to answer. Zephyrin, you bastard. Could it be the vice leader? The vice leader meant to bring the Black Knight. Bacchus had to first worry about his subordinate's safety, given Zephyrin's displayed prowess. An assassination wasn't unthinkable, as Bacchus glared at Zephyrin. Zephyrin flashed a brilliant smile. I said there's no need to know. Leader, you're about to die. I wanted to let you go peacefully, but if you keep asking irrelevant questions, you'll die in pain. Hearing this, Muraka snorted with contempt. Quicantle was right. Hey, you demon dragon spawn. I was going to ask you, now that you've revealed yourself, thanks for that. As Muraka reverted to his true form, the spacious parlor filled with dense spiritual energy. The reason for your arrogance is clearly that Rakius module. Right? Knowing I'm here, and still challenging me, must mean you're confident. Before the demon society ruled the human world, Muraka fought many demon dragons who betrayed their kind. He never lost. Against mighty demon dragons, he always won overwhelmingly, at some point. Even the top demon dragons of the 4 great ducal houses refused to face Muraka. Muraka's fame was not only untouchable in the human world, in demon society, his name was absolute. However, Muraka didn't recall any powerful demon dragon named Zephyrin. Is my memory faulty? Or is this a guy I've never met? Even the renowned demon dragons back then suffered under my hand. Where did this guy come from? Unable to judge for a moment, Zephyrin slowly turned his head, looking at Jean and Muraka. Still so arrogant. Lord Muraka, you seem to know me, but I've never met a guy like you. Memory. It's possible. Who in the world doesn't know you? You're the only dragon who could dominate the blue skies of the human world. My attitude isn't arrogance. But Jean, state your true name. You won't die like the leader. Witnessing an event different from what you know. Like this time, TCH, suddenly, from Zephyrин's palm, a purple aura emanated. Magic? No. Different, though it felt similar to the magic cast by the late Rachius. It was deeper and darker. Jean thought as he sensed the purple aura. What Zephyrin released wasn't magic, but demonic energy. A massive scale of demonic energy. That even shocked Murakan. The demonic energy instantly enveloped the entire reception hall. Jean instinctively realized it was forming a barrier. As the demonic energy spread, Jean and Bacchus charged at Zephyrin. In the purple darkness, Sigmund's pale blade and lightning flashed. Bacchus's fist was wrapped in heavy battle aura. Bacchus, one of the 3 great mercenaries, and a top-tier martial artist in the world. Whoosh! Bacchus's swung fist was blocked by Zephyrин's axe sword from behind. The moment fist met axe sword, a shockwave spread. If not for the demonic energy covering the space, this blow could have destroyed the entire hall. The space covered by demonic energy looked like another void realm. Seizing the chance, Jean thrust his blade from the side, but Zephyrin easily blocked with the axe sword. Jean and Bacchus both felt a massive impact through their wrists. Zephyrin's seemingly casual axe sword swing caused pain and shock to Runcade's blessed body and a 10-star warrior, despite their strength. Well, after their attack, they quickly adjusted their stance. Murakan unleashed a black aura, an aura capable of destroying a small fortress. But Zephyrin with a smug smile. As the rumors say, your aura is truly warm, Lord Murakan. Murakan didn't respond. Instead, he gathered aura in his wings, firing black spikes. Jean and Bacchus darted like shuttles, attacking Zephyrin between the spikes. Watching the agile axe sword, it felt like seeing Luna's shadow, even enduring attacks from Jean, Bacchus, and Murakan. Zephyrin remained unfazed, a formidable foe among foes. Zephyrin laughed, swinging the axe sword, seeming to enjoy the situation. The chaotic darkness stained the space. The battle seemed evenly matched. Even if evenly matched, it's disadvantageous for us. Behind lies a dying Black Knight. Of course, he's Yoshua's man, sent by Yoshua to stop Jean from Black King Mountain. The Black Knight is undoubtedly one of Runcade's top forces. Losing him means weakening the family's strength. Strictly speaking, he's not just Yoshua's man, but also the future patriarchs. We need the Holy King and his healers now, or a god-tier scholar's treatment, if not for a 10-star physique. The moment the nail struck, he'd already be dead. Even Jean, with the myriad poison bead, can't instinctively fully resist this terrifying toxin. How much longer can the Black Knight hold on? Seeing him tremble and spit blood won't be long. They sped up. The Black King Corps leader, on his own turf, was also wary of the Black Knight's death. Listen. The demon dragons I faced back then, those who forced me to go all out, all perished, naturally. But I can also befriend ordinary dragons. Anyway, though once arrogant, now, he seems more like an old man reminiscing, as he showed at Sword Emperor City. He should fight properly. Murakan snorted scornfully again. Fight properly? That was to protect humans, not to fight as I pleased. As you wish. I'll send you to hell. Oh, that's exciting. Sword aura infused with demonic energy extended from the war axe, tearing through the surroundings. Murakan's aura barrier was shredded. Jean and Bacchus frantically moved, unleashing sword aura. To anyone watching, this was clearly an immensely powerful sword aura. But then, Jean's group realized Zephyrin's swordsmanship was rough. Despite its tremendous power, why did the swordsmanship feel unnatural? Like moving in ill-fitting clothes. Though defense and swings were skilled, the sword's trajectory wasn't clean. Of course, this was because Jean and Bacchus were dancers of a high realm. Ordinary dancers below 8 stars wouldn't notice this feeling. Suddenly, a sense of unease and discomfort struck the group's hearts. Could it be? The war axe isn't his main weapon. At first, busy with attack and defense, and with his exceptional physical ability, they didn't notice how clumsy it was. Instinct quickly turned to certainty. A chill. Goosebumps rose on their spines and arms. All three suppressed their confusion, but Zephyrin saw through it all. As if only now realizing it. He shrugged and said, looks interesting. Out of curiosity, I tried using it. As expected, it's not great. Haha. Like when pretending to be human. Since birth. Zephyrin never truly learned axe swordsmanship. He was just curious about the weapon, used by someone he once protected, Royal Light. He seemed to think, using this thing, to easily kill them, was a bit tricky. He casually tossed the axe sword to the ground. The fallen axe sword made a dull thud. Anyway, using this thing, to destroy Lord Murakin's heart, seems impolite. Let him depart in his sleep. Chapter 446. Chapter 446. Chapter 128. Zephyrin 2. After discarding the axe sword, long black nails grew from Zephyrin's fingers. The nails that pierced the Black Knight were his primary attack method. The nails gleamed with purple demonic energy. As Zephyrin charged, a sharp piercing sound rang out. The nails slashed in a cross, sliced through the air and the group. Jean used his sword. Bacchus used his fist to block the attack. Sword, fist and claws clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. Fragments of arcane energy and demonic aura scattered all around. Using a familiar weapon always affects anyone. After throwing away the axe sword, his stance and center of gravity became more stable. Movements lighter too. Already among the strongest of enemies. Now he's become even stronger. What's worse? There was a strong premonition. This wasn't even close to his full power. He's a dragon. He hasn't shown his true form. And as a demon dragon, what kind of power does he have? Even just based on what he's shown so far. By human standards, he's at least above 10-star level. There's even a feeling that he might be as strong as Jean's father Shilong, or the Lunkade. Fortunately, among those Jean had personally seen, only his father and the god of painting carried the aura of an absolute powerhouse, and this one didn't have it. But then again, is it that he truly doesn't have it, or it simply can't be felt? Jean wasn't sure either. Sasha. Zephyrin separated Jean and Bacchus, and charged at Malakin. His purple claws slashed off one of her wings. It was Sasha's wing that was cut. The wing rippled like smoke. But Malakin caught him the moment he got close. In an instant, Malakin's entire body turned into black mist and wrapped around Zephyrin. After that, when the black mist reformed into Malakin's shape, Zephyrin was already trapped within her wings, though invisible from the outside. Inside the folded wings, like a cage, spiritual needles shot wildly. These needles pierced flesh and bone, with a chilling, skin-crawling sound. However, just like how Malakin turned her body into energy to avoid attacks, Zephyrin also used demonic energy to evade. Regardless of status or skill, fights between dragons and humans look completely different. Yes. You're the best demon dragon I've ever met. 1,000 years ago, I hid away out of fear. Now I wonder, where did you even come from? Zephyrin, who had dispersed into purple mist, reappeared far from Malakin and showed his form again. Huh. How naive. How dare you judge me like that? Seems you still haven't realized the true extent of my power. Malakin slashed. So, from Zephyrin's fingertips, sharp, demonic energy extended. This time, it cut through Malakin's body, splitting her in two. This time, only thanks to the spiritual energy spent, was she not heavily injured. But if this continues, Malakin will eventually be exhausted. Even if I were facing you at your peak, I wouldn't be afraid. You didn't know me. Because back then I wasn't able to fight you. Wasn't able to fight. There were some circumstances back then that you should have known about. No, you couldn't have known. At that moment, the Death King's sword's ultimate move, Waterfall, came crashing down towards Zephyrin's head. At the same time, Bacchus threw a full-force punch. The clash of their auras and battle energy shattered the surrounding space. The waterfall hit the ground, while the punch tore open the void. Murakin, like an eagle, pounced toward the dodging Zephyrin and breathed out energy, black energy, that engulfed Zephyrin. Yet even so, he didn't seem to take much damage. However, just before falling, Jean unleashed the Death King sword's ultimate, Thunder Day, along with Bacchus's Black King's secret technique. Dozens of aura blades formed on the ground, entwined with a massive battle aura radiating from Bacchus's fist. They entangled Zephyrin. This time, Zephyrin failed to turn his body into a demonic weapon in time. His body was slashed by Thunder Day, and Bacchus's fist landed squarely in the center of his back. With a deafening impact. Zephyrin spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. If he were human, this blow would have been fatal, shattering all his bones and organs. Yet everyone could sense instinctively, he, embedded into the wall of space, was not seriously injured. Even the scream he let out sounded more like a joke. Murakin returned to human form and stood beside Jean. Murakin, yeah, that demon dragon. Do you really not know who it is? No clue. I thought he was one of the guardian dragons of the Loturkios demon clan that you killed. But now it seems that's not the case. Any guesses? He's clearly a direct subordinate dragon of a divine demonic being. That much is certain. Can we win? Jean didn't voice that question because it had been a long time since he'd seen Murakan look so serious. An unexpected disaster. That's what Zephyrin truly was. In Joshua's villa, a weak demon easily slain. What kind of connection did he have with Zephyrin? It made no sense. Was it really just the magic book from back then that made him resent me so much? At the Sword Emperor's banquet, when they first suspected Zephyrin was a demon dragon, Jean and his companions naturally assumed that if he truly was a demon dragon, he must have approached them deliberately because of the magic book. If that weren't the case, there'd be no reason for him to be involved with demons or demon dragons. But now Zephyrin seemed totally unconcerned about the magic book and moved freely on his own. Maybe it was because Murakan was sealed and the Black King leader was killed, leaving only me, that he believed he could investigate the magic book freely. But wait. In that very moment, Jean recalled something. When he thought of this, he remembered Zephyrin clearly saying he only intended to kill the Black King leader. That point resurfaced in his mind. Murakan said to seal him. And based on the situation, I didn't feel like I was going to be killed. Why is he doing this? Jean thought of an example. This ambush was worthy of praise. But you and your god will become the most important materials for the demon god era. Jean Lunkade. During the Apprentice Knight era, Andre Gibber said this during use of the demon god era. Back then, Andre said that Serdred's power was the core of the demon god era. Thinking back now, those who wanted to gain the demon god era or similar strange powers had an odd obsession with the Serdred contract. The person who revealed this fact was Andre for Gibber and Joshua for Lunkade, also considering that the creator of the demon god era was Bubel of Gaston. Jinzelo's interest in Serdred's power must hold special value in their great cause. So, those Jinzelo people have always tried to win me over. Forget that for now. Zephyrin's entire twisted and torn body was regenerating. He stood up. In the blink of an eye, his bones were reset and torn wounds healed. Even if his whole body was shattered, Zephyrin seemed able to regenerate, just like during the Sword Emperor City terror attack. Captain Jinzelo back then. Jinzelo. Jean immediately sensed that Zephyrin likely belonged to that crazy organization. If it were Gibber, he would act with the undead squad. But if it's someone from Jinzelo, this is harder to comprehend. Zephyrin's behavior and the way Jinzelo has treated me until now don't match. Jean hated Jinzelo, but they had always been tolerant toward him. This sudden attack clearly went against that attitude. Captain Jinzelo, maybe Zephyrin is his dragon, that annoying guy. It's possible. During the Sword Emperor City attack, the power that man showed was truly divine. Lord Murakan. And the 12 Knights too. If the battle drags on, there may be no hope of victory. After Barcus finished speaking, Jean nodded. Behind them, the Black Knights were dying. Yet Zephyrin, even if shattered, could regenerate instantly. He didn't even look tired. Can't we just delay? Not just that. It's absolutely unwinnable. Murakan's words widened Jean and Barcus's eyes. Especially Jean. He was shocked. He had never imagined that the proud Murakan would admit defeat so easily. No matter what. If Murakan says so, there's no need to overthink it. There's only one answer. We have to retreat. After Jean said this, Murakan nodded. Barcus's expression wavered instantly. This is the Black King Fortress. To Barcus, nothing is more precious than his subordinates' lives. Abandoning his men to flee was unthinkable. Barcus believed abandoning his men was out of the question. Barcus believed if we escape, Zephyrin won't spare Black King Mountain. In a short time, he alone could destroy all of Black King Mountain. The many defenses and traps in Black King Mountain's caves before that terrifying demon dragon are meaningless. I cannot flee. Lord Maraka, I know. Kid, who said we'd abandon everyone and run. Then, no matter what, I'll find a way to hold him off. You take the kid and escape with the others. After that, I'll shake him off and regroup with you. Maraka, what? Are you sure you'll be okay alone? Of course, Jean. Bacchus. None of us, Maraka, Jean, or Bacchus, have gone all out yet, even when fighting together. The opponent is formidable. Worrying whether Maraka alone can subdue Zephyrin is understandable. Huh. Suddenly, Maraka burst into laughter. Though this body hasn't fully recovered, I've regained at least 40% of my strength. Kid, even if someone like the Beast King Elgar showed up, I could handle it. I'm still not convinced. Don't worry. I won't die before you. Besides, this is the best choice, isn't it? Maraka pointed to one side of the subspace and continued. First, break this subspace. I've done this plenty of times. You know the method, right? Spirit Sword 1 is Soul Slash and Tessa's power. Whenever cutting through unwanted otherworldly spaces, they've never let Jean down. Immense spiritual energy began gathering around Maraka. Spiritual energy released, like ink soaking paper. The entire purple subspace was swiftly dyed black. Literally. Muraka now was unleashing his full power against Jean. Hey, Zephyrin, let's have a dragon-to-dragon, proper fight. You claim you can rival me at my peak. Today, I'll judge that myself. Chapter 447. Chapter 447. Chapter 128. Zephyrin 3. Muraka took flight and let out a roar. That breath made the demon-tainted space unstable. Spiritual energy seeped through the cracks, like a massive black flame roiling. Those sharp, glowing amber eyes indeed held the majesty of a dragon who once ruled the skies. Zephyrin, as if awaiting this moment, gave a satisfied smile. Now it's finally getting serious. Muraka opened his dark maw, unleashing a breath. The power in that breath far exceeded his full release. Moreover, from his wings and the surrounding curtain of Jin's spiritual energy, black lines shot. Dozens of pitch-black, lightless lines bombarded Zephyrин's position. Those lines, like a swamp, even when cut, would entangle Zephyrin again, like dozens of snakes, slithering into a single cave. This is a dragon's battle. In Bacchus's lifetime, he'd seen other dragons fight a few times, but now felt those were fake. The battle before him was incomparable to other dragon fights he'd seen, like human warriors and mages. Between elite dragons and ordinary ones, there was an uncrossable gulf. Even he, unfamiliar with dragon combat, could tell. Zephyrin still held the advantage. He hadn't revealed his true form, standing in place, taking Muraka's attacks. No telling how long Muraka could last. We must prepare to escape quickly. Jean sheathed Sigmund and said, deep down, he wanted to fight alongside Muraka. Muraka was only now showing his full power, while Jean and Bacchus still had untapped strength, especially Jean, with Ryal, Jeeper's legacy, Sarah's magic sword techniques, Ban's Nether King army parts. Ultimate means that could work in any situation, though Muraka was certain victory was impossible. Using all means might defeat that mad demon dragon, but the odds were slim. Jean didn't plan to fight to the death here. Conserving strength, breaking the void, and escaping with the entire Black King Corps was the right choice. Even if they went all out, defeating or wounding Zephyrin, they'd likely die themselves. No matter what, they had to escape, find out Zephyrин's true affiliation and purpose, then devise a counter-strategy. How many such powerful enemies are there? A new era has begun. Rada Proc, after meeting Jean, had such thoughts, and often mentioned them when with Jean. Jean deeply agreed. After the Sword Emperor Castle attack, he felt many threats lurking around him. Among the three factions, Beaumont was clearly inferior to Linkade. Jeeper was initially deemed superior to Linkade, while Kinzelot, through the Sword Emperor Castle attack, showed their true strength. Zephyrin is likely Kinzelot's, though they wouldn't have many dragons or humans of such power. Zephyrin isn't their entirety, a candle before the wind. Perhaps that's Linkade's plight. As Jean knew, Linkade didn't hide its strength. Like other factions, there were Surin and former Black Knights, but they were trapped in the Black Sea. Even so, Linkade still stood. Thanks to Father Surin, Linkade's existence, he was convinced, once Surin falls, Linkade will perish. Mother supported Yaksuya, because he could face these terrifying enemies in the future. Crack, slash, Muraka's spiritual energy and Zephyrин's nails clashed relentlessly. The black lines grew fiercer. The purple nail trails gradually thinned, showing he struggled to maintain human form. I'll open the void. Lord Bacchus, please look after the Black Knight. Understood. 12th Night. So, Bradamante's snow-white blade was drawn from its sheath. The gleaming blade was instantly dyed black with aura. Didn't expect to use this move so soon again. If it succeeds, I won't win again for a while. Before opening the void, Jean first planned to open Lafarosa's gate. For now, Jean and Urakin could still easily hold their own. But once Zephyrin reveals his true form, the situation will surely change. As long as this void isn't like Sodret's death space, using black summoning won't be an issue. The blackened blade sliced through the void. Good. The moment he swung the blade, he felt Lafarosa's gate had opened. The only regret was that emerging from the new black gate wasn't the head king, but an ordinary warrior. Oh, my turn this time, he shouted loudly. Emerging was Citizen King Shaku. In Lafarosa, Jean earned the approval of 12 head kings, becoming their brother, and fought Shaku the most. Back then, he battled Shaku over 50 times, and won. Sorry for summoning you, Brother Shaku. No, fighting for a brother is my honor. What do you need? Shaku carried a longsword glove dyed with thunder aura, flashing across Shaku. Before the underworld clan's fall, his name bore such a title. Help him. Got it. I roughly understand the situation. Need to break out of here? Exactly. Shaku's gaze fell on Zephyrin, wrapped in black lines. Demon? No, a demon dragon? Such terrifying demonic energy. Haven't seen it in ages. Should have summoned a head king brother. Run now? I'll hold off the black dragon. As Shaku joined the fight, between aura and demonic energy, thunder aura mixed in again. Shaku, amid rolling aura and demonic energy, showed no fear. Though just an ordinary warrior, the Underworld clan is still the Underworld clan. Their signature tough physique stood out in such a melee. Seeing this, Bacchus couldn't help but marvel again. Though he'd seen it at Sword Emperor City, Jean summoning ancient combat arts, seeing it again, still felt strange and wondrous. He also shared thoughts, similar to Lada and Proc. No matter what faction Zephyrin belongs to, or why, rampaging like this on Black King Mountain means there's no neutral ground left in the world now. From the situation, Zephyrin clearly reacted to seeing Jean and Murakan, but they can't hold Jean accountable later. Runcade's Knight and the Black Knight came to Black King Mountain and faced unexpected danger. Instead, Jean or Joshua could be held accountable. First, we must, with the 12th Knight, lead our subordinates to escape, even if it means abandoning Black King Mountain. So be it. Bacchus gritted his teeth, thinking, and for some reason, Bacchus felt an inexplicable trust in the 12th, Jean, Linkade. As always. This time, he'll fulfill his wishes. After reaching 10 victories, for the first time, he felt such trust in someone less skilled than himself. Whoa, Brodament's blade turned pitch black, coated with blue flames, though Tess still couldn't recover to answer the summons herself. The oppressive power she left in Brodament was growing stronger with Jean. The blue flames radiating from the sword began suppressing the demon-tainted space. The trembling space under the oppressive force seemed utterly terrified. The blade didn't waver, slowly preparing to cut the space, standing still all along, taking Muraka and Shaka's attacks. Zephyrin reacted at that moment. Blue flame, you brats. Fighting with such transcendent power is cheating. 12th Knight, like Muraka and Quickcantle, when they first saw Tess, Zephyrin also feared Tess's power. He knew as well, in the realm of flames, Tess's majesty was unmatched. Because of this, though Jin's blue flame was insignificant compared to Tess's power, Zephyrin instinctively felt fear, as if his breathing nearly stopped. That fear, only those who'd witnessed the flame sovereign could feel. Rumble. Crack. Was it distraction by the blue flame, or had his human form's martial prowess reached its limit? Zephyrin's long-held defensive shield was breached. Muraka's spiritual energy and Shaka's lightning covered his entire body, tearing it apart. The scene was shocking, even as his body was torn and disintegrated. Zephyrin didn't utter a scream. What sprayed wasn't blood, but purple demonic particles scattering, with an echoing, long, eerie laugh. Ha! After that ominous laugh ceased, suddenly, from the void where Zephyrin was torn, a massive purple mist formed. That mist scale far exceeded Muraka's size. Within that mist, hid Zephyrin's true form, vast as a moving mountain, making Muraka before it seem small. Through the mist, glimpses of Zephyrin weren't the dragon people knew, but closer to a serpent in form. Really, seeing that blue feels unsettling. Calm down. Wait quietly. Zephyrin poked his head from the mist, saying. Jean didn't respond to him, continuing to focus. Like when he knocked on Muehlenhel's gates, he had to wield Spirit Sword 1 and Tessa's power simultaneously to open the space in an instant. Crack. As Zephyrin was about to say something, Muraka darted like lightning, clawing at his eyes. However, the eyes weren't harmed. Instead, Muraka was repelled by the recoil. Ouch! So tough. Muraka steadied himself in the air, shouting. Zephyrin didn't answer Muraka, preparing to unleash a breath at Jean. Chapter 448. Chapter 448. Chapter 128. Zephyrin. 4. 5. Zephyrin's throat, inhaling demonic energy, swelled dangerously. Muraka and Shaku fired lightning at his other eye, but it didn't slow his inhalation. A single breath held astonishing power. Even Muraka and Bacchus were shocked. Yet, even knowing Zephyrin's breath targeted him, Jean remained calm. Because he was confident Zephyrin wouldn't kill him, or rather, couldn't. Whether for the magic stone, or to create something else terrifying, Jin's power from Sodaret was the key element. As he deduced in his reserve night days, Jeeper and Kinzelot knew how to transfer a god's contract, but Jean believed such methods weren't so simple for him. If it were that easy, Jeeper, Kinzelot, and Joshua would have been far more aggressive in trying to kill him. Now Zephyrin, with such immense power, yet not fighting freely, was for the same reason. If his goal was to wipe us all out, he'd show even greater power. The breath Zephyrin gathered in one inhale was indeed formidable, but given his extraordinary prowess, it wasn't surprising, nor beyond their endurance. For instance, to avoid killing Jean, Zephyrin had to restrain his power. Rumble. When Zephyrin opened his massive maw, like a storm beginning, the subspace's winds churned wildly with demonic energy. His breath, mixed with gravitational and repulsive wind pressure, purple beam-like breath, descended toward Jean. TCH. How annoying. Muraka dove swiftly, blocking Zephyrin's breath. Before it reached the ground, it hit Muraka's wings, and the spread spiritual energy curtain. Most demonic energy was absorbed by the curtain, but unabsorbed fragments and other beams were repelled by Shaku and Baka's. The entire subspace teetered under the glorious human's breath. Ordinary warriors could barely withstand the battlefield's pressure. Each clash of power was overwhelming. Whenever forces collided, ears and bones were ringing. A stinging sensation surged through the entire body. Since the mutant successfully blocked it, Zephyrin, carrying stronger demonic energy, unleashed a second breath. Though he had lived longer than Murakan, like most others, he had never experienced a battle like this. To kill, to completely crush, to destroy without leaving a trace. If it were that kind of battle, it would have been easier. But Shaku and Barkas couldn't kill the opponent. Murakan could only attack non-fatally, and Jean had to capture him alive. To Zephyrin, this was quite annoying. Moreover, he did have some skills. Murakan's resistance exceeded Zephyrin's expectations. He had heard Murakan regain some strength, but didn't expect it to reach this level. At the same time, Zephyrin also realized this. You sly? Jean, Lunkade. You're certain I won't kill you? The bluish flame surrounding Jean was chilling. That flame would soon tear apart part of the alternate space. Suddenly, he thought if not today, choosing another moment might have been better. Maybe this was an impulsive act. I think I understand now why my master is so interested in you. Asterisk crack asterisk. Die. The second breath collided with the aura curtain and was cancelled. Though it looked like a barely made defense, Murakan was gradually preparing for a counterattack. It looked like a casual strike, but it had considerable power. Your compliment isn't very pleasing. Let's see. Is that so? Then let's do this. Besides, you won't like this either. As Murakan finished his drawing spell, light and shadow began to dance. The giant curtain split into 3 parts. One remained behind Murakan for defense. The other 2 moved to Zephyrin's left and right sides. Because of the nature of spiritual power, Zephyrin didn't notice that the curtain had unfolded beside him. That's because spiritual power differs from other forces. Even if immensely strong, it is nearly undetectable. Even Zephyrin, whose body was several times, couldn't sense the spiritual curtains on both sides. If one can't feel the flow of power, they can only rely on sight. However, Zephyrin's field of vision was limited, and his massive body was shrouded in purple smoke. Even he couldn't see the full picture at once. Why the attitude now? Zephyrin realized something was wrong. It was when the spiritual curtains on both sides began to release energy. At the moment the demonic aura was released, he intended to return the breath absorbed by the curtains to Zephyrin. Spiritual power is shadow. This power has over 20% more efficiency than normal aura or magic, and holds special traits ordinary power can't replicate. Just like shadows reflect objects, they can mimic or copy. Murakan returned Zephyrin's own breath back to him via the curtain. This was the reason behind it. Such a technique is truly annoying. I didn't want to use it. It's not Murakan's preferred method. In the past, his spiritual power was strong enough that he didn't need such means. In contrast, Misha had shown mastery of spiritual power's infinite expandability from the start. He never thought the things he was forced to learn would one day become useful. If he hadn't recovered even 40% of his power, this wouldn't have been possible. Murakan erased the image of that ugly Misha from his mind. The curtain spread on both sides emitted a sharp sound, releasing this demonic energy, enhanced by spiritual power, was stronger than the breath Zephyrin unleashed. For Zephyrin's massive body, dodging this demonic energy was impossible. Where did you learn such despicable tricks? No time to raise a protective shield. Though a massive body usually serves well in battle against such sudden attacks, it's extremely inconvenient to counter. When the demonic energy struck Zephyrin's body, a dull roar echoed, like a castle collapsing. Scales shattered. The sound of twisting flesh beneath was chilling. Screams thought impossible rang out incessantly. Wounded by your own breath. This must be a first, huh? Muraka said with a venomous, amused voice. Zephyrin writhed in pain for a moment, instinctively swinging his tail, spewing breath in all directions, frantically releasing demonic energy, staining the void with venom. Muraka and Shaku dodged Zephyrin's rampage, while maintaining intense focus. Even a slight brush with Zephyrin's actions could deal them fatal wounds. The two maneuvered through demonic energy, swinging tails, and his body, leaping and flying. Both shared the same thought. Now might be their best chance. In this battle, perhaps their last. Guarding the Black Knight, Bacchus realized this moment must not be missed. Joining the fray briefly, their eyes blazed red. Seeking wounds, they had to inflict more damage through the wounds caused by demonic energy. Before Zephyrin recovered, Shaku roared, unleashing lightning. Bacchus swung his fists. Lightning and fists struck where scales had cracked. The next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. A gush of blood sprayed before them. From Zephyrin's flesh, blood poured like a waterfall. This blood held poison potent enough to knock out a Black Knight. Finally, Muraka charged at the wound torn by Bacchus and Shaku, located at the center of his massive body, equivalent to a human's abdomen. In other words, a vital spot. Muraka unleashed a breath, condensing all his power into the wound. deep as a cave. Soon after, a lightless black line pierced Zephyrn's body. One could say, his waist was severed. Everyone instinctively felt Zephyrn's spine snapped under Muraka's breath. Muraka panted heavily, hovering in the air. Bakas and Shaku regulated their breathing below. The once chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent. A brief silence. Zephyrn's body arched backward. He exhaled a breath, raising his head. Whoa. That was truly astonishing. The gathered demonic energy filled his hollow abdomen, regenerating too fast. Impossible to counter. I can't recall when I last felt such pain. It wasn't entirely without impact. Muraka was certain of this, even at his peak. He couldn't have done this. However, even injured, Zephyrn could still fight. What a tough bastard. At least one thing was fortunate. Jin's mental focus was finally complete. Due to the unexpected blow and pain, his focus had wavered. Seeing the blue flames burning on Brodiment, Zephyrn's eyes darkened. So, Brodiment's blade, in the dark space, traced a sharp blue arc. Like a dimensional gate opening, the space tore open, revealing figures. The scene through the rift was the group's reception room. Intact, undamaged. The next moment, the group discovered something unexpected, a weakness in Zephyrn. As soon as I opened the subspace, this guy's body began to shrink. They realized instantly, Zephyrn could only revert to his true form. In this subspace, Chapter 449, Chapter 449, Chapter 128, Zephyrn 5, by Brodiment. The subspace opened, collapsed like the first. Zephyrn tried to restore his form by will, but the subspace, the torn parts, wouldn't allow the rift to heal, tearing again, burning. Like a living entity, each time the space tore, it let out a shrill scream, spewing purple demonic energy. Zephyrn's appearance warped with the subspace's distortion. His body shrank and twisted, becoming grotesque. This proved his transformation only worked in an intact subspace, fully functional. Crack, crack, crack. Ha! Brother. Seeing this, Muraka couldn't help laughing, though still catching his breath. His heart swelled with joy, uncontainable. Oh, you bastard. Once you leave your domain, no wonder I thought you were so formidable. I've never heard of someone like you. Zephyrn let out a short grunt, seemingly struggling to maintain his body's normal state against the constant distortion. Damn it. Blue Flame, seeing that cursed power, I knew something was off. As Soderet's contractor, Zephyrn naturally expected Jin could open his dimensional space, but he didn't anticipate it would so drastically affect his transformation and use of power, because his demonic energy far surpassed Jin's. The problem was, he hadn't accounted for Blue Flame's power. Taken into account, the initial tear in dimensional space came from, but what prevented the rift from healing was Blue Flame. To be precise, she knew Jin was Tessa's contractor, but she was certain the Blue Flame power Jin could use was extremely limited. By the way, Jin Runkade, why can you use such dense Blue Flame without summoning Lord Tess? When Jin first unleashed Blue Flame, she hadn't considered this point. Back then she only instinctively felt fear and repulsion, but now, compared to other human contractors of Tess that Zephyrn had met, the aura he possessed was far more intense, as if not just borrowing a fraction of the Flame Lord's power, but having part of that power fully transferred to him. Could it be? At this thought, Zephyrn's eyes widened in shock. In terms of attack, she couldn't have done better. However, my Phoenix, thanks to Tessa's flames, unknowingly, gained new power. Call it heavy pressure. When enhancing Bradamanti through the Void's brand stone avatar, Pai Kong Ming Che had said, that day, Tess took part of his power in the Flame Realm and permanently infused it into the contractor's sword, no matter the situation. In other words, when fighting such a strong enemy, regardless of remaining magic, he could use the mighty heavy pressure power. This was Baron's desired outcome. At the same time, it was also meant to warn. When Jean faced Tessa's old enemies, those who harm this child will become my enemy. The blue flame in Bradamanti is the mark and symbol of the Flame Realm's master. Only those who've seen Tess could recognize it. That the cold Flame Lord would grant his own power to an ordinary human contractor was unimaginable to Zephyrn. For Tess, human contractors were mere tools to maintain boundaries, at least in Zephyrn's view. Though she'd heard, sometimes there were contractors he was pleased with. Tess granting his own power was clearly a first, an entity that could easily destroy mid-tier gods. What could he possibly regret? Crunch. Zephyrn gritted her teeth. This isn't fair. Even my master couldn't grant such power, yet it was given to such an ordinary human. Rage surged within her, wanting to tear everything before her apart, if not for the dimensional space collapsing. She could have done it, but Tess's gene fire showed no sign of extinguishing. Creak. Groan. Squeak. Her body twisted, unable to even control her breathing. Worse still, Murakin was still laughing, shouting loudly. Ha! Come on. Take him down. Everyone pile on. Fight to your heart's content. Murakin. spewed black aura. Bacchus and Shaku leapt, unleashing arcane power and lightning. Jean, in place of Bacchus, protected the Black Knight when Zephyrin displayed her astonishing regeneration and fully recovered. In truth, everyone felt despair. Yet, if Zephyrin continued in this unstable state, now was a chance to try, not necessarily a life or death battle, but it seemed possible to achieve escape. Crunch. From the team's attacks, Zephyrin let out a pained cry, clearly different from before. This time the team's attacks were truly effective. Even so, she hadn't fully lost her combat ability. Zephyrin's mere struggles were still threatening attacks. To the close combat team, the demonic energy pouring from Zephyrin like an avalanche was also extremely dangerous. The battle persisted because the team itself had exceptional combat prowess. Murakan, increasingly fond of the word strike, grew more relentless. Over time, just watching the scene, it was hard. Who was the villain? Fall. For Brother Jean. Yet, like ripe sesame seeds being peeled away, the continuous, rhythmic strikes, in a way, also revealed the team's inner anxiety, though now, the burning dimensional space prevented it. The premonition that Zephyrin would recover her strength and act lingered. Too many cracks appeared. The dimensional space now could no longer form a complete, independent structure. Through Jean's cracks, the reception hall was visible, along with the tense faces of Black King Corps members. Before Jean split the dimensional space, the members didn't know what was happening. In the reception hall shrouded in demonic energy, when a few members, sensing Solin's aura, opened the reception hall door, there was only purple darkness inside. When the door was opened, by members sensing Solin's aura, the reception hall was filled with purple darkness. When the door was opened, there was only purple darkness. All other captains immediately declare a state of emergency. It's the commander. The commander is fighting, confirmed the commander, and the guest's survival, heard the members, voices overlapping. It seems Black King Stronghold. Almost all personnel are in the reception room, and nearby on standby. They are preparing to enter the alternate dimension, to join the team. Seeing the commander fighting desperately seems to have made an impact. If the Black King Corps' First Army joins the battle, the balance of victory might tip again toward the team. However, Jean still firmly believes the purpose of the fight is not victory, but escape. No one knows what will happen next, but the current situation is complete chaos. The alternate dimension is clearly the most advantageous domain for the enemy. No way. Don't come in. Retreat immediately. What does this mean? The team members, of course, didn't listen to Jean's words, but when Barkus, like Jean, shouted loudly, the Black King Corps immediately stopped their attack on Jean. The Black King Corps, from now on, until new orders are given, follow the 12 knights forward before entering the alternate dimension. Malaka told Barkus he would take responsibility for Zephyrin. Let Barkus take Jean and other subordinates to escape. Although there was a chance to escape, Barkus judged he couldn't abandon Malaka and flee. As a leader, relying solely on others' help to protect subordinates is impossible. Understood. Got it. The team members didn't question Barkus's orders. This shows how much a trustworthy captain he is. These guys, what the hell? With a piercing roar, Zephyrin suddenly emitted explosive demonic energy. Then, he transformed back into human form, abandoning his true form. In the alternate dimension, under unstable conditions, fighting in human form is more efficient. Now, Zephyrin, his rage reignited, his fingernails emitting sharp demonic energy. But that's not all. The invasion gradually weakened. Even if it completely stopped, Jean, having already taken too much damage, wouldn't be the same as before. The team would also be exhausted. Therefore, the battle might be even more dangerous than before. Thus, we must quickly let the Flying King Corps members escape, tear them all apart, kill them. These insect-like things. If the master were still here, this absurd situation wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Zephyrin, though not comparable to Malaka, but Zephyrin, due to the master's poor condition, his combat strength has also declined, especially recently. The master's worsening condition was largely caused by these guys. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Zephyrin didn't use his usual moves, but let out a roar. Malaka smirked contemptuously again. Oomph. As expected, guys like you only show your true nature when pushed to the brink. Hey, kid. Don't worry. Hurry and escape with your men. 12 knights, please take care of my men. Get going. Jean nodded in response. I'll lead the team to escape, then come back to regroup. Hey, no need to do that. Go home. Asterisk, slash asterisk, meow. A red gem's light flickered. Shuri was summoned from the book. Jean. Even without saying anything, Shuri seemed to understand the current situation and directly bit the Black Knight lying on the ground. Meow meow. Furthermore, Jean's Shuri rushed toward a rift in the dimension. Fresh air stimulated the nose. Standing before the dimensional rift, the Black King Corps members were waiting for Jean to to come out. 12 knights. Second team, assist the wounded and evacuate non-combatants. First team will withdraw last. Specific orders will be coordinated by each captain and their officers. Understood. Jean. After giving the orders, the team members quickly dispersed, while the dimensional rift behind and the flames visibly shrank. Chapter 450. Chapter 450. Chapter 128. Rule 06. Also, please have healers skilled in detoxification and poison. Treat this person immediately. The Black Knight is no longer trembling, just faintly gasping, looking like he's about to die. The team members lifted the Black Knight onto a stretcher. We must save his life. If this person dies, for the Black King Corps, to the Black King Corps, it's no good for either of us, especially for the Black King Corps. They could fall into even greater trouble. No need to worry. Lord Jean. Third captain. After Murka responded, the mercenaries specialized in healing, and the doctors of the Black King Corps gathered around. On the contrary, as long as we save him, it will be a great benefit for both me and the Black King Corps. If the Black Knight dies on the Black King Corps' territory, no matter the reason, Joshua could use it to pressure Valkas. If the opposite happens, the one demanding compensation won't be Joshua, but Valkas. Jean, you won't have to lose your family's strongest armor either. You might even try to negotiate directly with the Black Knight. In the worst case scenario, we've saved people multiple times before. We'll definitely keep him alive. Asterisk clank clank asterisk. The medical team, while performing emergency treatment, suddenly heard a loud bang. The entire Black King Mountain shook, as if a volcano had erupted. From a spatial rift, arcane energy burst forth, demonic aura, spiritual energy, and lightning. Ever since Jean appeared, the battlefield's atmosphere grew even fiercer. A monster is a monster, even when a dimension collapses, appearing at a disadvantage. It can still display such immense power. Although Murakan said there's no need to go back, he still felt worried. It's best to have the Black King Corps retreat quickly and regroup with him. What kind of battle is happening in there? Zephyrin. That damned creature is really that monster, the second captain said in a voice filled with grief, seeing Zephyrin transformed into human form, fighting alongside the captain, Jean, and their group. Even with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it. Zephyrin. Recently, she was the most troublesome little sister in the Black King Corps, causing trouble for all the seniors and managers. Yet, on the other hand, despite being scolded daily, she still maintained a lively and cheerful demeanor, making it impossible to hate her. No one could dislike this little sister, the former Zephyrin, now transformed into a monster that has plunged Black King Mountain into an unprecedented crisis. That occasional glimpse of a giant serpentine form was nauseating. Valkas. What Lord Valkas worried about most was whether his subordinates, including the second captain, had been harmed by her claws. Has anyone in the Black King Corps been injured by Zephyrin? Not at all. Completely uninjured. The 12 knights. That's a relief. Valkas. His greatest concern hasn't happened yet, as long as we ensure everyone evacuates safely afterward. When we talk with Lord Valkas in the future, we can expect a positive outcome. From the spatial rift, Zephyrin's roars echoed. Though it sounded far away, even for team members who hadn't experienced it firsthand, they could imagine its immense power. The evacuation sped up, though such a thing had never happened before. Like other fortresses, Black King Mountain also had special passages and devices prepared for evacuation, along with corresponding guidance. Ladders were deployed throughout the fortress. Magical devices, used for transporting supplies, began operating. Despite the urgency and gloom, the scene was spectacular. The massive castles, lined up in the mountain range, operated like a single organism, moving in harmony. Jean, as he left the central fortress, observed the Black King Corps evacuation scene. Hundreds of special ropes connected the castles, with supplies and personnel moving back and forth. The castle gates functioned like precise mechanical devices, operating tirelessly. In the rugged mountains surrounding the fortress, some kind of mechanism was installed. Whenever a faint explosion sounded near the castle, a landslide forming an escape route. Supplies and non-combatants used this path to descend the mountain. Throughout the fortress, defensive barriers were deployed. These barriers weren't cast by members, but were activated by magical devices set up by the Black King Corps. Asterisk no dialogue asterisk. To acquire equipment on such a scale, they must have close ties with the Empire and the magical toolmakers of the Lutero Magical Federation. This is something only the neutral Black King Corps could achieve. Because for magical toolmakers to supply such resources to Runkadel, it would be tantamount to treason. The war used magical tools Runkadel could obtain were mostly spoils from battle victories. Asterisk no dialogue asterisk. The escape proceeded very smoothly, worthy of a world-class mercenary corps. The Black King Corps, even in their first emergency situation, acted with composure. The mountain range where the fortress stood almost entirely collapsed. Most members had already evacuated to safety. Jean, along with the commander and the officers, stood on the path formed by the landslide, observing the battlefield at the central fortress. More precisely, they were watching the central fortress collapse. Oh, Commander, The power surging from the dimensional rift has reduced the central fortress to dust, though the blue flames on the rift have weakened significantly. The power continues to tear through the rift, with noticeable effects. The dimension will soon completely shatter. What will happen next? Zephyrin cannot return to her true form, but the battle will continue. Even appearing in human form, Zephyrin still possesses formidable strength, but this battle, it won't last long. Zephyrin has been wounded many times. She's exhausted. Jean's group and Barkus are the same. What's left is just a short battle. They can't kill Zephyrin here. Now that the members are out of danger, the best outcome is to avoid causing. The situation could change at any moment. More importantly, if the battle spreads outside the alternate space, external forces will definitely intervene. The Black King squad is a neutral power, coveted by the entire world. If a large-scale battle breaks out at the Black King's castle, nearby powers won't stay unaware. They didn't kill the second squad leader and his men at first, and instead created an alternate space in Hike City to eliminate them quietly. The Black King's castle is located in the Central Continent's protected zone, the Kingdom of Bisai. The Kingdom of Bisai is not aligned with any of the four major powers, but geographically, it borders Jaipur and Burmot. Moreover, recently Jinzalo's relations with them have not been peaceful. If they show up, Zephyrin will surely flee. At that very moment, ZZZZT, the sound of the alternate space finally breaking. Jean and the Black King squad members held their breath, gazing at the collapsing central castle. Through the gaps in the hunting field, the scenes of the battlefield were too chaotic to make out what was happening inside. Snap! The first to emerge from the hunting field was Maraka. She roared with authority and unleashed a breath at Zephyrin, who followed right after. Seeing that scene, Jean let out a breath of relief. I'm so glad you're alright. However, next came Barkus and Shaku. Especially Shaku's appearance was heart-wrenching. Shaku was covered in wounds, his strength seemingly drained. Though Jean hadn't seen the battle himself, he instantly understood. Shaku's condition bore the marks of as a guardian formed of spirit and aura, even if it wasn't a body made of aura, but Jean's own flesh. It would have ended the same. This was a display of brotherhood among the Ming royal clan. Brother Shaku. Jean said nothing of apologies or gratitude. Shaku responded to his voice, turned his head, and they exchanged glances, smiling faintly. Be sure to tell me someday how I did today, Brother Jean. Shaku's body gradually faded away. Jean clenched his teeth, gathered his strength. The battle was at its end. Captain and officers, please continue protecting our members and fight alongside them. The battle is nearing its end. Captain and officers, please continue protecting our members and fight alongside them. This method is more efficient. Even if the commanders joined in, it wouldn't guarantee Zephyrin's death. And for regular members, the chance of getting caught in his attacks is too high. Whoa! Bradamanti was once again brimming with aura and blue flames. Although he wanted to unleash a sword technique, he feared hurting his comrades. Crack! Jean of the Black Flag slashed at Zephyrin's forehead. Zephyrin easily blocked the blow with his claw, but clearly, he felt uneasy facing the blue flames. His aura noticeably weakened. Of course, compared to his true form, this was indeed weaker, but he still possessed immense power. Swoosh. Crack. Bradamanti clashed with the claw, emitting an explosive sound. Malakan shifted between his true form and human form to support Jean. Meanwhile, Balkan was stabilizing his breathing. Though not as badly injured as Shakuna, Balkan was also seriously wounded and recaptured. Jean. Lunkade. You bastard. As Zephyrin fought Jean, he shouted. You were so confident just now, as if you could kill us at any moment. Hearing that, Zephyrin frowned. Yeah. You always say things like that before fleeing. Just as Jean was about to respond, suddenly, Zephyrin's entire body turned purple and began to swell, as if he was about to explode. It wasn't just Jean's imagination. Watch out. Before Malakan could even shout those words, Jean had already retreated, running toward Balkan. Well then. Goodbye. Boom. Zephyrin, overflowing with demonic aura, self-destructed. The entire mountain shook violently. The shockwave erased trees and stones in the blast zone. They simply vanished, though it looked like it had always been like that from the start. Zephyrin never intended to kill Jean. He detonated himself just to escape. Fortunately, the Black King's fortress was equipped with defensive magic gear, and Jean, Malakan, the chief captain, and the senior members still had energy left to hold him off. The 12 knights guarded the commander. 1, 2. All 3 divisions protected each other. The demonic explosion nearly caused the mountain to collapse. If most members hadn't evacuated beforehand, it would have been a catastrophe. Jean, Malakan, and the members of the Black King squad did their utmost to withstand the blast, especially Malakan, who squeezed out his remaining energy to form barriers throughout the mountain. He saved the most people. Damn it. Even as he escaped, he pulled one last trick. The explosion, landslide, and earthquake subsided. About an hour later, in the end, the group successfully contained the explosion, with no major casualties. However, the once mighty Black King fortress was completely destroyed, buried beneath the rubble. The silhouettes of the Black King squad members echoed along with their stone monuments across the Jin Mountains. Malakan was still floating in the aura-covered night sky. He looked down at the Black King squad and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. To those in the know, they understood. This pity came from helplessness over the situation. But those who had just arrived, right before the battle was about to break out, the reinforcements from Jipal and Bamonti, along with the dragons they sent, knew nothing of this. What's going on? The Black King Fortress. Malakan? Was it Malakan? Brother Malakan, did you really do this? Malakan, could it be that the 12 Knights of Lunkade attacked the Black King squad? The people from Jipal and Bamonti looked at the devastated scene and at Malakan, falling into a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 451. Chapter 451. Chapter 129. The Majesty of Malakan. From Bamonti arrived Emperor Dragon Abbas and Wintil, along with the mages affiliated with them. From Jipal came the Fire Dragon Teo, the Azure Dragon Alamakwa, and the mages empowered by their strength. 4 dragons and 8 mages looked toward the aura-filled sky, the collapsed Jin, the ruins of the Black King Fortress, and Malakan. Eyes wide in disbelief, especially the 4 dragons they had once witnessed, the prime of Malakan. The mages felt their hearts pounding wildly from atop their dragons. The dragons were actually afraid. This kind of situation was a first. Are you alright? Tension gripped everyone. The dragons were taut with fear, and so were the mages. Recently, the 12 Knights of Lunkade and their guardian dragon's strength had become widely known after the Sword Emperor City terrorist incident. At the time, Malakan had practically guarded the skies alone, let alone the fact that, considering the 12 Knights' astonishing movements and feats, it was only natural for the mages to fall into such misunderstanding and doubt. The 12 Knights of Lunkade and their guardian dragon must have attacked the Black King Fortress and won. Otherwise, together with their guardian dragons, they attacked the Black King Fortress and achieved victory, or so they thought. The mages simultaneously swallowed a heavy gulp of saliva. They thought, although we knew they were regaining their power, we never imagined they had already reached a level strong enough to handle the Black King Fortress alone. Their recovery speed was astonishing. Just a few years ago, when they met Sister Quickcantle, they still couldn't have done this. Abbas and Wintil carefully watched Malakan's expression. He cleared his throat lightly. A friend of Surdrit, the ruler of the towering Mount Murakan, the Black Dragon Murakan. I didn't expect to meet you here. Didn't think I'd run into you here either. Great Black Dragon, how have you been all this time? Labas and Windiel tried to ease the tension as they spoke. They were the dragons Jean had met before. At that time, he was still a provisional knight. It was during his first meeting with Lord Queckental that he encountered these dragons. Even then, they were putting on airs. Murakan and the 2 dragons locked eyes for a moment. To be precise, Murakan was staring at Labas and Windiel, but they didn't dare meet her gaze. These 2 dragons were the ones summoned the most by Murakan at her peak. Labas, Windiel, why have you come? It looked like a fierce battle had occurred. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell us what happened here? Before Windiel could finish, Murakan suddenly flapped her wings hard. It was like a human throwing a fierce punch, a gesture among dragons to express displeasure. Lowly earth dragons, you dare ask me to tell happened here? And no, sister, that's not what we meant. Murakan, you misunderstood. We would never make such a demand of you. We only wanted, if possible, to speak with you. Of course, if you're unwilling, then there's nothing we can do. Their tone changed instantly. Even if they felt ashamed, there was nothing they could do. If Murakan regained her full power, then in this world, no being could stop her. At least that was the belief among the earth dragons. If that happened, even if Murakan left them half dead and killed all the mages, even the Empire would have to endure it in silence. Is that so? I could feel it last time. Time truly has passed. The way my kind treats me is no longer as cautious as before. This deep sense only grows. The spiritual energy covering the sky grew thicker. You creatures seem to have a death wish. In an instant, from the dark sky appeared Jean spikes formed of spiritual energy. Labas and Windiel shook their heads in terror. Sister, it's not like that. We're sorry. I was wrong. Jean, let's talk this out properly. The jet black spikes effortlessly pierced through the hastily deployed protective shields. Even the earth dragons didn't have time to react. If Murakan had wanted, this strike could have caused fatal damage. In reality, the target of the spiritual spikes wasn't the earth dragons, but the fire dragon and blue dragon behind them, Theo and Lalamakwa, Akamong Dove and Spun, dodging Murakan's spikes, but they didn't counterattack, seemingly well aware of how much trouble that would bring. The reason for Murakan's sudden anger was simple. The fire dragon Theo, he was Kellic, a blood relative of Jeeper's fire dragon Katon. He was a dragon Murakan knew. Murakan and Kat had always been bad. On the eve of the Holy Kingdom incident, Katon's attack nearly cost Murakan all his power. Now, Murakin was facing the fire dragon, a creature he wanted to tear apart, just by looking at it. Fire dragon Theo, didn't your king ever tell you to absolutely avoid meeting me? And if you unfortunately did, to grit your teeth and flee as fast as possible. The blade of spiritual energy formed again. Theo and Lalamakwa, along with Jeepers mages, barely concealed their panicked hearts. The overwhelming presence, felt an hour ago, could it really be this black dragon? This was, of course, Theo's misunderstanding. The power that destroyed the Black King's stronghold wasn't Murakin's spiritual energy, but Zephyrin's demonic aura. However, after Zephyrin left, the demonic aura exploded and vanished without a trace. Thus, it was impossible not to think it was Murakin's power. No matter what, fighting Murakin, who had regained such immense power, would be suicide, I thought. Valkas and Amala had already resolved the issue, but this far exceeds my expectations. We must retreat immediately. Like nearly all dragons in the world, Theo and Lalamakwa also feared Murakin at his peak, especially Theo, due to his connection with Catan, had witnessed firsthand the suffering of fire dragons and red dragons, filling him with even deeper fear. Answer me, Theo and Lalamakwa. Based on your answers, and whether they satisfy me, I'll decide whether to kill you all, or merely cripple you, and this answer will also determine the fate of the earth dragons. Brother, what did we do wrong? Don't do this. All right. We'll retreat immediately. Murakin didn't respond to the earth dragons' pleas, only staring at Theo and Lalamakwa. The earth dragons, at a loss, could only flap their wings. All the dragons were trembling, their eyes filled with unease. Not a trace of confidence to be found. Wow. Murakin, at times like this, it's really hard to get used to. For Jean, watching Chunhua frantically scratch his thigh, completely addicted to strawberry pie, that humble and somewhat sleazy Murakin was far more familiar. The majesty of 1,000 years ago was shining through at this moment, making him seem like an entirely different being. Though there was no solid evidence that he had regained all his power, Murakin made Jeeper and the Empire's dragons feel frozen in place. The Earth dragons might not know, but Fire Dragon Theo and Blue Dragon Lalamakwa were by no means insignificant beings. However, if they chose to fight, it might be a bit troublesome. In fact, Murakin was in a state of exhaustion. As the one who shared his spiritual energy, Jean was the only one who deeply understood this. Murakin had already nearly depleted all his power in the battle with Zephyrin. Even so, for over 3,000 years since his birth, Murakin had always been the strongest existence. Whether he had regained all his power, or only 40%, or even had no power left at all, Murakin couldn't imagine showing an attitude different from his prime. Jean knew the fact of Murakin's exhaustion and chose not to act. For the same reason, he didn't want to touch his pride. If the dragons attacked, he would fight alongside Murakin. After all, in the kingdom of Magus, neither Jeeper nor the Empire had any justifiable reason. On the contrary, he and Murakin had just helped the Black King Corps, giving them a legitimate cause. It seems the newcomers not only didn't realize we helped the Black King Corps, but instead mistakenly thought we destroyed it. Amid the growing misunderstanding and tension, the Black King Corps had no dealings. Perhaps doing nothing was the right choice. The explosion caused by Zephyrin earlier left the commander and senior officers mostly severely injured or tending to members. Valkas had lost consciousness. As the Black King Corps, they had to act with extreme caution. Rashly correcting the misunderstanding could lead to unpredictable situations. More importantly, before losing consciousness, Valkas had handed command to Jean. So, until Jean took action, they had to remain silent. After organizing his thoughts, Jean reached this conclusion. If Jeeper and Bymont's dragons retreat like this, I can find a way to turn the situation in my favor. If Jeeper and Bymont's dragons retreat like this, he reached this conclusion because Jean hadn't yet fully grasped Murakin standing in the hearts of the dragons. Though he'd heard everywhere how great his guardian dragon once was, only those who had spent a millennium with him could truly feel that majesty. In other words, Jeeper's dragons didn't even dare consider fighting Murakin. Murakin, we have no intention of offending you. I and Fire Dragon Theo will retreat immediately. Could you please calm your anger? Lalamakwa said. Though her tone was calm, it was actually a very humble response. This secretly surprised Jean. Of course, Murakin had no intention of letting them off easily. If it were other dragons, it might have been fine, but the arrival of the Fire Dragon made him even angrier. Just as he was about to respond, that he'd cripple them, Jean spoke first. Mounts, dragons of Jeeper and Bymont, return to your lands at once, before my guardian dragon changes his mind. Hearing these words, the dragons of Jeeper and Bymont looked at Jean in surprise. Meanwhile, Murakin immediately understood Jin's intent and regained his composure. He realized that if he didn't control his anger here, he'd put his contractor in danger. The Earth dragons kept rolling their eyes, while the Fire Dragon and Blue Dragon locked eyes with Jean. Asterisk, no dialogue asterisk. Finally, they had no choice but to respond like this. Great. Contractor of the Black Dragon, thank you for clearing up our misunderstanding. We hope to meet again, under better circumstances. Lalamakwa's response sounded like they were retreating for now, but they wouldn't forget this humiliation. But Jean gave a smile. Thank you, take care. Chapter 452. Chapter 452. Chapter 130. New Year. Rumors. Great achievement. 1 breaking news. Black King Stronghold destroyed. Collapse of the Black King Stronghold. What will happen to the Kingdom of Bysar? Black King Corps Commander, Valka's colon, reported to be in critical condition. No personal statement released, but it seems true. Why was the Black King Stronghold attacked? The leading suspect currently known is Runkadel's 12 Knights, and their guardian dragon, Murakan. Is there bad blood between them? Is the Black King Corps' power just a bubble? Destroyed by 1 dragon and 1 man. The myth of military might. Black Dragon Murakan tramples the Black King Stronghold. Runkadel's 12 Knights. Jean Runkadel. In this incident, rumors had already spread that he brought the Ghost Legion to its knees. Is this a rallying of neutral forces? The fate of the Black King Corps. The fate of the Black King Corps. What will it be? As always, various reports are being frantically published. Like everyone else, these reports are imperfect. Sources in the Kingdom of Magus and its surroundings lack the ability to investigate such events deeply, while external sources must rely on reports from the Kingdom of Magus to produce news. Thus, misunderstandings and lack of information, along with imagination and sensational content added to fill the gaps, gradually portrayed Jean as the destroyer of the Black King Corps. Asterisk no dialogue asterisk. The reason for this is that the Black King Corps, if limited to the Kingdom of Magus and its surroundings, could certainly control the narrative to their liking, but the Black King Corps is not Runkadel, Jeeper, Bymont, or an envoy like Kinzalo. Even the 4 major powers cannot fully control an event of this scale. After all, you cannot stop ocean waves with your hands. Moreover, after this incident, it was widely believed that the Black King Corps was finished. Major media also believed there was no need to consider their position anymore. Valka's. In their current situation, it was indeed the case. Completely destroyed. That's how it had to be seen. This truly is the biggest event of the year's end. Kellic. Jeeper. As usual, he sat atop Jeeper's first magic tower, reviewing that youthful face, similar to Bellatin's, was full of smiles. Huh. What's so funny, Catan? Don't you find it amusing? I think this is far more entertaining than the comedy we watched with Octavia last time. Why are you always like this? It was the same last time. That damn kid. When he talked about the demon sword's return, you just kept laughing. Seeing Kellic like this, Catan felt like he was going mad. Funny. Get a grip. Why? Is that young punk turning all of Runkadel into chaos? This is something even we, Jeeper, couldn't do. I feel immensely satisfied because that damned kid has caused us so much loss. Her brother died. The demon stone was destroyed. Jin's things were ruined. We cut ties with Kinzalo. The Holy Kingdom incident is simply too embarrassing to mention. Not to mention, we recently lost a Black Knight spy, Kellic. And part of the Undead Corps' losses must be factored in too, right? That too. Is that all? The demon sword Sarah. That kid broke his oath. This was over a month ago, in the Sword Emperor's banquet hall. During that conversation, back then, Catan also said, we should immediately pressure Runkadel. Back then, Carton also said, that pressure should be applied to Lunkade immediately. But he couldn't go against Carrick's will. Even now, it's the same. Carton believed this wasn't a time for Carrick to be so relaxed. Only someone who hadn't experienced Lunkade 1,000 years ago would be like this. Carrick had no idea how dangerous those people were. Carrick seemed to know what Carton was thinking. He just smiled faintly. Carrick. Ugh. My ears are going deaf. Carton. Why are you so angry? Do you even need to ask? The Black King squad was defeated by the 12 Knights. Is it really that serious? No. To be precise, it wasn't the 12 Knights, but their guardian dragon, Murakan. That's what makes it even worse. Murakan's power is returning. Murakan. The reason Carton reacted so sensitively to this incident was because of him. This was a story directly passed down by the Fire Dragon Theo and Azure Dragon Laramakwa. It said Murakan's power is returning. Whether Jean or Lunkade conquered the Black King squad, absorbed them, or simply defeated them, none of that matters. But if Murakan fully regains his peak power, he absolutely cannot be left unchecked. Carrick, as always, just found Carton's reaction amusing. Are you overly concerned about that black dragon? Last time, near Chantel in the Kingdom of Soul, when he fought me, he had already recovered part of his heart. At that time, without the demon god, even then, Carton easily drove Murakan into a corner. While fighting Carton, Murakan also saved the civilians of Chantel City. That's why he couldn't be a match for Carton. At that time, Murakan had barely regained his strength. So naturally, Carton was stronger. Regardless. After that battle, Murakan survived and showed his recovering power in front of everyone, both during the terror attack in Sword Emperor City and a few days ago at Black King Mountain. When he heard about Sword Emperor City, Carton found it hard to believe, not sure if it was that weakened Murakan who had regained his strength, or if Murakan wasn't going all out at the time. But now it's all clear. Carrick has to act before he regains full power. Terrifying. You? Yes, Carton surprisingly admitted it outright. 1,000 years ago, the dragon closest to Murakan's power was you, right? Being close and being equal are different. Though it's frustrating. He truly was the strongest. So listen to me. Jean. We can't let that kid and Murakan roam free any longer. For the first time, the smile vanished from Carrick's face. I admit you have a point. But Carton. To me, recklessly touching the 12 knights and his guardian dragon feels more like gambling. Because of Xylan, Lunkade. Yes. Anyway, as long as Sarah takes care of him, the world will fall into our hands. Besides, he clearly doesn't have much time left. Lunkade, the 12 knights. Can they really surpass what Xylan achieved? Absolutely not. After finishing, Carrick met Carton's eyes. I saw Xylan at age 19 with my own eyes. The current 12 knights are no stronger than he was back then. I saw Xylan with my own eyes when he was 19. The current 12 knights are no stronger than Xylan was back then. The 12 knights could never reach his level, just like you experienced Xylan. I also went through that era with Lunkade and Murata. I know, but Carton, look at the current situation. To me, once Xylan takes down Sarah, the battle is over. The world will be ours. As long as we adjust the variables properly, we just have to wait for Xylan's time to come. Why stir up a hornet's nest? Now's not the time for that. Hornet's nest. What Carrick meant by that was, if they recklessly provoke the 12 knights, it might cause Xylan to return from the Black Sea. Carton didn't respond. He didn't think Carrick was wrong. But the inexplicable anxiety in his heart was hard to shake. If you're that worried, I'll order more people to track Misha. That should help ease your anxiety, right? In the end, Carton could only nod in agreement. Fine, I understand. It'd be better to capture Murata's sister instead. We almost caught her earlier. Such a pity. But still, more than the 12 apostles or the Black Dragon, I'm more worried about my son, Belladin. Yes, it may be due to instability in his magic control, or its effects on him. He's been harder to reach lately. His mind and memories, the factors affecting Belladin's spirit. Carrick couldn't tell what they were, because he had long forgotten that emotion. I think it's the 12 apostles and Dante. Hylon is influencing Belladin. Whatever influence it may be, the final result will only be hatred and betrayal. If that's the case, we must handle the 12 apostles even more carefully until the perfect time comes. TCH. Carton shrugged. Carrick was silent for a moment, fingering a crystal orb. The land of the Shui people, Jinzalo's territory, gathered in the conference room, were the Bishkar faction and Balakt. Joe's expression was gloomy. On the table in front of them was a pile of intel on Jean. However, unlike Jaipur, they didn't mistakenly assume that Murakan caused the incident. Zephyrine. In the end, she caused trouble, Joe said as he observed Balakt's eyes. Zephyrine, even though Jinzalo didn't send anyone to the scene at Jean's Black King Mountain, he clearly knew that she was the cause of the disaster, because ever since the collapse of Black King Mountain, since Jean's fall, the captain's condition deteriorated sharply. This meant that, just like back in Sword Emperor City, either the captain himself used excessive power, or someone else borrowed that power. At present, without the captain's permission, there's only one being in the world who can use that power, and that is Zephyrine. So without a doubt, no, that one, the commander's current condition. TCH. How could it be? TCH. So bad. Snored asterisk. The demon dragon messed up. Buble, greedily eating sweet potato croquettes, said Bishkar. And Balakt could hardly resist strangling us on the spot, but they clenched their fists and held back. Deputy Commander. Yes, Lord Balakt. What's your take? In my view, Lord Zephyr's actions this time were indeed excessive. Since the Sword Emperor City incident, the commander has needed extreme rest. Moreover, it's precisely when Jinzalo is gradually gaining a foothold, yet he didn't even show a shadow. I think we should extend, Lord Balakt. Lord Zephyrin, our grand cause will be delayed. Hearing this, Bishkar closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Then, I'll personally request him to infiltrate Jeeper's side as a spy for a while. That's the most we can ask of Lord Zephyrin. It seems unlikely. He'll agree. I'll do my best to convince him to accept. Balakt nodded in satisfaction. Bishkar recalled his own habit of always keeping promises. Understood. I'll trust the deputy commander and wait. Chapter 453. Chapter 130. New Year. Rumors. Great achievement too. Something must have gone wrong. A dancer said with a grim expression. Luncade's second generation. Joshua was reporting to Lunkade. For a moment, the cigarette but burned quietly. In the glow of that flame, Joshua's expression was even graver because he never imagined such a thing could happen. And it wasn't just anyone. It was the Black Knight. The family's strongest guardian knight. Only 10 could wear the black helmet. Black Knights never fail. Even if they did fail, they'd surely find another way, even when facing unforeseen variables they couldn't handle alone. They must return safely. If they couldn't even do that, it meant they'd reached the point of sacrificing their own strength. Then, they must leave a message for the family. In other words, no matter what happens, for Black Knight Sarah to go silent is unthinkable, at least in Joshua's eyes. Black Knight Sarah was such a being. Aside from him, everyone else thought the same. However, regarding the Black King Core incident reports, they've already started surfacing. Several days have passed since then. The Black Knight sent to meet Barkas. From the situation, the battle at Black King involving Jean is obvious. Who? Like a deep sigh. Gray smoke swirled in the darkness. I really want to cut off the reporter's head, even if you didn't tell me. I already knew. Why bring up something everyone knows, all over again? What's your motive? To vent the unquellable hatred and doubts. Even if I killed him, no one would blame me. The fingers holding the trembled slightly. 5 seconds after the intense impulse, Joshua regained his composure. He didn't cut off the reporter's head, though those 5 seconds felt like thousands of bugs crawling through his body. During that time, Joshua showed no emotion, nor the slightest waver. Controlling such a terrifying impulse seemed a source of great pride. Since you know, leave. Call Howard. Yes, understood. After the reporter left, Joshua sank back into thought. His gaze turned to the pile of reports on the desk. After Black Dragon Urakan destroyed Black King Mountain, so far, both the 12 Knights and the Black King Corps have consistently refused interviews, or to mention the matter. Judging by their extreme fear, this incident might have been caused by Black Dragon Urakan's bad mood. 1,000 years ago, called the Sky Emperor, the dragon that plunged the world into fear. What exactly is Murakan? The reports were full of details about Jean and Murakan, especially Murakan. If the Black Knight is dead, of course, the most likely scenario is that Murakan killed them. That shrewd Barkas Kron wouldn't join in killing a Black Knight just because an opportunity arose. Murakan, like countless reports, Joshua couldn't find a clear answer either. The eldest son couldn't have ordered Guardian Dragon Murakan to kill the Black Knight. The eldest son, 12 Knights. Joshua had always respected Jean. When other siblings saw Jean as a trivial child, Joshua saw the shining talent and potential in the eldest son. The eldest son was undoubtedly exceptional, not just in swordsmanship or magic talent, nor merely as a contractor, but as a monarch leading a group. He excelled too. A monarch's virtues are countless, but in Joshua's view, the most important one was love for those they rule. In that sense, the eldest son wouldn't kill a Black Knight just because they were an insider rather than himself. Never. The eldest son was also Luncade's most cherished person. Mother said so, and I've experienced it myself. Black Dragon Murakan is extremely fickle and cruel. If Murakan killed the Black Knight, it must have been against Jean's will. That would mean Jean can't control Murakan well. However, Joshua quickly concluded that wasn't the case. If Murakan were out of Jean's control, a much bigger incident would have happened by now. Zia, a neatly groomed man, with a straight posture entered the room. He was the head butler. Howard, you summoned me. Master, Howard, what's your take? Even without explanation for the abrupt, Howard showed no sign of panic. He already knew what troubled Joshua. There are 2 possibilities, death or desertion. In my view, either outcome involves betrayal. At the word betrayal, Joshua's eyes narrowed. Betrayal, huh? That person, the eldest son's milk nurse, Gilly. She's his sister. Before becoming a Black Knight, the relationship between Gilly and McRang came to mind. And Gilly, McRang, she harbored great hatred for the McRang family. I think so too. There are also reports that the Black Knight's use of Crow in the Sword Emperor Palace was known to the eldest son. If so, the eldest son could easily deduce the Black Knight was linked to the McRang family. The eldest son betrayed the family and killed the Black Knight. Howard said this. Unlike Joshua, he believed the 12 Knights didn't love Jean like the Agar clan did. For Jean, the family wasn't as important as Gilly to avenge her. And to strike at Joshua, he killed the Black Knight. Considering how much the eldest son cherished Gilly, this scenario seemed plausible. But Joshua quickly shook his head. It makes sense. But the eldest son wouldn't act so emotionally. Yes, Master, Gilly's desire for revenge might be resolved another way. If it's about betrayal, it could be more like Barton or Bitch's case. You mean that traitor? Yes, if the missing Black Knight was in the same situation as Barton, it would make sense for the eldest son to kill them. After all, it's about executing a family traitor. Master, but if that's the case, it means there's a problem with our cohesion. If another family Black Knight turns traitor, Howard didn't finish his sentence. Joshua hoped that wasn't true either. If he was a traitor, it would mean I didn't even notice. Even meeting Howard didn't resolve anything. The feeling of groping through fog grew ever more frustrating. Joshua suddenly realized what he should do, no matter what. The fact that a Black Knight was involved in the Black King Corps incident hasn't been made public. Not only the general public, but enemy forces don't know either. Only the Black King Corps and Jean's group know a Black Knight was involved. As the eldest son who loves the family, you would never reveal this information to Zipfel or other factions, even if it causes me great harm. You will always prioritize the interests of Runcandle. In other words, whether the Black Knights betray us or not, to the outside world, Runcandle and Joshua will lose nothing. As long as the 12 Knights and the Black King Corps keep silent, no information will leak in the future. Of course, they don't know about Zephyrine existence. Losing the Black Knights is an indescribable pain, but the family must gain the greatest benefit from this. Howard bows his head. Please give your orders. Write an article praising the 12 Knights and publish it. Emphasize that the Black King Corps was defeated by Jean and has submitted to him. Make the rumors sound like the truth, though it may be unpleasant. Marcus and Kron cannot act recklessly. This concerns the fate of the Black King Corps. Yes, at the same time, publish an article praising Murakan's might. The dragon among dragons protects Runcandle. Spread rumors that Zipfel fears him. This time, even Howard can't help but ask, is that really okay, Master? This could make the 12 Knights even stronger and provoke Zipfel. The forces that have remained neutral so far, the largest among them, could be easily swallowed by the eldest son. Howard bows his head again. It's been a few days, yet Zipfel has made no official statement. What do you think that means? Zipfel doesn't want to fight. Joshua continues. As always, either they're afraid of father, or truly fear Murakan. Either way, Zipfel has abandoned the Black King Corps. It was taken by Runcandle. Regarding the Black King Corps' rebellion, Joshua has also devised. Marcus, Kron might resist fiercely. They've never surrendered. Why always say such nonsense? If this continues, they'll defect to Zipfel. Exactly what Howard wanted to ask. If Barkus does that, completely wipe out the Black King Corps. Howard takes a moment to grasp the words and lets out a sigh. Zipfel has made it clear. They won't fight to reclaim the Black King Corps. We show we're ready to fight. And Zipfel will absolutely not aid the Black King Corps. I'll carry it out immediately. Good. Specific orders. You personally oversee the execution. Yes, Master. After Howard leaves the room, Joshua slumps into his chair as he lights a new cigarette. The sound of burning tobacco is give wings to the 12 Knights. Howard's words echo in his mind. He's right. Through this, Jean's status will rise further. However, in any case, everything Jean has will eventually return to me. In the swirling gray smoke, Joshua holds onto this belief. Chapter 454. Chapter 454. Chapter 130. New Year. Rumors. Grand Duke's Horn. 3. January 1st, 1800. A new year has arrived. Tychon's family gathers at Litra's pastry shop, simply wishing each other a happy new year. Crunch, crunch. The sound of children biting into cookies is delightful. Candles lit all around emit colorful light, the aroma of bread and cookies. And what about the magical scent Latry conjures in the kitchen? Both children and adults can't help but drool. It's a pastoral, yet refined scene of the first day of the new year. The old dog Pippi yawns and slowly walks toward the children, because near where Pippi was sitting, a few rugged men were seated. Their expressions clash with the warm atmosphere. Out of place. They're still wearing bloodstained clothes, their disheveled hair sharp and distant. They frown, tapping their fingers on the table, exuding extreme dissatisfaction. They are the leader and officers of the Black King Corps. They haven't changed their clothes to show their determination to keep fighting alongside Barkus. The reason they're here on the first day of the new year, instead of in the kingdom of Psycha, is because they couldn't handle the Black King's stronghold destroyed by Jean. To be precise, their authority was stripped away, all because of Runcandle. 1800. As a new century begins, the star of Runcandle's 12 Knights shines first. The world's top mercenary group, the Black King Corps. How did they come under the 12 Knights? Black King leader Barkus and Kron secretly swore allegiance to the 12 Knights. In the free city of Tychon, the story of becoming the Black Jean Lord of the Kingdom of Psycha. Runcandle's tale. 1799. Truly the year of Jean Runcandle. Will his momentum continue this year? The war between the 12 Knights and the Black King Corps was one of the biggest events of the last century. The victor was the 12 Knights and Runcandle, the Emperor of the Sky, the Great Black Dragon. Murakan once again roars fearsomely to the world. The dragon among dragons, the ruler of the skies, a name even Zipfel doesn't possess. Murakan, Ra-, members of the Black King Corps, sigh and exclaim. One word. They can't understand why such humiliating content is being spread. They want to confront Runcandle and demand answers. What does he take us for? When did we ever say we'd join the 12 Knights? After the Knights left, people sent by Runcandle stopped the Black King Corps from handling the Black King stronghold. On the surface, Runcandle seems to be managing the chaotic Black King Corps, handling affairs on behalf of the ruling family. In reality, it means the Black King Corps now belongs to Runcandle and must obey their commands. This is to make clear the ownership of the Black King Corps. Rage is about to erupt, losing their foundation in an instant. Such shame and insult. It's really unbearable. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Asterisk crackle asterisk. The sound of children crushing biscuits contrasts sharply with the Black King Corps' gritted teeth. As if on a blank sheet of paper, a line was drawn, and on both sides, Completely different scenes were painted. The side with the Daikan family, and the side with the Black King Corps. Can't you relax your expressions a bit? Friends, someone from the Daikan side walked to the Black King Corps' table. The master prepared. Such a fine place for us. Is it right for you to sit there, with such grim faces? You mercenaries. Have you ever eaten biscuits like these? It's my first time. He was Lada, leader of the Ghost King Corps. He came to greet Jean. To celebrate the first day of the new year, Lada's sister, Faye, also came over, adding a comment. Yeah, with kids around, don't make such fierce faces. I can barely hold back from snapping. The relationship between the Ghost King Corps and the Black King Corps wasn't good, especially Lada, who was always considered the weakest among the three major mercenary groups, had been waiting for a chance to turn things around, though now Jean's confidant, no longer craving that reversal as strongly. Seeing the Black King Corps' attitude, he still felt exasperated. What did you say? What did you say? I used polite language. Friend, except for Sir Barkus, none of you outrank me. Since we'll be sharing the same pot from now on, let's clarify the hierarchy. Sharing the same pot. Who said we'd share a pot with you? An officer shouted. A glint of menace flashed in Lada's eyes. The officer flinched. The higher-ups widened their eyes. Lada smiled, as if holding back a joke. I understand your feelings, but now's not the time. Why can't you see the situation clearly? When Sir Barkus wakes up, what do you think he'll decide? Will he really choose neutrality again? Tension simmered between Lada and the Black King Corps. As Lada said, Barkas still hadn't regained consciousness. After the Black King Corps incident, Jean took Barkas and the Black Knight straight to the Holy Kingdom. Holy King Ronnie. Only he could cure the dragon's poison. This time, even Ronnie couldn't heal them with pure divine power alone. He requested 500 types of herbs, some so rare even Lunkade would classify them as top priority missions. Thus, Jean and his companions, even on this New Year's Day, were still frantically busy. They scoured remote regions of various countries, navigated dangerous zones, and searched unprotected areas for herbs. The hardest workers were Lada, his Ghost King Corps, and Kazan. However, Lada had no intention of telling the furious Black King Corps members this fact. He believed his efforts were more for the master than for the Black King Corps. Sir Lada, do you really think our commander will join the 12 Knights? He will. Strength, tact, judgment, experience, and so on. Oh, in terms of temper, I might be more hot-headed, and bolder too. My character's better as well. Brother, Faye said jokingly, making a gagging gesture. The siblings usually got along well, but didn't see each other as they just hyped each other up in public. Anyway, would someone like Sir Barkus overlook what I've seen and heard? Becoming the master's strength is the best and only choice now. If the Black King Corps remains stubborn, they'll be abandoned by both Lunkade and Jeeper. That'll be the start of their downfall. That's for the commander to decide when he wakes up. Not for you to meddle in. Fine, but these guys are too mouthy. Over there, mercenary scum. Just you lot here. That's a bit much, isn't it? If you think the secret palace is a joke, want a lesson? By order of Talaris, stationed at Daikan, were Ryu and Sito of the secret palace's 7 swords. They were sitting with the Daikan family, enjoying tea and biscuits. Huh? What? Say that again. Today. Just as Lada and the Black King Corps' anger flared, ready to ignite, the door opened, and a voice rang out. Oh my. What's going on? The first day of the new year, and so many sour faces. Huh? You punks. Fighting. You didn't actually fight, did you? The kids are still playing over there. It was Murakin. At that voice, Lada and Faye immediately bowed. The Black King Corps members cleared their throats and averted their gazes. Sorry, Quicantle. These guys wouldn't say a word. Honestly, kicking up a fuss on the first day of the new year. What a mess. I was worried a fight might turn deadly, so I didn't intervene. Alright then. Good call. Latry, get some biscuits. Quick. They taste great. I also want to see how cocky they can get. Next to Murakin were Jean, Barkas wrapped in bandages, and the Black Knight, also bandaged, lying on a stretcher. Holy King Ronnie, wearing a winter hat. The Black Knight still hadn't regained consciousness. When Ronnie removed his hat, a profound divine aura seemed to envelop the entire bakery. That majesty made the mercenaries instinctively lower their heads. Because they knew he was treating their commander, they bowed even more respectfully. Greetings, Holy King. Today, I'm here as a friend of the Daikan family. Please, mercenaries, don't be formal. Raise your heads. Then, Lonnie looks at Jean and Barkus, shrugging her shoulders. But judging by this atmosphere, you two might have a tough time ahead. Anyway, give me some cookies quick. I need to eat and head back to continue the New Year blessing ceremony. She came to Taikan during a break from the blessing ceremony. Then Lonnie naturally joins the Taikan family in casual chatter. The Black King Corps raises their voices. Leader, it's fine. Don't make a fuss. Everyone, stop looking so serious. Straighten up. Barkus's words make the Black King Corps line up neatly and bow their heads. Should I speak? Or should Lord Barkus? Seeing this, Jean says, before that, Jean and Barkus have already discussed the future of the Black King Corps. I'll speak. Now, this is my last chance to speak, as the independent leader of the Black King Corps. Hearing this, the Black King Corps members widen their eyes. Lada, as if he had expected it, nods. The Black King Court didn't expect Barkis to accept this forced choice. But Barkis, as Lotta foresaw, knows this is the only way for the Black King Court to survive. From today onward, the Black King Court will serve under the 12 Knights as its main force. This isn't just about following the order of wealth and power in the world. It's an alliance forged with loyalty and faith, treating Jean as the lord of our blood oath. Compared to some elders under Lotta's Ghost Corps, the Black King Corps has stronger trust in Barkis, though confused by his sudden decision. They quickly adjust their mindset and nod, yes, and from now on, all equipment from Black King Mountain will be moved here, to the free city of Tychon. This will be part of Tychon's overall transformation. Everyone, stay sharp, and prepare the equipment. This is the moment Tychon's greatest. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, Chapter 130. New Year. Rumors. Great Transformation. 4. From that day, the Great Transformation Project began immediately. Jean and his companions barely had time to formally meet their new family or exchange New Year greetings, as they were swamped with work. Because the Great Transformation Project had truly begun, young Master Kashmir stands beside Jean on a ship circling the free city of Tychon, observing the project's progress. With almost no external manpower, the Black King Corps members personally transport and install equipment. The warships for combat were also brought by the Black King Corps, though their stronghold was a mountain. As mercenaries, they had plenty of equipment for naval warfare. Lord Kashmir. Jean turns to look at Kashmir. Thanks to you, young master, Tychon is experiencing days like this. Aside from those great powers, a place with Tychon's defensive strength is almost non-existent in this world. Kashmir says this with a deeply moved expression, his eyes glistening, as if tears could fall any moment. Jean suddenly recalls his thoughts when he first met Kashmir. When he wanted to establish a base in Tychon, he thought Lord Kashmir needed the foundation of national power most. For when the city upgrades to a nation, Tychon had a small population, a lack of talent, and insufficient resources. He relied solely on the intelligence network of the Seven-Colored Corps. Before Jean's return, even if it became a nation, it couldn't escape being a small country. Thus, he considered proposing a deal to share the power of Cologne's new biomirror. The mirror didn't even need to be used. It had already created a defense system second only to the great powers. For both Jean and Kashmir, this was an immense achievement they hadn't considered when they first met. Once the project is complete, Tychon could likely upgrade from a free city to a nation. This is why Kashmir is so deeply moved. Once the project is done, we'll announce to the major powers and that we, too, have become a nation, Kashmir says with determination, replacing the emotion on his face. Yes, I figured you'd do that. If you're willing, please become Tychon's first king. This is a proposal he hadn't anticipated, and one he doesn't intend to accept. Why should I? Because you've achieved so much. Jean senses these aren't probing words, but heartfelt. That's why he's even more surprised. Some Runcandle Knights also serve as kings of other nations, don't they? That's only symbolic. They don't actually perform kingly duties. It's just wearing a crown for protection, in name only. That's not the form I prefer. I know. But what I'm proposing is not that. Jean shrugs and shakes his head. No way. Lord Kashmir, the king of the free city should be you. Besides, to Tychon, I'm like a double-edged sword. You a double-edged sword? That's absurd. Why would you think that? Because I saw, before my return, you and your people turn Tychon into a free city, without any help. Jean doesn't say this aloud, but locks eyes with Kashmir. You should know, when Tychon declares itself a nation, the major powers, especially Runcandle and the Empire, will be the most displeased. The four major factions, Runcandle, Zipfel, Vermont, Kinzeloth. Among them, Zipfel and Kinzeloth, even if Tychon becomes a nation, are unlikely to directly pressure us. While my father is alive, Zipfel won't easily move against me or Runcandle, though they might apply indirect pressure. Kinzeloth this time, though they targeted me, suffered significant losses and fled, at least until I recover. Kinzeloth can't attack me. Moreover, Zephyrine actions in Black King Mountain were vastly different from how Kinzeloth used to deal with me. We can't rule out the possibility that she acted on her own. After the Black King Corps incident, Jean and his companions temporarily concluded that Zephyrine is the demon dragon of Kinzeloth as leader. If she possesses that kind of power, what Murakan mentioned is the direct princess of the demon god era. There aren't many possibilities, and we still don't know Zephyrines' true name. She's either an ancient demon who never operated in our era, or an existence erased from history. One of the two. Erased from history. The history Zipfel erased isn't just about the old Runcandle. You know that too. The same goes for the great mage Satron. Many memories of the dragons from those times were erased as well. So, the leader might also be a victim of historical manipulation. I've heard the Linkba brothers once saw the leader. Even if that's not the case, she might just be someone who failed in the ancient conquest wars and was forgotten. Either way, Zephyrine's recovery will be slow. Those demon dragons usually borrow power from a demon god or a similar entity, and the leader, during the Sword Emperor Castle, was already in poor condition after the Black King Core incident. In a conversation with Quickcantle, though many questions remain unresolved, Quickcantle was certain of one thing. Since Zephyrine is the leader's dragon, her recovery will be very slow. This is why it's judged that Zipfel and Kinzeloff, even if dissatisfied with Tychon becoming a nation, won't act directly. That's the reason. On the other hand, Runcandle and the Empire are different. Runcandle will act differently, based on Mother's judgment, but they'll likely try to gain the family's maximum benefit through Tychon. At the very least, they'll demand tribute, or even assign tasks. They might even make unreasonable demands, using the excuse of a Guardian Knight base. Of course, we won't just stand by. But for Tychon, this is already a huge burden. I'm mentally prepared, even without the Duke. We can't avoid pressure from the major factions, let alone the Empire. Since the Duke recently rejected the Emperor's proposal and plans to expose evidence of human experiments, Kashmir says with a bitter smile. In fact, the Emperor has long seen Tychon as a thorn in his side. It's only because of the Duke that he hasn't dared to act recklessly. So, Tychon becoming a nation is still thanks to the Duke. Kashmir doesn't know that before Jean's return, he alone elevated Tychon to a free nation. Back then, Tychon, though unable to escape being a small nation, was called the Holy King by Kashmir, protecting their small world. At least as far as Jean knows, no faction ever threatened Tychon. Thus, Jean feels some guilt. Because of him, Kashmir and Elisa got Yuria back and gained power far beyond what they had before his return. But it also brought more dangerous factors. In future wars, can Tychon truly fare better than before his return? This is something Jean and Tychon's companions have deeply considered. His return, has it really brought them benefits, or has it burdened them with too much risk? Of course, no matter how much you think, no answer comes. Kashmir seemed to understand her feelings, and nodded. Of course, she didn't know Jean had returned, but she accurately grasped Jean's troubles, even without considering his return. Building a deep bond with someone like Jean, or Luncade, is inherently a matter of taking on many risks. From the moment they found Yuria, Kashmir and Elisa became Jean's life-saving benefactors. The same went for the rest of the family. Quickcantle, from the moment she saved Enya. Jet, from the moment he and his son were accepted. Kuzan and Beres, from the moment Jean revealed Timon's secret and took them in. Yulian, from the moment he saved Thunder Dragon Cardle. And recently, the Ghost King Core and Black King Core each owed their lives to Faye and the team. That's how it was. The people of Taika became family only after Jean gave so much, far beyond mere mutual interests. We're always ready to sacrifice for each other, aren't we, Duke? So don't overthink it. Especially talk of double-edged swords. It's disheartening. Jean nodded with a smile. But I can't be a king. Then I'll do it. Honestly, it doesn't matter to us who wears the crown. If you're willing, Duke, I was going to offer it to you anyway. Oh, then can I do it? Jet interjected. Jet was busy moving gear and setting up equipment, sweating profusely. With his usual shamelessness, he navigated between the Black King Core and Ghost King Core, ensuring neither side got too upset. Thus, his companions believed Jet played a key role in easing tensions between the mercenary groups. Such a capable man was, in his past life, a lowly intelligence dealer. Truly surprising. Has Jean gone soft? If you're going to do it. I don't mind. The future's obvious. Just kidding. Lord Kashmir, I'm actually here to pass on a message. Something I overheard while moving gear. He's here. In the direction Jet was looking, a woman was waving. It was Quickcantle. Seeing her, Jean and Kashmir immediately understood. Come quick and see, Quickcantle said. She meant the Black Knight, rescued from the Black King Mountain Cave. Chapter 456. Chapter 456. Chapter 130. New Year. Rumors. Great Duke. Guwu. They immediately headed to the treatment room set up in the mansion's basement. The healing room was deliberately placed underground, for a reason. The Zephyrin toxins lingering on the Black Knight contaminated the air. When they opened the basement door, a sharp, acrid smell hit them. Kazan had already neutralized Jean's toxins for the Black Knight, which is why I smelled this. You're here, young master, Kazan said wearily. Beside him were Lonnie's top healers and detoxifiers from the Ghost Division. They had collapsed because of Jean. Half a month had already passed since the start of the new year. Only now had the Black Knight awakened. They couldn't even rest peacefully. Jet, take the healers to the recovery room. Then, increase this month's gold and silver tribute to the Holy Nation by 5 times. Even so, it had already surpassed 30% of their yearly budget. But money wasn't a concern. The bigger the fuss around Jean, the more the Jean Toro Trading Company's products sold like they had wings. Looking back at Lonnie's recent efforts, even 5 times the amount felt worth it. Not long after the news of the 12 Knights of Luncade taking over the Black King Squad, the traveling merchants of the Jean Toro Trading Company quickly sensed a business opportunity. They began producing and selling limited edition Black Dragon Miracan cosmetics, available in premium and standard versions. To increase the value of the limited editions, the Jean Shui clan purposely limited the quantity. As a result, Queues formed daily at the sales locations. The limited editions were going for tens of times their price on the black market. Those who couldn't get them bought other products instead. Aromatherapy, soap, and even indoor slippers featuring Jean and Murakan's images were all hugely popular. Everything was selling like crazy. Money flowed like a waterfall. Get better soon. Kazan. Take a break too. Go somewhere quiet. And spend a couple of days with bellies. Once everything is done, I'll take a vacation. Young master. Seriously. This guy Kazan is a total workaholic. Then let's grab a drink tonight. I'll invite Sir Barkus. And Sir Rada too. Kazan. Jet and the healers left the basement. Zia opened the door and saw the Black Knight sitting on the bed. According to Quekental, he still couldn't fully control his body, but the detoxification was complete. Now all he needed was medicine, rest, and time. Black Knight. When Jean approached him, the Black Knight slowly lifted his head. His expression was like someone waking up from a dream. Even a body as strong as his couldn't fully recover within half a month under such potent toxins and drugs. Otherwise, calling you Dox or Macrolon wouldn't be an issue, right? Dox, Macrolon, those were the names found during his coma. The true identity of the Black Knight was information even the 12 Knights had no authority to access. Only the 4 Knights, or those of equal rank, could access the identity of an active Black Knight. However, this time, discovering Dox's name didn't require like they had to for Barton, because he belonged to the Gilly family. 12 Knights. Dox's lips moved slightly. He also instinctively searched for a weapon, but his limbs made cracking sounds. Just to be safe, he had been restrained with special iron chains. Jean removed the chains. The Black Knight being in such a defenseless state was truly unimaginable. You too, right? Dox just silently stared at Jean, but it wasn't because he was choosing what to say. He was purging the residual toxins in his body. These were also memories he couldn't recall upon waking. What exactly happened? Damn it. That guy in the black helmet. How did it turn out like this? Until the moment he was ambushed by that strange mercenary Zephyrin. His memories were still clear. The sudden appearance of purple nails, the sensation of them piercing his body, made him tremble again. But everything after that was a shattered mess, like broken glass. After being hit by a toxin he had never encountered, his consciousness blurred instantly. That mercenary kept attacking me. Because of the poison, I couldn't resist. I thought I was going to die. In fact, if it weren't for Jean and his group, the follow-up attack after the ambush would have completely killed Dox. Then, a strange space suddenly formed. The 12 Knights, Murakan, and the Black King leader all covered me in battle. The 12 Knights saved me. It wasn't hard for Dox to come to that conclusion. But then, why? Dox didn't know what changes would happen with Jean and his companions after this. And if the enemy has the power to land a fatal blow, it would be extremely difficult for the 12 Knights and the Guardian Dragon to protect him in battle. Extremely difficult. Therefore, the 12 Knights should abandon him and escape. Especially in the situation where the 12 Knights opposed the second Knight. Even more so, was it for the sake of the family's decision? Though they might use the Black King squad as a shield, the 12 Knights saved me. In other words, sacrificed themselves for the family. Even if that meant helping the second Knight. A sudden headache made Dox clutch his head. Don't force yourself to recall. We won't extract information by torturing you. Don't force yourself to recall. We won't extract information by torturing you. Especially not information about the second Knight. Nor will we treat you like a prisoner. Just relax. Jia. Jean pulled a chair over and sat in front of Dox. Of course, even torture wouldn't make the Black Knight speak. Even if we captured you as a hostage, Joshua wouldn't come to rescue you. You saved me. Yes, I fought alongside Malakan and the Black King squad, battled that monster, and protected you. Phew. After escaping, the Holy King treated you personally. That much Dox could imagine. After all, everyone knows the relationship between Lungcade, Jean, and Lonnie. But in the next moment, Jean's words made Dox widen his eyes, utterly shocked. But even Lonnie couldn't completely heal you. So we opened the Eternal Vault and used the last drop of Mumaris's blood in the Holy Nation. Hey. But Dox coughed dryly in astonishment. Since becoming a Sky Knight, this was the first time he coughed like that. You know best yourself. That poison, even with the Holy King's power, cannot be fully cured. After using Mumaris's blood, it still took you nearly half a month to wake up. Huh? Is that so? You don't believe me? Jean looked at Dox. Of course. It's a lie. The blood of Mumaris was never used. Dox recovered entirely through Lonnie's holy power and the strength of the Holy Nation. But as Dox, he couldn't help but doubt what Jean said. Unless it was Mumaris's blood, no other cure existed for that poison. That wasn't strange, because he'd never used it, and no one had seen that poison actually used on him. Why? As a member of the family, I can express my gratitude. But because you used something that disgusting, you expect me to swear loyalty? He's a Black Knight. The Black-Helmed ones don't betray their master just because someone saved their life. Jean chuckled softly. Jean didn't say it out of manipulation. He just felt there was no harm in saying that lie. Loyalty. No. I never expected that. Take a look at this first. Jean handed over a stack of reports. They were written by Joshua, praising Jean and Malakan. What is this? Clearly from a media outlet, under the Second Knights faction. Did the Second Knights faction order this kind of report? And the article doesn't mention Zephyri at all. It only talks about the 12 Knights and the Guardian Dragon taking over the Black King's group's affairs. As soon as I opened my eyes, everything was incomprehensible, but the meaning of these reports is very clear. This isn't the 12 Knights. Using the results of my deal with the Second Knights, the Second Knights think I'm already dead, and the 12 Knights have decided that even if they put me on trial, it's for the sake of the family's principles. Doksu believes he, more than anyone else, understands Joshua. That's not wrong. With the head of the family and the acting head's approval. After Joshua was placed under him, as a Black Knight, he was always watching closely. I don't need to explain why Joshua would release such a report, do I? I roughly understand. Zephyri escaped. And you took credit for destroying the Black King's group. The Second Knights don't know about this, which is why they released such a report. Exactly. But even if you tell Joshua about Zephyri's existence, nothing will change. And even if you go back, Joshua won't trust you anymore. John believes that's the kind of person Joshua is. Once you're out of his control, no matter the reason, let alone a Black Knight thought to be dead returning, saying he was attacked by a new recruit of the Black King's group, and that the 12 Knights saved him. To Joshua, this is an unexpected variable in his plan. He's already accepted the fact of losing a Black Knight to ensure the family's prestige and power. More importantly, it's impossible to trust a rescued Black Knight again. Losing a Black Knight, though it's an indescribable pain, the family must use this incident to gain the greatest benefit. Words Joshua said while talking with Howard. Though John didn't hear those words himself, his calculations about Joshua are accurate. Spirit. So what do you think? What are you going to do with me now? Do with you? Send you back to Joshua, whether he trusts you again or not. In any case, you won't betray Joshua. Joshua and I are engaged in a sequence war. But broadly speaking, you are the family's most important strategy. Therefore, we spared no divine relic to save you. Are you at ease, John? Yes, I'm at ease, John. But before that, I'll collect the price for saving you. Before you go see Joshua, after recovering, carry out one of my orders. Rox looked up at John, suddenly giving an order, completely unable to grasp the 12 Knights' intentions. Whether to carry out that order is up to you. But if you don't accept, after I seize control of the family, you'll know the consequences, as if you're certain to become the head. The world is unpredictable, isn't it? What to do? This order isn't difficult for a Black Knight. It's nothing at all for Rox. There's no reason to refuse. If I refuse, and John changes his attitude, that would be trouble. Recover first, then decide whether to carry out the order. It's not too late. All right. I accept. Tell me. What's the order? Hearing this, John smiled. After recovering, immediately head to the city in the southern region of Shupist. Rickalton. Investigate the cause of the events happening there. Rickalton. They say that's where Yiksha collects human materials for his father and son. Chapter 457. Chapter 457. Chapter 131. People with sharp senses. People with dull senses. Late January 1800. Daikan Free City was still busy transporting and installing the Black King's stronghold equipment. The Guardian Knights sent by Renki to the Black King's stronghold initially disrupted the pride of the Black King's group members, but now the members feel it's quite convenient because they're firmly stationed in the Sai Kingdom. The flies can't cause trouble without Renki. The corresponding occupation of Daikan would have to be handled by them. In the sudden collapse of the Black King's strong, causing international turmoil. It's a rather exhausting task. Most importantly, the Black King's group members are satisfied with the replacement of the Guardian Knights commander stationed in the Sai Kingdom. Satisfied with the change. Those guys, I think. They must look like humiliated, defeated soldiers, right? Unexpectedly, they've calmly accepted their defeat. Not only that, they even seem quite satisfied. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Melly said, biting into an apple. Standing beside her was, of course, Deepu's. Renki. They came here to prevent other knights, or those vying for the throne, from interfering, though recently it's almost been controlled by John. Careless handling of the eldest son's spoils could lead to unfortunate events. As expected, when they first arrived, Joshua's knights stationed here were arrogant toward the Black King's group members. The Black King's group members, to avoid involving their new master in unnecessary conflicts, endured this unpleasant attitude until Melly and Deepu's arrived. Things were handled pleasantly. The two reorganized the Guardian Knights' discipline, and this action wasn't just because of their fondness for the eldest son. Provocation. Some worried that if they acted recklessly toward the eldest son again, something else might happen to the family. Even if it's described as madness, it wouldn't be an exaggeration from Melly. She also believes Renki recently needs a period of calm. The first day we came to act as a shield, everyone was furious. Not at John, but at the lower members of the second team. Melly took an apple from John. Deepu said. The siblings sat in a tree, eating dozens of apples, while watching the Black King's group members work. Had I known it would be like this, I should have taken on the entire Black King's group myself. What a pity. I'm so jealous. The new guy? For Melly. Compared to gaining the Black King's group, what makes her more jealous is the fact of facing off against the Black King's group. Strictly speaking, the young master didn't fight alone. If it weren't for Lord Murakan, this outcome would never have happened. Not necessarily. Although this time proved Lord Murakan's extraordinary strength. The scribes of the Second Knights wrote praises of him, almost obsessively, as if trying to erase Jean's heroics from the Black King squad incident. Is the excessive praise for Lord Murakan meant to conceal Jean's true strength? That's what I believe, whether it's the Second Knights or us. Everyone present in the family, on that day, when he declared his succession as family head, saw just how amazing that boy was. Thinking back to that day, Jean unleashed the Nightfire's secret art of the demon sword, the Ming King's spirit sword, and shattered half of the sword cauldron. It was a chilling sight. Truly terrifying. At that time, that boy had just recovered from losing both arms. He demonstrated such power. In that condition, the chance that he was at his peak was slim to none. Perhaps, he was actually in his worst condition. That's just insane. If he caused all that while in his worst state, then that alone is comforting for the boss. But can't you imagine it? What? The moment he single-handedly destroyed the Black King fortress, wielding that terrifying demon sword, and the Ming King's sword. Melly imagined it like savoring a delicious dish. She pictured the scene with admiration in her voice. Dips shook his head, but couldn't deny his beloved sister's words, because he could picture it too. Effortlessly. Someone who could destroy the source of swords alone shouldn't have had trouble with the Black King fortress. It feels strange. If the final battle was handled by Lord Murakan, would the Black King squad be so content? Their eyes clearly showed they had found a master worthy of respect, not someone who relied on a guardian dragon. Impossible. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. And after a few days of observation, the equipment inside the Black King fortress, all the important gear, is intact. I doubt that's just luck. Meaning, during the battle, the boss held back his power to avoid damaging key loot? MHM. Honestly, it sounds unlikely, but in reality, strangely enough, among all the most expensive and hard to acquire equipment, not a single piece suffered irreparable damage. The siblings didn't know that it was purely luck. On the day Zephyrin caused trouble, his attacks luckily avoided the Black King squad's top gear. Even the subsequent landslides didn't damage that equipment. It was just luck, precisely because they ruled out that kind of miraculous luck. Melly's imagination ran even wilder. Even Dips found it hard to believe, muttering to himself internally. As the siblings fell silent again, members of the Black King squad started singing their work songs with gusto. Regardless of everything, Melly bit into the last apple and continued speaking. We need to get stronger, fast. Big brother, my instincts are telling me, what? If we want to fight the boss, whether it's head-on or side by side, Deepu's felt. Mei Li's voice always carried that spark. Someone who's always craved getting stronger, now more than ever. His beloved little sister, also his greatest rival among rivals. Each is a mountain the other must climb. This feeling is great. It's thrilling. Though there was some disappointment in his heart, Deepu's couldn't help but laugh. When we get back, I'll seriously look into what kind of headache. I get what you mean. Mei Li's eyes lit up instantly. Deepu's continued. For now, do whatever you want. Go ahead and do it. You can cause all the trouble you want, or train as much as you like. I'll handle the consequences. As expected, only my second brother gets me. Only at times like this do you act like our brother. When are you going to grow up? Don't regret talking big later. One of the great 4 knights of Luncade never goes back on his word. I'm going now. Big brother, you watch over things here. My tasks, you can handle them for now too. Hey. Mei Li, hey. Before Deepu's could grab her, Mei Li was already tearing down the mountain. Her sprint snapped trees in half and kicked up clouds of dust. You little punk. You're not going to cause some irreparable disaster like before, are you? I should have been more careful with my words. Suddenly, a strong sense of unease gripped Deepu's heart. Dox McClong's body hadn't fully recovered yet. However, after retrieving Chloe, he'd regained about 30% of his usual strength. So, Dox immediately left Daikan Free City, leaving only this message. To save me. You even went so far as to obtain Numerous's blood, and that vile thing, I won't forget any of it. Admit it. If it weren't for your efforts, I'd have died in vain, unable to dedicate the rest of my life to the family. Even so, as a Black Knight, I still can't follow your orders, but as Dox McClong, I will obey your command. Once this is over, I'll send word. I hope you understand. I'm not breaking my vow and running away. Surprisingly, when Dox left Daikan, no one noticed him at all, which means the reverse is also possible. Shiya's Black Knights haven't infiltrated Daikan, not because they lack the ability, but because of Shiren's orders. Turns out he's not an ungrateful wretch. Who'd have thought he'd leave a gift and then go? Jean didn't overlook the implications of Dox's silent departure. Lord Barkas, your orders? My lord, once all the equipment is transferred, how much will Daikan's defense level improve compared to now? That depends on how many resources you invest in defense, be it manpower or money. Whatever's needed, spare no expense. That's my thinking too. The message the Black Knight left behind. You read it perfectly. A Black Knight who hasn't fully recovered could slip away so easily. A fully restored Black Knight. Well, that goes without saying. Though Barkas accepted Jean as his lord. On the other hand, he often tested Jean whenever the chance arose. After all, he'd been a leader of vast forces, longer and earlier than Jean ever had. Jean was quite satisfied with this dynamic. Yes, my lord. So, what's the next step? When a faction suddenly grows, the standard path for a leader is to consolidate power and reorganize the hierarchy. Barkas hoped Jean wouldn't give a textbook answer like that. Now's the time to consolidate power and reorganize the hierarchy. Sure, but that's not my job. Consolidation, or rather, reorganization falls to those already in the ranks. It should be handled by the original members of the Imperial Armor. As for reorganizing the hierarchy, that's an individual's responsibility. I won't meddle in anything. Not meddling at all. Since we've suddenly become one family, conflicts are inevitable. If I step in, I'll end up favoring one side. So, it's best to let the victors and losers sort out the hierarchy themselves. However, killing or crippling each other is forbidden. That much, I'll personally oversee. In Barkas's heart, he couldn't help but applaud silently. Lotta. Plock. That young mad dog has become a pup. 10 years ago, those kids called him the Little Emperor. Now he's a giant steering me and the Black King clan. Suddenly, last night's banquet, Lotta, and Jet's words came to his mind. Lord Barkas, maybe you're actually the lucky one. I lost my truest subordinate, had my only brother captured, and went through all sorts of setbacks before I saw his worth. My mom, in Jeepel, playing the role of Bellatine, really went through hell, acting the part. She played it so convincingly. The first time I came to Daikan, I was already a broken man. Back in the Akeem Kingdom, I was just a small-time guy living comfortably. Only after following you did I become someone of worth. And yet, didn't the Black King clan only lose their stronghold and reputation? But even the stronghold, most of the key equipment is still intact. As for reputation, I'm sure of it. When our Lord ascends to the throne of the world, the Black King squad will gain a reputation dozens of times more glorious than before. Me too, my friend Jet, feels the same. Barkas smiled and answered brilliantly. My lord, so then, what is it that you must do? My lord, then, Jean answered without hesitation. Great mercenary Amala, that's the right answer. We must recruit her. If we can't recruit her, then we must ensure we can counterbalance her. Chapter 458. Chapter 458. Chapter 131. Those with sharp instincts would know. Amala, the great mercenary of the Gai Fa Islands, is someone whose reputation, compared to the three great mercenaries, has very little actual information about her. Very little is known. People praise her anonymity. Every year, there are special reports about Amala. At least once a year, Amala accepts a war-related commission and always delivers extraordinary results. This is taken as a given. However, that information lacks any real substance. Amala rarely accepts interviews in person or appears in formal settings. Therefore, those reports are almost entirely made up. In his previous life, Jean only knew of Amala through those reports. But once, his master Valeria and Hist once mentioned Amala. They said Amala wore the skins of those she killed. I often felt that the reports about her were bizarre. Because the journalists wrote fake stories without any consequences. This kind of thing happened. That's true. But maybe she doesn't even know that journalists write such things about her and doesn't know that in the eyes of the world, her image has been shaped this way. She really doesn't. Yeah. Her level of concern for worldly matters is shockingly low. From what I've seen, she's very simple-minded. Simple-minded? Even though they say she wears human skin, that sounds like nonsense to me. But her incredible combat skill, that's real. Can someone like that still be simple-minded? Being simple isn't always good. Anyway, if you finished your tea, let's head to training. That was one day in a previous life. We had breakfast together and read through the message board. Back then, we didn't take Amala's name seriously, so we didn't assign it much meaning. Being simple isn't always a good thing. Looking back now, those words meant that Amala had a blurred sense of right and wrong. Why did I come to think that way? Barkas finally asked a question. He wanted to know why there was a need to recruit and restrain Amala. Because they have formed an alliance with me. This isn't an alliance. It's a relationship between lord and vassals. Please don't dwell too much on wording. Think of Lotta and me. The world already knows this fact. We had hoped to keep it secret until our position was stronger. But now it seems there are only two major neutral forces left in the world. Mercenary Amala and Lord Me. That's true. The alliance with Lord Me hasn't been made public yet, but the major powers have probably already noticed. What the world knows is not only the alliance. There are even rumors about a marriage between you and Lord Me's daughter. Those rumors have been circulating for a long time. Now, only Amala remains. To anyone else, if even Amala joins us, it might become awkward. I haven't had time lately to deal with this matter. But other powers have likely already tried approaching Amala. If we're unlucky, she might already be with someone. Because of Jean's recent moves, the world's balance has shifted. Those in the gray zone are making choices, deciding which side to stand on. Neutral parties are dwindling. Amala likely hasn't chosen a side yet. My lord, she is an unpredictable figure. Did you know? I believe Amala's standards are actually quite clear. By conventional measure, we've only run into each other a few times on the battlefield, shared a few meals together. Amala and Bacchus are both renowned mercenaries. They crossed paths on the same battlefield during different missions. Bacchus frowned slightly as he recalled those times. You know, my lord, Amala has no mercenary corps. That's right. She works alone. Even so, whenever I encountered her in battle, I never won. Are you saying there's such a gap, not between me and Amala, but between the Black King squad and Amala? Jean widened his eyes. What do you mean? Though I hate to admit it, in terms of warfare capability, even when compared to the entire Black King squad, including myself, Amala holds the advantage. In single combat, the outcome might be different. But I've never had a chance to verify that. Bacchus met Jean's eyes, and continued. In other words, we must make Amala one of yours. Just having clashed because of opposing employers is one thing, but becoming actual enemies is another. If she ever becomes a personal enemy, I think we must consider eliminating her. Hearing that resolute tone, Jean nodded. I understand your point. The first priority is to find out what Amala wants. Do you have any special intel? Exploration. Amala has spent her life wandering and exploring. After a battle, during dinner, I cautiously asked her once. She seemed to have a strong desire, like she was searching for something, but she didn't tell me what exactly it was. As long as we figure that out, it'll be easy to make her ours. Then it'll be easy to make her one of mine. This intense intuition flashes through the mind. No interest in worldly affairs. Her past life's master described her this way. Perhaps because Amala is someone completely immersed in her own goals. It's worth asking the current Valeria if she knows Amala. Going together might be a good choice. In any case, let's meet her and talk first. Yes, my lord. Amala seems quite fond of those two children. Ratya seems a bit reluctant, though it's hard to imagine someone finding Ratya cute. But taking her along doesn't seem to do any harm. Understood. Then I'll go back to overseeing the project. If Amala is willing to cooperate, please send her my regards. After Bacchus left, as if waiting for this moment, someone approached Jean. It was Yuri. Young master. Yuri, Jean had known for a while. To be precise, lately, Yuri had been wanting to talk to him about something. He was waiting for her to gather her thoughts. Later, when he approached her, it was because of Dox. He had been acting restless. After becoming a knight, when Mclaranga didn't come to greet him, even with Dox, whom he had barely saved, silently leaving. In fact, Jean felt as though he had received a signal to raise his guard. At this moment, it was the same. Yuri was acting as if she had done something wrong. I'm worried. What if the Black Knight doesn't follow your orders? Young master, what should we do? Why is Yuri worried about this? My family. Yuri paused for a moment, then said in an unconfident voice, because it's someone from my family. The Black Knight doesn't care about family. And like I said last time, he barely suppressed the anger in his heart and stopped speaking. Of course, this anger wasn't directed at Yuri, but at Mclaranga, who made Yuri feel inferior. Mclaranga, I won't make special comments about Mclaranga, unless they do something excessive to Yuri. So don't worry. As for Yuri, Jean couldn't fully control his emotions either, though he said, not to worry. In Jean's eyes, there was a resolve, strong enough to wipe out the Mclaranga clan, a fierce determination to kill. Yuri, pained by this fact, couldn't lift her head. And Jean, a beat late, realized this. Instead of anger, he should prioritize Yuri's feelings, though he had always understood this. Putting it into practice was difficult, however. Because Jean understood this, because he remembered clearly, in his past life, when he was exiled, Yuri faced the same fate. The Mclaranga clan didn't offer Yuri any help. With the Mclaranga clan's status in Shupist, they could have easily helped Yuri. Of course, restoring her as a warrior was impossible, but at the very least, they could have prevented her from dying alone, and miserably. This was why Jean was angry at the Mclaranga clan. As for the Black Knight, whether he follows that order or not, it will bring me valuable information. If he doesn't comply, then I can deduce that all active Black Knights are connected to Rickarton. If he does comply, then it will help me tap into Joshua's fate, Jean said, calming his anger again, and Joshua will no longer trust that Black Knight. In the end, he'll likely become my ally, as long as he isn't killed by Joshua, before I become the head of the family. I'll save him. What? If Dox might be killed by Joshua, I'll save him. As I said, he's a Black Knight, not a warrior of the Mclaranga clan. He's one of the family's most important combat forces. I won't let him die in vain. That's why I saved him this time. Yuri nodded silently. Jean shrugged. Now you know? Yuri doesn't need to worry about anything. I'm heading to the Gafen Islands soon. Please make the preparations. I'd like to experience the feeling of Yuri arranging things for me again. Understood. Young master, I'll prepare everything quickly. Chapter 459. Chapter 459. Chapter 131. People with sharp senses. People with dull senses. 3. When Yuri went to prepare for Jean's trip, this time, it was Muraka who came to see him. He ran into Yuri on the way in, forcing a smile to make her laugh, and rolling his eyes, but she only nodded and passed by. Looks like Strawberry Pie's mood today is 2 parts displeasure, 3 parts sadness, 5 parts bitterness. This calculation is absolutely precise, kid. You know what? What nonsense are you spouting now? You know something too? What? You only boss Strawberry Pie around. His forehead tightened slightly. That great black dragon. Doesn't he throw some clumsy winks too? What winks? Mixed with those cheap jokes. That joke. I don't know how much it made Strawberry Pie laugh, but what are you talking about? I don't need those jokes. Yuri will laugh, just by seeing my face. Oh, listen to that tone. The contractor of 1,000 years. Can't see anything. Really? I raised you wrong. Back when I threatened to destroy the spring flower market, I should have seen it coming. Oh really? Maraka, I'm doing pretty well now. It's already annoying enough. Why are you stirring things up? That sound. Oh, that sound. Let out a typical fake cough. Asterisk cough, asterisk cough, asterisk cough, asterisk. Jean couldn't help but laugh. Go help Strawberry Pie. No, it's Geely. That's the reason. Without this reason. If I told Geely I'd help out too, I'd only hear. No need to worry about your answer. On the other hand, with this reason, we can work together naturally. Young master, you're here. Ha ha ha. Alright, kid. That's a pretty satisfying answer. So, while you're off looking for Amela or Camilla, I'll handle the detained housework with Strawberry Pie. You come along too. Also, we don't have any detained housework. What? Why? Why? Aren't you a guardian dragon? Well, that's true. But sometimes, I need a bit of... I'll meet your expectations, as much as I can. But this time, you've got to come along. It could be dangerous. As long as someone like Zeppelin does... It should be fine, right? Lord Malakan, it's better if you stay here to guard. Zeppelin might just show up. Plus, at the Gafa archipelago, we'll need a proper aura. At the mention of aura, Malakan's brow furrowed. Aura. Using my body. As an aura? Yes, at the Gafa archipelago, all 4 major powers will gather. Key figures will show up in person, so we don't want to look inferior among them. That's the idea, right? In fact, even without Malakan, Lada, and Fei, Jean alone wouldn't be underestimated. Though, just a year or 2 ago, many still thought he was just one of the 12 swords. Now, Jean has joined the ranks of giants. Back then, he was a star shaking the world, stirring waves in Poland. But after absorbing the Ghost God team and the Black King clan, he's undeniably become a Jubo. Even without Malakan, his presence wouldn't be diminished. But an extra bit of strength is always good. The Gafa archipelago, this small place, is packed with the world's fiercest beasts. Even the tiniest spark could ignite a frenzied battle. Then, just Jean and the Plock siblings might not be enough. The enemy's forces will surely bring a ton of troops. Exactly. We need to prepare for the worst. There'll be a fight one way or another. Anyway, let's get going. Once I'm done helping Geely, by the time I'm back at the Gafa archipelago, you'll have prepared lines for every scenario. Lines? What lines? You know, that kind of thing. The clear sea, calm and waveless. Warm breezes blowing through all seasons. A forest overlooking the ocean, brimming with fruit-laden trees. It's teeming with unknown wild animals. This is the Gafa archipelago. Truly a useless place. The nearby waters may be calm, but stray a bit from the islands, and you'll hit terrifying currents and mysterious whirlpools. Normal shipping routes can't pass through. The warm winds blowing daily often carry dry sand and water droplets, blanketing the islands, making it unsuitable for mobile checkpoints. A colorful land. Dig into it, and you'll find only meager resources. Worse still, every year, unexplained endemic diseases pop up. The occasional settlers can't hold out for long. The worst part is the monsters. The Gafa archipelago is an unprotected zone, not a top-tier danger zone, but every few days, a few beast-like monsters roam the islands. So, the Gafa archipelago can't be a tourist spot, a residential area, or even a hideout for the rich. Some have tried to brave these harsh conditions, investing in the islands, or building private retreats. But, since the great mercenary Amela took root in this vast, useless archipelago 30 years ago, all that stopped. Asterisk swish swish asterisk. The oars gently cut through the fog-shrouded sea. Rowing us to the archipelago alone was none other than Lada. Plock. About that, there are plenty of rumors. My lord, are you talking about why fewer people approached the Gafa archipelago since Amela arrived? Rumor has it, Amela's hiding something on the Gafa archipelago. Killing anyone who comes looking. Hiding a lover. Hiding a kidnapped child. Things like that. Of course, there's also talk of hidden treasure. Plenty of mercenaries and pirates have come to the Gafa archipelago. All fools. No one's seen them again. 1 or 2, fine. But whole groups vanishing? That's got to be Amela's doing. The rare survivors who make it back, their minds are shattered. Seeing Amela, they tremble in fear. Rumors about Amela making clothes from human skin, or being a cannibal, started from things like that. One thing's for sure. Amela really hates visitors. Passing through the foggy zone, the Gafa archipelago's scenery came into view. Yes, the Gafa archipelago. has more visitors than ever before. Lotta was certain Amala wouldn't meet these visitors, but if she did, it wouldn't be to welcome them. It'd be for war. By the way, I heard Amala has a soft spot for Sir Lotta and Fei. Even if Sir Barkis says so, please don't mind our feelings, Sir Jean, Fei said. Before setting out, he'd heard the same story from Barkis. Then, he continued, and this so-called soft spot, I'm not so sure. Can this word be used to describe Sir Barkis? Perhaps because we once dined together on the battlefield by chance. This thought came to me. My brother and I, apart from that day, often saw Amara. If it's not fondness, it's hard to put into words. I think it's more like treating her as a toy or a playmate, saying it's boring, yet wielding a sword. I'm ashamed to admit, once, I was caught off guard by her sudden attack and got a cut on my forehead. In that moment, when Jean heard stories about Amara, she finally understood what that strange premonition was, blurring the line between good and evil, killing in the name of jest. Among the people Jean loved, there was someone like that. Big Sister Yuna. From what we've heard so far, Amara and Yuna share many similarities. A word naturally came to mind. Chaos. Perhaps Amara is like Big Sister Yuna. Of course, she might just be twisted in character, but other aspects fit well too. Single-handedly, on the battlefield, overwhelming the entire Black King Corps. It's the same. Bacchus believes Amara isn't someone with late-stage 10-star, transcendent martial power, but rather someone with special abilities. Amara's entire life has been one of wandering and adventure. After a battle, while eating, I tentatively asked her, and she seemed to have a great desire to search for something. What exactly it was, she didn't tell me. Recalling Bacchus's words, a sharp intuition seemed to pierce through her mind. What Amara was searching for must be related to chaos. She herself might be the source of chaos, the reason, or the means to control, or eliminate it. If what Amara is searching for is these things, what can I offer about chaos? Jean doesn't know much. Almost everything was told to her by Terraris not long ago. And how much do the enemies know? The royal family might not know, but Kinzalo and Jaipal seem to know more than I do, especially Kinzalo's leader, who is speculated to be a demon king-level entity. If Amara's goal is truly about chaos, then I'm at quite a disadvantage. After all, I was the last to arrive at the archipelago. Just as she thought of this, Jean and her companions saw a familiar sight. Ahead, at the center of the Galefar archipelago, thick black smoke and red light rose. Without a doubt, this meant the battle had already begun, and the battle was rapidly escalating. Main attack. What should we do? Rada and Flying Wing asked. Jean made a decision instantly. If there was only one powerful force coming to the Galefar archipelago, he would rush over immediately, because it would be Amara fighting against that powerful force. But that's not the case now. It could be a battle between several powerful forces, or a battle involving Amara, or Amara fighting against one powerful force, because they all want Amara. As long as the four major forces aren't united against Amara, she is actually the safest in any situation, because there will always be someone who wants to save her. Let's move a bit slower. If possible, find a place to hide and see how they fight. Chapter 460, Chapter 460, Chapter 131. People with sharp senses, people with dull senses. 4. They moored the ship on a reef and landed on the island. It seems a sentry was standing here earlier. Judging by the footprints, they seem to be special forces, Rada said, looking at the nearby footprints. Special forces? Can you tell just from footprints? It's a matter of intuition and experience. Master, due to the nature of my job, I often deal with them. There's an indescribable pattern. If Big Brother says so, then it must be special forces. These guys are hardly beasts. This made them feel very intrigued. This ability was something he didn't possess. Of course, this was after he confirmed the special forces indeed existed. Upon closer inspection, the battle wasn't only happening on various islands, large and small. Smoke and flames were rising. In other words, skirmishes were breaking out everywhere. The islands were very close to each other. Swimming or jumping could easily get you across. They decided to circle the archipelago to assess the situation. Wow, every time they moved, they could hear screams coming from somewhere. Bright sunlight, untouched natural beauty, warm sea breeze, elements that clashed with these scenes kept increasing. The group couldn't help but feel a strange sense of dissonance. Hey, little one, these screams, don't they feel a bit off? Jean nodded. They sound like untrained, ordinary people, screaming out of fear. I think so too. Master, these sounds are too loud. They can't be from ordinary islanders, or civilians. They carry at least the inner strength of a 6-star warrior, though well-trained. And war-seasoned people wouldn't let out such shrill screams. The people who came to the Galefar archipelago are elite troops of the four major forces, and they were brought here, knowing they might clash with each other. They were brought here. At the very least, they should all be elite personnel. These elite personnel, screaming in such terror, it's hard to comprehend. The newly arrived island resembles a low hill, due to its higher elevation. After climbing to the top, they could see the islands ahead. They witnessed a Shocking scene they had never imagined. Asterisk groan asterisk. Asterisk yell asterisk. Asterisk ah asterisk. A group of people, as if terrified and fleeing, like wild beasts, running around in chaos. My god. What's going on? Lord Murakan, that's the Imperial Army. The people running are the Imperial elite forces. Even on the ground, flags symbolizing the Baimon Empire are scattered. The Imperial elite forces, trampling over these flags as they run. These people, who reached the level of Imperial elite forces. Why have they become so indifferent? Nothing was visible ahead, but a few seconds later, they understood. The reason the Imperial elite forces went mad. Master, this seems to be. They're not fighting another faction. The Imperial elite forces the group saw were killing each other. Their martial skills and movements were extremely clumsy, as if controlled by some force, or as if they couldn't see ahead. They kept screaming, brandishing their weapons. Asterisk break asterisk. Asterisk death asterisk. Asterisk evil asterisk. The group hid behind rocks, observing their behavior. They fell into deep thought. What exactly happened on these islands? If it's a phenomenon caused by hallucinogenic agents, there should be a lingering smell. Such a potent hallucinogenic agent would have a toxic odor. It's not drugs either, the Proc siblings said, while they were sniffing for odors. Or the result of mental magic. After all, Jabril is here too. However, on the island where the Imperial elite forces were slaughtering each other, there was no trace of magic, neither drugs, nor magic. Then what method could turn the Imperial elite forces into this? He turned to look at the other islands. Explosions, firelight, and black smoke came into view. The footprints Ratya mentioned weren't from the Imperial elite forces, but from special forces. Those footprints maintained a certain pace. So, when the special forces were on alert, they noticed something unusual with the royal elite forces. Whatever made those people go mad doesn't affect individuals above a certain level. Let's check out some other islands. This hypothesis isn't hard to verify. We just need to compare with other islands where battles are taking place. On the next island we visited, we witnessed Gibber's mages slaughtering one another. They were attacking each other just as crazily as the royal elite forces. However, the situation wasn't as clear-cut. Their vile poison is truly disgusting. Malakan frowned. The mages from Jipal don't use magic. They fight with even when the royal elites, they still have enough raw power to kill in one strike. But mages have to go through a brutal process just to kill someone. This clearly wasn't done by Jipal. Let's check the next island. Jinzalo's group should be here too. It wasn't hard to find the island they were on. Beastly roars came from the island ahead. The sound of Jinzalo's subordinates. It was the Red Fox clan. They were tearing into each other, eyes bloodshot. This confirmed Jinzalo wasn't behind the chaos either. It feels like something from 1,500 years ago, or even earlier. Back then, Helurum spread a strange plague. It felt just like this. Everyone went insane. Could that witch be involved? I doubt it. Helurum's plague started with a curse. If that were the case, our Snake Eye friends would be affected too. If Helurum were here, only you and I could fully resist the curse. They checked a few more islands that showed signs of battle. The situation was similar on each one. The only difference, some islands saw skirmishes between different. There were places where royal elites and the Red Fox clan went berserk together. Red Foxes with Jipal. Even all three groups gathered, fighting on the same island. These madmen just attack everything they see. At first, on 3 islands, they only fought within their own ranks. That was because they were stationed there. If that's true, Jean could now be nearly certain. This looks like the work of a level 7. It's highly likely this chaos was caused by Amala. After Jean spoke, everyone looked toward him. Kid, what are you saying? The exact cause of the madness is unclear. But the threshold seems to be level 7. Only those at level 7 and above are unaffected or can resist. The royal elites aren't knights. They're a squad formed from the most elite soldiers. So except for the commanders, everyone is below level 6. Same with the mages going berserk. They're not from the White Knight, undead squads, or elite magic towers. Just mages below level 6. The Red Foxes too were all below level 6. No commanders appeared. On islands where all 3 groups fought, there were no corpses of level 6 and above leaders. That means after the incident started, the commanders already withdrew. This is how Sir Lotta's team acted too. The reasoning for the level 7 threshold isn't just the assumption everyone else is below level 6. It's mostly because of this. There were no berserk Lungcade knights. Lungcade wouldn't send level 6 guardian knights on missions outside of Shupist. In other words, all the guardian knights sent here should be level 7 or above. With the 3 factions all stationed nearby, Lungcade should have a base nearby too. Yet there's no trace of them. That means they all evacuated safely. First, we need to find the island where Lungcade is, and the commanders of the other factions. Malakan, Mia. Looks like flying is better after all. They specifically came on stationary ships, not for any other reason. The Gaia Fae Islands are Amala's territory. The shapeshifters came to invite her, but flying over her territory would clearly be seen as aggression. In any case, every major faction brought forces to display power. That's another way to distinguish sides. Humph. Malakan reverted to his true form. spreading its wings. Everyone boarded its back and soared into the sky. The entire Gaifa archipelago came into full view. The largest island at the center stood out distinctly. It appeared to be corroded by the Mei army, turning pitch black in color. At first glance, it looked like spiritual energy, but it felt murkier and heavier. Anyone could instinctively feel that this aura was the cause of the madness. It was this very aura. Surrounding this immense black aura, various forces had stationed troops to contain the madness. They were trying hard to stop the aura from spreading. Not long after, the group discovered that the aura began to change like kneaded clay. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What is that? A human? The black aura covering the island formed into a humanoid shape, smaller than Zephyrin, but far larger than Murakin. And that strange form resembled someone Jean greatly disliked. Gaston. The moment Jean thought of that name, the newly formed black shape opened its mouth. You people are such a pain. Right after that, the black shape inhaled deeply like a dragon, preparing to unleash its breath, ready to breathe. Those with sharp senses, and those without, could tell the voice didn't belong. It wasn't Buble's signature oily tone, nor the twitchy fishbird's voice. It was a crisp, but furious female voice. Not Margiela's voice either. Then whose? Someone from Jinzalo's side? Or was it Amala? Just as they were wondering, a massive, murky sphere formed in Buble's mouth. The suddenly manifested Buble and his breath didn't cause panic among the major forces. They quickly deployed protective barriers. As elites, even when facing the unknown, they remained calm. Buble's breath rapidly expanded, emitting an explosive roar. Even with a rough estimate, one could feel its terrifying power. It was about to erupt. Before the breath was released, the force's barriers began to glow. The first to be struck by the breath. Haha. A man at the front of the let out a thunderous roar. With just his voice, he split the breath in two. In truth, he had slashed it with his sword. He used sword and shield as his main weapons. With each swing, he unleashed overwhelming energy. Lungcade's eldest brother, Bigo, had arrived. Bigo, from the Lungcade family, the fourth son of Xylan, the sixth knight of the family. Behind him, a guardian knight and two execution knights raised their barriers. I thought Joshua would show up in person. Looks like he had other matters. Amala was practically the last important neutral force remaining. Jean had expected the family's top-tier knights to show. Someone ranked between level 1 and 4. That is, one of the upper-level knights. Bigo wasn't weak by any means, but given the situation, the enemy would surely send someone of equivalent rank. However, when he looked toward Jibber's side, he saw they hadn't dispatched a top knight either. Midal. Arna. He was the first to confirm his reason. Because the breath suddenly turned toward Jaipal's side, everyone else was obscured, but there didn't seem to be anyone of higher status than him. Elik. Jaipal's illegitimate son. During the Cologne massacre, he came to rescue Myelin, a man from Jaipal. He holds a grudge against Jean. Back then, he showcased Kellick's full power. Spatial explosion. It nearly cost Jean her life in Cologne. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Thinking of that day, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. Though it was extremely tough back then, in the end, Mitter actually helped Jean, because through that event, Jean learned that Kellick could split space. He also observed the forces of Kinzalo and the royal family. Aside from transforming into Buble's giant form, Kinzalo didn't reveal any executives Jean recognized. The royal family all had their faces covered, but it seemed to be only the special forces and light guards. Despite Highland's recent terrorist attacks and political pressure preventing their participation, at least the leader of the empire's highest family, or someone of equivalent status, should have been present, but only ordinary members showed up. Of course, the members of each faction now in the Galefar archipelago could display their might anywhere. But in a true clash of the four major factions, there was clearly a lack of representatives. Hey, kid, didn't I tell you, you'd need my protection? Murakin said. At that moment, Buble's breath, after hitting Kinzalo, turned toward the royal palace. Seeing this, Murakin let out a scornful snort. TCH, what kind of toy is this? A carousel? A breath that can be spat out like that. It's my first time seeing it. Each time it collides, its power gradually weakens. It's hilarious. However, it seems there's only one guy who doesn't need my protection. It's a bit embarrassing. But honestly, you're way stronger than those guys. Comparing you to the master is an insult in itself. At first, you kept your tongue sharp, but now you're pretty good at flattery. Thanks, Lord Murakin. But I think the people who were supposed to come here are gathered somewhere else. His rough words made Jean nod. Jean had the same judgment, an unknown variable bigger than Amara. Otherwise, it's impossible for only this level of people to be gathered here. Giving up on Amara to compete for an unknown variable. What could it be? She couldn't think of it right away. It felt like being punched hard. These guys, where are they all gathered? Where are they gathered? It hasn't started yet. Right in the Galefar archipelago. At the same time, the giant Buble gathered its breath again. Not necessarily. Why? Lower-level opponents have arrived. Deal with them quickly, and head to where those guys are. As long as no one else takes something more important than Amara before then, that's a matter of luck. But our luck's been pretty good lately, when it first unleashed its breath, and now, as it prepares a new one, the giant Buble's movements are very slow. Even so, each faction's response to the giant bugle's actions is still delayed. Their counterattacks are inadequate. Warriors fire sword energy from their positions. Mages cast long-range attack spells, but most lack power. Most people are unable to perform at full strength due to some interference. Among them, strong fighters like Bayu and the Execution Knights protected those who couldn't perform. The factions still hadn't noticed. Muraken's group, floating. The murky breath collided with the shield, kicking up dust. Elite warriors were busy protecting their people. Master, except for a few. Everyone's moving as if poisoned. It must be due to the spreading black breath. Like those guys on the island before, anyone below 7 stars would go completely mad. Rada and Flying Wings said, Lord Rada, this still isn't poison or an illusion skill. Yes. Master, I judged earlier based on the lack of residual odor, but given its scale and color, if it were poison, there'd surely be a smell. Poison herbs of this color are limited. Muraken lowered their flight altitude, avoiding the black breath. Since Jean's group hadn't been spotted by the other factions yet, it was best to stay hidden as much as possible. However, as they got closer, the murky breath centered around the giant bugle began affecting the Prochi siblings. Ugh. Master, Rada, and Flying Wings suddenly clutched their heads. They let go of Muraken's scales, writhing in pain. Despite setting up a shield just in case, it didn't seem to work. Lord Rada, Flying Wing, Jean grabbed the two who nearly fell. In just a few seconds, the Prochi siblings' faces turned pale, sweat pouring like rain. Snap out of it. Hey, why are you suddenly like this? Muraken, get away from the murky breath first. Got it. Moo. Rockin'. What the? Something sharp grazed Jean's collar. Jean reacted, dodging quickly. It only tore the front of her collar. The nail was aimed at her neck. Flying Wing's nail. In Jean's eyes, she saw Flying Wing's skin changing. His skin had become similar to the giant bugle's. Murky breath. Flying Wing, in a final act, shook his head forcefully, a gesture to convey he was still fighting for control. After that, Flying Wing completely lost his mind. When Flying Wing attacked again, Jean knocked him out with a punch. Asterisk crack asterisk. Though she felt the hit connect to his jaw, Flying Wing seemed unharmed and kept attacking. Nearby, Rada was trembling, hunched over, unable to keep holding onto Muraken's scale. He's trying his best to resist the erosion. The murky aura of the mind. Compared to Fei, Ratya's achievements are greater, so she can resist slightly, but it looks like she might collapse at any moment. Lord, my lord, Lady Ratya, quick, my head. At that moment, Muraken ascended, escaping the murky aura. What's going on, kid? Have those guys come to their senses? At the same time, Ratya and Fei Yi's eyes and complexion returned to normal, but they still seemed shaken, panting heavily. That murky aura, what is it? Why does it only affect Lady Ratya and Fei Yi? The protective barrier was ignored too, as the Proc siblings said. It's not poison. The 10,000 poison bead in my body didn't react at all, but the effect of the murky aura is almost like poison, or an extremely potent hallucinogen. Members of various factions were also affected by the murky aura, not just the Proc siblings. Among the factions, even the most outstanding individuals couldn't fully escape its influence. It can be said, on the Gafen Islands, the only ones unaffected by the murky aura were Jean and Muraken. It affects everyone, but it's ineffective against me and Muraken. A word suddenly came to mind. Curse. Indeed, the murky aura covering the entire island is the aura of a curse. This is why the contractor of Soul Dread, Black Dragon Jean, and Muraken are unaffected. If we let Lady Ratya act alone completely, it would be the most advantageous among all factions. In this situation, just as he was about to have Muraken fly to the other islands. At that moment. What's happening? Suddenly, from Bugle's body, tendrils of murky aura extended. Muraken easily dodged them, but the Proc siblings, as if possessed, leaped into the murky aura, and so, the tendrils of murky aura turned into a cradle, enveloping the siblings, drawing them in. Chapter 462, Chapter 462, Chapter 131. People with sharp senses. People with dull senses. Everything happened in an instant. Muraken, chase after them. Another rapid descent began. Muraken, folding his wings to dive, let out an irritated sound. Damn it. How is it so fast? This was said while looking at the murky current, enveloping the Proc siblings. The cradle was faster than Muraken's top-speed descent, and left a chaotic, strange trail, fleeing rapidly. The single cradle split into two, each enveloping one sibling, then merged back into one, spinning continuously. The murky aura, how much do you want to see me? Moreover, a woman's voice came through, not from the giant bugle outside, but from within the murky aura, the voice of Amala. Now, Jean and Muraken could confirm, the owner of that voice was Amala. They also believed she wouldn't immediately kill Ratya and Fei Yi. If it's not affection, it's hard to put into words. It's as if she sees us as toys or playmates. She speaks nonsense, yet brandishes a blade. Though it's a bit embarrassing, there was one time, in such a surprise attack, I got a cut on my forehead. just like the conversations among companions. When we entered the... What Amala said now. Our children. Like that, to Amala. The Proc siblings are adorable toys. She won't easily let them break. Grow well. Children. Amala was even singing a lullaby. The cradle resonated with the aura of the soul bead. Amala's lullaby echoed, feeling as if they had entered someone's prankish dream. Asterisk, asterisk. Murakan slowed down. In Jean and Murakan's eyes, the cradle was no longer visible. It seems, this Amala character is quite a troublesome one. The people I've met recently seem to have some similarities. Zephyrin. That bastard was like this too. They saw a darker, denser mass of soul-burning aura than the cradle. The cradle had already entered it, turning into Sarah Jean. What now, little guy? Should we chase into that darkness, or find another way? No need to overthink. The effect of the soul-burning aura is a curse. We're immune to it anyway. And from the massive aura spewed by Bubble, it seems to have physical destructive power, but not to an unbearable extent. But, before directly communicating with Amala, even if attacked, we should limit ourselves to defense or evasion. No counterattacks. What nonsense are you talking about? Remember what Amala said when we first arrived at the Central Island? You guys really annoy me. Though it was spoken through the mouth of the giant Bubble, it was indeed Amala's voice. So what? When the 4 major factions found this place before me, what exactly did Amala go through? We don't know, but she clearly expressed that they annoyed her. She could even kill them, not just verbally. No one from Luncade has died yet, but Jabril, Kinzero, and the Beaumont side have already suffered irreversible losses. When the 4 major factions first gathered here was to subdue Amala. However, the 4 major factions that found the islands not only failed to subdue her, but instead fell into a situation where dueling her wouldn't be surprising. If annoyed, this word came from an ordinary person's mouth, it might hide other intentions, but the other party is someone thought to be tainted by chaos. Amala, for such a trivial reason, completely breaking with the 4 major factions is entirely possible. Just like Yona, the people outside are already in chaos. We don't need to provoke Amala further and make ourselves her mortal enemies, do we? While Jean explained this, Murakan sighed. Huh. This Murakan can only take hits. How tragic and lamentable. Moreover, Sir Barkus and Lady Ratia never heard such stories. This story actually refers to Amala's fighting style. As one of the 3 great mercenaries, by her individual ability alone, she earned Barkus's recognition. She is the world's strongest mercenary. Barkus and Ratia, on the battlefield, encountered Amala multiple times. Especially Barkus said, she's better at war than the entire Black King Corps. But in her descriptions, there's nothing about Amala using curses or unheard of devices. Her weapons and use of various war equipment are unmatched. Her tactics and strategies are also exceptional. It's said that when she acts alone across the battlefield, she sets up numerous traps and devices. So, then, did Amala hide her abilities? If in war, she could suppress the Black King Corps alone, that means Amala's strength is close to that of a founder. However, I think it's unlikely. I believe something changed in Amala. A change. Bubble. Gaston's chaos met with Amala's chaos, creating some kind of amplification. This is advantageous for Amala. This is an intuitive judgment, creating some kind of amplification. This is advantageous for Amala. This is an intuitive judgment, but not without basis. Because the giant Bubble, formed outside, is almost certainly controlled by Amala. She wouldn't create Bubble with burning aura for no reason. Bubble's burning aura. In other words, because of Bubble, she can manipulate Jean's chaos power. Therefore, she must exploit this mindset. Jean quickly came to this speculation. That sounds plausible. It feels like a leap in logic, yet it seems to hold some truth. Amara showed particular interest and fondness toward the Prochi siblings. Those snake-eye guys, aren't they a bit different from your sister, Amara? They are somewhat different, but their father is Sima Leong. Prochi, a man corrupted by chaos and turned into a monster. Perhaps her chaos influenced the Prochi siblings, and Amara felt fondness for that. What about Bubble then? Why does she feel fondness for the Prochi siblings, but treat Bubble that way? That part, I can't be sure of. After all, everything we just said is speculation. But Bubble does make anyone feel repulsed. Maybe no other reason is needed to dislike her. Ugh. What a headache. Anyway, we need to meet them in person to verify your hypothesis. Let's go check it out. No counterattacks. Asterisk rumble asterisk. Asterisk crack asterisk. Asterisk boom asterisk. The sound of explosions from outside grew more intense. The major factions and Amara's battle intensity kept escalating. With a bit of focus, you could hear the roars of senior commanders form a defensive fleet based on the executioners. I'll clear the path. The team leader is injured. Retreat. The scorching aura is surging. Follow the Supreme Warrior and King Tiger. Any enemy tiger showing their back will be killed. Don't let the magic tower's light fade. Once you leave the light's range, you'll be eroded by the scorching aura. Despite the considerable distance, their voices came through clearly, as if Amara had perked up her ears to observe their reactions. Asterisk snored asterisk. We need to keep our cute ones alive and kill the rest. How's that? My pretty babies, Amara said, brimming with confidence. Even against the 4 major factions, she wasn't just holding her own. She firmly believed she would win. From the sounds coming from outside, Amara seemed to have an overwhelming advantage. Because of this, Jean became even more certain that for some reason, Amara was far stronger than usual, though the major factions hadn't sent their top-tier knights. Someone who could suppress these figures single-handedly was exceedingly rare in the world, even considering the Galefar archipelago was her home turf. Based on Baka's and Radha's descriptions, this was impossible. Muraken's black wings silently cut through the scorching aura as the cradle entered Sarajan's aura cluster. Their vision shifted from blurry to utter darkness. Even forming a flame in her palm didn't lessen the darkness. She opened her mind's eye, pressing forward with full focus. She followed the singing, humming, and a joyful dripping sound coming from within as her guide. Asterisk Lororo asterisk. You're the big brother, you're the little brother, and I'm the demon king. The voice sounded like a child engrossed in a doll game, muttering to themselves. Though it was chilling, on the other hand, it reminded her of Yuna. A trap stirred in her heart. Amara's humming grew closer as they approached. The darkness of the scorching aura gradually dissipated. A glowing space appeared in the distance. Jean and Muraken instinctively realized that glowing space was the core of the scorching aura enveloping the entire island. Amara was sitting there. She wore a camouflage suit typical of mercenaries, but this suit, made of leaves and branches, was much larger than usual. As a result, Amara looked more like she was buried in a round bush, covering her entire body. Her hands, extending from the camouflage suit, were manipulating a small wooden doll. There were 3 dolls in total. Jean immediately recognized what they represented. They were the Prochi siblings and Bubble. The real figures corresponding to each doll appeared before Amara, moving with her gestures. However, Bubble appeared as a bodiless soul, while the Prochi siblings retained their original forms. As for Bubble, it was in a glowing soul-like state. Bubble's doll was placed far from the Prochi siblings' dolls, as if mirroring the giant Bubble's actions outside. The Prochi siblings' dolls were depicted drinking tea or talking. Muraken transformed back into human form and stepped onto the ground with Jean. Amara turned her head in surprise. She hadn't noticed that Muraken and Jean had entered. What's going on? Who are you? How did you get here? And stay alive? Amara's eyes turned red as she asked in confusion. Chapter 463. Chapter 463. Chapter 131. People with sharp senses. People with dull senses. 7. Jean and Muraken, clearly prepared, easily dodged. Though they knew she had a side like big sister Yuna, they didn't expect her to be this unhinged. The spot where Jean and Muraken had stood was now filled with scorching aura blades. Judging by how the ground was sliced, this wasn't a mere threatening attack. Muraken instinctively wanted to counterattack, but held back his power, recalling Jean's words before communicating with Amara. Only defend and evade. Ugh. So annoying. Just dodging. It's so irritating. In less than 5 seconds, hundreds of blades. Amara just sat there, controlling everything with her eyes and small gestures, like a god of the space. Jean deflected the scorching aura blades flying toward her, thinking, the blade fragments don't fall to the ground. They come back at me. This isn't something achievable with aura or magic. Only a special authority could do this. It must be the power of chaos. Asterisk snored asterisk. You dodged. Pretty fast, huh? Let's see how long you can keep dodging. The number of blades forming in the void increased rapidly. At a glance, it had at least doubled. They pressed in on Jean and Muraken from all directions. As they dodged or shattered the blades barehanded, Amala stomped the ground, releasing her rage. The entire space became dangerously unstable, as if it might collapse any second. The number of blades surged to over 500. So, even Jean couldn't dodge that many blades unarmed. So he drew Sigmund. Humph. See, had enough, haven't you? You can't hold back anymore. I drew it only for defense, just a bit longer. So, over 500 blades shot forth at once, instantly engulfing Jean and Muraken. They shattered every scorching blade, whether when they first entered this space, or now when they shattered the blazing energy so easily. Amala couldn't help but panic. Why are these things not working on them? Why aren't they affected? She still didn't know that Jean is a contractor of Soldret. In fact, she didn't even know that the man in front of her was Jean Lunkade, or the Black Dragon Muraken. She knew none of it, nor the chaos they recently stirred in the world. You could say, Amala truly has no concern for worldly affairs, just like Valeria once said in his past life. Great mercenary Amala, I'm one of Lunkade's 12 knights. Jean, Lunkade, you're with Lunkade? Yes, even so. I can't let you go. Outside, cursed Jipple and Jinzalo, and the royal army tearing each other apart. Their numbers have surpassed 1,000. If Amala cared about consequences, she wouldn't do this. She's even more ruthless than the rumors say. Just as the words landed, the shape of the floating blades began to change. In an instant, the blazing aura turned into cannon barrels. Cannons, the kind only seen in large-scale wars, now all aimed directly at Jean and Malakan. Boom, bang, boom, scatterfire. Unlike ordinary cannons, these Jean cannons made of blazing aura required no ammo loading. At Amala's will, they continuously formed and fired shells. Shells pounded against the shields, making it nearly impossible to see ahead. If not for Bradamanti's spirit armor, to break through those shells, he'd need to use projectile skills, or ultimate techniques, or something similar. But doing so would put Sir Lotta and Faye in danger. Although Bulber had no physical body, only a soul, and damage to him wasn't too concerning. Even so, whether Amala could protect her beloved toys in a critical moment was still uncertain. Even so, I still hoped to win this fight. Using the King Condensed Sword, Spirit Power, the reason Jean initially chose to draw Sigmund instead of Bradamanti was, out of habit, he tried to minimize exposing the spirit weapon, but also out of experience. When she sees Spirit Power, she loses control. I never explained that. So, you don't need to apologize. Hey, I thought at least by the time Jean became a knight, you'd know how to keep this from me. Back when he was still a squire, Yona nearly killed her beloved sister, just by reacting to Jean's spirit power. Even if Amala wouldn't react the same way, caution was wise. After all, Jean came to her to gain an ally. But at this point, Jean was out of options. He never imagined the conversation would become so impossible. The bombardment paused briefly, not because Amala was tired, but to confirm whether Jean and Malakan had been finished off. This is so annoying, so stubborn. After all that effort, shouldn't you be dead already? And yet, both of them were standing unharmed. The spirit energy shield they used looked tattered like a rag, badly damaged, but still standing strong. Jean and Amala locked eyes. She said she tried her best, but she looked completely relaxed, not even out of breath. Jean and Malakan used spirit energy to form a shield, and Amala's scorching aura, despite firing so many blasts, was barely diminished. That's right. In this space, my power is limitless. So, how about we save our strength and stop here? Let me tell you, that weird lightning sword of yours, it can't hurt me at all. Suddenly, a short blade formed in Amala's palm. Amazing. So scorching aura can form anything? And here, it seems my guess was right. Some special phenomenon had temporarily granted Amala extraordinary power. Then, without hesitation, Amala sliced off her left wrist with the blade. However, from the exposed wrist beneath her cloak, there was no blood. Just thick smoke like scorching aura spreading out, instantly reforming the wrist. Unbelievable resilience. Truly unmatched. Malakan shook his head, a bit astonished. This kind of was once seen only in demons or devilkin. Now humans can do it too. Hey, you're Amala, right? With that arrogance, you're bound to fall someday. Kid Jean, if this drags into a war of attrition, you'll definitely die. I just wanted to give you a painless way out. So stop bothering me and my precious darlings. In our special time, I've tried my best to treat you with respect. Amala, just one last question. Is there any faction in the Gaia FA Islands that's currently allied with you? Outside, the battle continued between the giant Bulber controlled by Amala and the four major factions, but Jean still asked deliberately. Given her personality, even if allied, she would keep attacking out of spite. That wouldn't be surprising. So what? I came here to recruit you. I heard you've been wandering and exploring, searching for something. I think it might be related to this scorching energy, related to chaos. You know about chaos? Not really. Then we can't be friends. Jean's gaze shifted to the soul of Bulber, still throwing punches and exhaling in the void. So did you and Bulber, Gaston, become friends? He asked like talking to a child, gently, in person. Jean had previously assumed that Bulber came with Jinzalo, that he had been captured, but unlike the Proki siblings, Bulber only existed as a soul. This made Jean realize things might not be what they seemed. Maybe Jinzalo knows more about chaos than I do. This soul like Bulber might actually be chaos, or a fragment of it, something that has amplified Amala's power. Amala fell silent for a moment, then gave a nod. You could say that. She admitted it reluctantly. Because of the information about chaos, she had no choice but to befriend her, but she didn't actually want to get close. Upon hearing her answer, Jean's gaze turned cold. So, in other words, you're with Jinzalo? I'm not sure. Wait. Why am I letting you interrogate me? Why not just kill me? Whether to kill you. That's what I'm deciding. Great mercenary Amala. Suddenly, a crack formed beneath Jean's feet. As she summoned her spirit power, the air grew heavy. Bradamanti's radiant blade was drawn from its sheath. Jean hadn't come here from the start with the sole intent to recruit her. Recruiting Amala was one goal. But if that failed, then she had to be restrained. As Jean told Bacchus, she had already considered the possibility of Amala restrain her. That decision would be based on Amala's capabilities, whether to kill her, spare her, stop her from charging onto the battlefield, or not restrain her at all, given her power. The answer was obvious. The first option, if Luncade and Jinzalo go to full-scale war, and Amala appears on the battlefield. With near limitless strength, how many people from Moncade would die? To avoid that future, Amala must be killed. Even though I wasn't welcome, I hold no resentment, even if you politely refused my proposal. If you've befriended my enemy, my choice won't change. There's no need for hatred between us. No. Bradamani's blade was stained black by spirit power. At that moment, Amala's eyes widened, utterly shocked. This spirit power, could it be? Is she from Soldret? Jean's movements forced her to immediately start firing shells, but Jean, clad in spiritual armor, charged straight through the barrage, swinging Bradamani toward Amara. Chapter 464. Chapter 464. Chapter 131. People with sharp senses. People with dull senses. 8. Black sword energy imbued with spiritual power pierced through the dense barrage, shooting toward Amara. Each strike aimed for vital points. Even amidst the barrage and sword energy, Jean's flickering gaze was filled with resolute killing intent. In other words, it was Jean's determination. Jean had resolved to kill Amara. Like a mass of darkness and a venomous entity, that clear killing intent made Amara shudder involuntarily. A chill ran through her. Asterisk crack asterisk. Their eyes met. Jean and Amara, each wielding their weapons, faced off. Their powers clashed. Bradamanti met hidden blades, producing an unpleasant grinding sound. At least she's not like Yuna, losing her sanity to spiritual power. Is it a different type or degree of chaos, or some other reason? Though the exact cause wasn't clear, it didn't matter for the current battle. In fact, if she had lost her sanity, it might have been easier, as she wouldn't be able to use her full strength. Trying to dislodge the blade locked against the cannon's muzzle, she swung again. But Jean felt Bradamanti being gripped tightly by something hard. Spikes. The cannon's muzzle was suddenly wrapped in hedgehog-like spikes, binding Bradamanti tightly. As she struggled to break free, a slight gap appeared. Amara, of course, didn't miss it. She detonated a bomb above Jean's head. A bomb formed instantly from hidden blades. The massive roar nearly ruptured eardrums, but thanks to Mudda's runes and armor, no actual damage was done. At the same time, Murakan, Rada, and Flying Wing. But while running, he suddenly felt a strange, dangerous sensation underfoot. He quickly pulled back. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been seriously injured. The spot Murakan had just left exploded. Huh. That's weird. How does the ground explode? Murakan looked at the round crater, shaking his head. This attack method matched what Bacchus had described. Amara had her unique tactics. Bombs detonating from below, timed arrows, various traps, and strange devices. Logically, these would require preparation and considerable time, but her endless supply of hidden weapons made up for it. Under her will, weapons and traps formed endlessly around her. Shells, bombs, massive guillotines, spiked nets, rapid-fire crossbows. If it weren't Jean and Murakan, but warriors or mages below 10 stars, they'd have been overwhelmed long ago. Even a renowned knight order, or an entire mage corps, would fare the same. However, the matchup was terrible. Curses were completely ineffective, unable to create openings. Her firearms and weapons, while suited for mass destruction, struggled to breach the defenses of top-tier warriors or mages. Of course, if the battle dragged on until one side fell, victory would surely be Amara's. Her opponents would eventually tire. Yes, Bradamanti carved a sharp line. Amidst the dense barrage and triggered traps, Jean, relying on evasion and spiritual armor, steadily closed the distance to Amara. Her reaction to my attacks is far below the top knights I know. In a fully exposed state, without prior preparation, without infinite power, Amara can't defeat me. Without infinite power and super regeneration, she's not actually a tough opponent. Jean trusted in Tessa's flames. Whether facing Myelin's Hellgate or Zephyr's spatial rift, the blue flames had already proven themselves. If this scorching aura's core space provided Amara with infinite power, Jean could still handle it. If brute force wouldn't solve it, even if it meant destroying the entire island, or wiping the archipelago off the map, Jean was determined to settle things with Amara. However, one thing puzzled her. But why is she fighting so foolishly? Fighting foolish. Jean described it that way, for a reason. Because Amara kept dodging, or blocking Jean's attacks, as if she had no super regeneration. Cut flesh, take bone. With the super regeneration she'd shown earlier, she could have applied that adage freely, letting herself be hit on purpose, to create openings, or lulling her opponent into complacency, even self-detonating. With super regeneration, Jean would have fought that way. Not like Amara. Gritting her teeth, frantically dodging black blades. Is it just because she hates pain itself? But if so, her earlier act of cutting off her wrist, to prove her regeneration, makes no sense. Is there something in Mudda's runes? Jean's eyes narrowed slightly. She glanced. The scorching aura kept forming bombs and shields. Murakan, worried about the Prochi siblings' safety, hesitated to charge through the aura. But through the aura, black spiritual energy was manifesting. Each time this energy appeared, Mara's breathing shifted slightly, as if suppressing fear. She couldn't hide it. For a lesser warrior, it might have gone unnoticed. but to someone like Jean, fear was an unmaskable weakness. It seems wounds from spiritual energy don't heal, do they, Lady Amara? Under her cloak, Amara's eyes widened. How did she know? She nearly blurted out a response, but the next moment, a gasp stopped her words. Jean. Bradamanti's blade grazed her shoulder. Yes, a piece of her camouflage suit fell. Leaves and branches snapped, and crimson blood beads splattered. Amara failed to react to this strike in time. Though the camouflage suit was quickly restored by the scorching, Jean didn't miss. The brief moment before the leaves and branches reformed, the shoulder didn't regenerate. The suit regenerated before the shoulder, an unnatural sequence. Thus, Jean was certain, spirit energy could, at the very least, parts of Amala's chaotic powers could be restrained. Seeing how silent you are, seems my guess was correct. A flower bloomed atop the blade enveloped in spirit energy. The sword tip pointed at herself, and a gut feeling surged within her. If this continues, I will surely die. She had walked countless battlefields, the queen of mercenaries, the incarnation of war, the nightmare of the Guy Fa Islands. The titles that follow Amala all reveal the life she has led. She has fought in suffocatingly fierce wars, and also on battlefields as relaxed as amusement parks. She enjoys war, but never before has she felt such intense fear of death. Many of her titles fail to truly capture who Amala really is. For example, despite experiencing countless wars, she remains detached from the world, so much so that for years, she didn't even know the world's hottest name, Jean Luncade. Chaos. All her life, Amala has listened to the voice of chaos echoing from within. Chaos kept her from blending into normal life, and stopped her from caring about others or the outside world. The Proki siblings were the rare exceptions, radiating chaos. On the battlefield of life and death, no one ever taught her what loneliness meant, and on the battlefield, it was rare to meet anyone stronger than her, even if she did. In a space where they tried to kill each other, such waiting or understanding was impossible. The power of chaos blurred the emotions she should have been able to feel. You could say, Amala is like, but in truth, she's no different from a beast. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Some may find it laughable that Amala would want to survive. After all, she slaughtered countless people on the battlefield, almost never leaving survivors. But is this the will of a pitiful infant thrown into a well at birth, or the will of chaos? The only thing certain is, until now, no one has ever guided Amala. Spirit energy and blue blossoms no longer just shimmer within the blasts, but now push the firepower aside, growing ever larger. Kid, we found the snake-eye bead. Now we can go all out. As Amala lost focus from fear, Malakan regained control of the Proki siblings, no longer holding back. This sword could be the end of the fame you built your whole life. The blue flames and spirit aura around them rushed toward Jean. Soon, Jean became the blue blossom sword itself. Sarah, Luncade's forbidden sword technique. Nightfire. Jean, like a judge, with burning eyes, looked down at Amala. The blue blossom lit up her. Amala was the same age as Bacchus, yet her face looked unbelievably young. For some reason, he felt uneasy, even though he was long used to the world of life and death. Wouldn't it be nice if fate was kind? Just as she raised her sword to unleash Nightfire. I surrender. Suddenly, Amala shouting loudly. I surrender. I was wrong. Please stop. Amala even dropped to her knees, shaking her head frantically. What? Amala's sudden outburst sent 1,000 thoughts flashing through her mind. Was it a trap to escape the situation, or was it genuine? If it's the latter, should she be spared? Amala had already made up her mind to join Jinzalo. If she forcibly withdrew the partially released Nightfire, it would instead severely injure her. But Jean made a decision to let her go for now and hear what she had to say. However, Nightfire could not be stopped. Alaka, Bradamanti, now glowing with sword blue light, descended toward Amala. Jean clenched his teeth and called out his guardian dragon's name. Chapter 465. Chapter 465. Chapter 131. Those with sharp senses, and those without, barely managed to twist the sword's direction. If they failed to redirect it, the sword blue blade would have instantly slain Amala and burned her to ashes. Though he felt a bit relieved, Jean worried whether Malaka could withstand the blow. This is madness. As expected, Malaka was Jean's guardian dragon. Even just hearing Jean call her name, she could understand his intent precisely. Huff, huff. Malaka charged at Amala and quickly returned to her true form. You found the snake-eye orb, and now you're making me do this? Ugh, bang. But she regenerated instantly. If she had touched the Nightfire, she would have been unable to recover. In that instant between the Proki siblings, she instinctively realized she might survive. I surrender. Please stop. Amala. The reason she said that to Jean was instinct. If she moved recklessly out of fear, or tried to resist, she would certainly die. It was better to beg for mercy. Maybe Jean would reach out and save her. Her instinct was absolutely right. Good. Then, Malaka had to go all out behind the scenes, because when facing Bradamani head-on, the spiritual energy and blue flames raged like a tsunami. Now, Malaka had to take Amala's place and withstand Jean's Nightfire. The aura of sword blue instantly engulfed Like insects caught in a beam of light, they all scattered and hid the surrounding burning air quickly. This meant that Malaka would have to withstand the night fire, a truly immense force. Malaka's amber eyes were stained black by spiritual energy. She unleashed the highest level of power she could currently use, forming a barrier of spiritual energy, even denser than sword blue night fire. The night fire tore through it with ease, but every time the barrier was ripped apart, it would instantly reform, continuing to block the night fire. Hey, stop, hurry. Each time the barrier was torn apart, the flames of the night fire got closer and closer. To Malaka, it was nerve-wracking to the extreme. It had been a long time since Malaka remembered those 5 words, even though she was a remarkable existence. But her prime has passed. A body not fully recovered cannot withstand such an attack directly. She shook her head involuntarily, thinking she'd at least be bettered in with serious injuries, or worse, tormented by Misha under the guise of treatment. Her claw tips tensed. Perhaps a light or moderate injury, with Strawberry Pie's care, could lead to some happy times. Was my bad feeling about this kid just overthinking? Just as she thought this, an even fiercer nightfire dyed her vision deep blue. She let out a helpless laugh. This can't be possible. If I don't stop it with all my strength, the history of the great black dragon Murakan might bear an indelible stain. Black dragon Murakan, gravely wounded. Is she really still the sky's overlord from 1,000 years ago? Kellic. Jaipal's fire dragon Katan's oracle. This guy's actually weak. Jean, Lunkade, as Sadret's contractor, punished the negligent guardian dragon. As expected, Lunkade upheld order. The 12 knights who fell the guardian dragon with a single arrow, who's guarding whom, including black dragon Murakan, the many guardian dragons of the world, should be on alert. In an instant, her mind conjured those absurd legends. A future flooding the world, a life ruling for over 3,000 years, cannot bear such a disgrace. I'd rather die than live in such shame. The spiritual barrier could no longer hold back the night fire. From the torn seams of Jean's barrier, fireballs surged. Murakan could only shield her body with spiritual energy to withstand it. Her roaring throat nearly tore apart when the fireballs touched her scales. The excruciating pain stabbed like needles into her brain. Ugh. To push back the fireballs, her massive body trembled uncontrollably. Her clenched teeth shook relentlessly, as if cold sweat dripped from beneath her scales. The strain twisted Jean's face even further, certain that one step back meant doom. Though she wouldn't die, Amara would likely turn to ash. Murakan. Jean called out to Murakan again. Worried. Don't talk. You'll disrupt my focus. Oh, sorry. Jean was also trying to recover the energy drained by the night fire, but it wasn't enough to cause internal injuries. However, the skill itself was too powerful. After unleashing it fully, it was nearly impossible to rein in, barely salvaging a few drops. Asterisk crack asterisk. Someone worthy of this should be Amara, or some pond-dwelling nobody. Wait, what does that mean? Asterisk crack asterisk. From deep within her chest, a sound of something breaking echoed. It was like the sound when Timar shattered her heart. A similar noise. A sudden wave of unease. The scale tree. But that's strange. If her heart was cracking, her power should be fading fast. Instead, she felt power surging, like an endless spring, or an oil field erupting in a desert. The power, once precarious against the night fire, now gushed from her heart. The thrill and fullness from her heart made her scalp tingle. Could my former power be returning? This body's power, what broke near her heart, was her detested sister Misha's work. When Misha treated Murakan in the past, she installed a safety mechanism in her heart. After the surgery succeeded, it prevented her from overuse. Misha deemed 40% as the safe limit. Exceeding that would damage her heart again. And now, Murakan had just unlocked a safety mechanism, pushing toward 50%, unaware of it herself. It was like a human's stitches being removed as a wound heals. The reason the safety mechanism released wasn't because Murakan sensed danger and forced her power out, but because her heart had recovered to Misha's projected 50% safety range. A 10% difference was no small matter, as vast as the gap between 100% and 90%. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Murakan laughed like a roar. The scorching aura, once pushed back by the night fire, vanished entirely. The central island they stood on cracked, revealing the Galefar archipelago's colors. As if the surroundings brightened, the sky opened up. The giant shadow threatening the 4 factions on the central island began to fade, as if vanishing. When the shadow faced Jean against Amara, it had nearly stopped moving. Now it disappeared completely. The entire island trembled with that laughter. Members of the 4 factions fighting outside were struck with terror. That voice, 6th Knight Sama, the clan's guardian deity, Lord Murakan. Could it be eldest son? Bugo and Lunkade's knights widened their eyes. Black Dragon Murakan. Jean, Lunkade is here too. Patriarch, the court mages said. To avoid the Black Dragon at all costs, during the recent Black King incident, Jaipal's Fire Dragon and Blue Dragons fled in fear. Rymont's Great Apes were terrified too. Ugh. Lord King Tiger, my legs are giving out. I can't stand those damn Dehu cubs. still haven't snapped out of it. King Tigers, does our White Wolf clan need to care about this? You King Tigers, are you trembling too? You're trembling too. Trembling. That guy's coming closer. And there's the scent of the Demon King clan. Run. Kinzelo's forces, especially the Dihu clan, fell into utter panic. Unlike the White Wolf clan, though the Dihu clan is strong in combat, they lack a warrior's spirit. It's a racial trait. The Dihu clan's instincts for fear and danger are sharper than the White Wolf clan's. Black Dragon. So, Jean, Lunkade is here. Finally. Jabril. Among them Mitter. Arna. Hearing Murakan's laughter, her eyes reddened, clenching her teeth. Jean. Who are Lunkade and Murakan? The most beloved brother, Myelin, Jabril's enemy. Fire Dragon Theo, and Blue Dragon Lalamapova, meeting Murakan, is merely feedback. We must retreat. Tower Master, seeing the giant shadow vanish. Great mercenary Amala, has likely been defeated by Murakan. 7th Tower Master. I know. You want to avenge the former Tower Master, but we must retreat now? Whoa. Mitter ignited flames with magic. 7th Tower Master. Please calm down. The mages of the 7th Tower, whether elders or regular members, were all trying to stop Mitter. But one person, looking at Mitter, laughed heartily, even with rage boiling over. Mitter was observing his reaction. If Lady Sandra orders a retreat, we retreat. Anyway, this kid's training has paid off. In such a situation, he still notices my gaze. That's gratifying. Very good. Her name is Sandra. Japova, Carrick's daughter. As Sandra laughed, about to say something more. Asterisk boom asterisk. Suddenly, an earthquake shaking the entire island grew even more intense. Murakan pushed aside the Nightfire, blocking his path, and stood up, as if releasing a safety mechanism in his heart. Unintentionally, he soared into the sky with Nightfire, and Nightfire interacted with Murakan's aura, turning darker, almost devoid of blue flames. I am Murakan. Murakan hurled the Nightfire in his arms toward the ground, shouting loudly. People couldn't help but think this wasn't Jean, but some skill unleashed by Murakan. Get out of the way, pushing the Tiger Kings again. No, behind the top warriors. The White Wolves, take care of the Red Tigers. Shield, raise the shield quickly. Hurry, damn it. Gather together, raise the shield. The 4 major factions, people with sharp senses, people with dull senses. When a black tsunami descended from the sky, sweeping the earth, in the perspective of the 4 factions, hastily raising their shields, that endless black tsunami seemed to destroy the entire island, because within the blue flames, the oppressive weight attribute, felt as heavy as a mountain crushing down, was also present. Asterisk crack asterisk, asterisk crack asterisk. Before the Nightfire even touched, across the island, huge fissures had already appeared, making the people on the ground unable to help but think. If the apocalypse came, would it look like this? In reality, if the 4 factions' shields couldn't withstand the Nightfire thrown by Murakan, it could destroy the entire island. This was due to an amplification effect. Jean's Nightfire, combined with Murakan's aura, restored to 50% of his power. Nightfire and aura didn't cancel each other out. Instead, as if planned from the start, they merged into one, unleashing even greater power. Even Jean's Nightfire alone had enough power to reduce the knights guarding Sword Ape to ashes back then. If not for Lunsha blocking it. Let alone, with Murakan's power added, Nightfire's power multiplied, though still not matching Sarah's full power. It had reached a considerable level. In other words, among the 4 factions on the islands, no one could withstand this Nightfire alone. Asterisk boom asterisk. Asterisk rumble asterisk. Asterisk rumble rumble asterisk. Nightfire began ravaging the earth. As the edge of the gray tsunami started sweeping the shields, the people on the ground could only tremble, facing fear and shock. Even dozens of layers, not even the top tier, shields raised by the 4 factions' elites, shattered like dry leaves. Asterisk crack asterisk. Asterisk crack asterisk. Asterisk crack asterisk. Asterisk bang asterisk. Fragments of the shattered shields, scattered everywhere, reflecting light. The pitch-black Nightfire obscured the light. In less than a second, it brought darkness. Asterisk ah asterisk. Asterisk ha asterisk. Screams erupted simultaneously. Wherever Nightfire touched, everything turned to ash. Even a fingertip's touch would erode the entire body. Due to the oppressive aura, escape was impossible. Even if one could escape, the people under the black tsunami felt as if they were in hell. If there were a god in hell, it would be that terrifying black dragon, watching the burning humans. Murakan laughing maniacally. Asterisk ha 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 asterisk. Asterisk ha ha asterisk. Asterisk crack 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 asterisk. That laughter merely expressed uncontainable joy, but for the people on the ground, it was utterly unacceptable. A terrifying existence that could easily slaughter the elites of the 4 factions. Asterisk crack asterisk. Kid, do you really want to fight this thing? That black dragon. If it angers Jean, the consequences are unthinkable. If you want to become like Myelin, I can suggest other ways. Sandra unleashed ice-binding magic, pushing away Night Yugu, shouting loudly. Sweat poured down her face like rain. Every day, I imagine killing them. The ones who murdered Brother Miaolin might all use spatial explosions and fire magic to shield herself and nearby mages. Is that so? For Brother Miaolin, someone like you is hard to come by. You're talking like your brother's really dead. Even so, Sandra didn't mock her. Instead, her tone carried an odd live, whatever you say, with your strength. Even resurrection is impossible. I want to meet Jean too. Lunkade. Suddenly, without warning, Nightfire flared even more violently. Sandra let out a cry. The elder-level mages nearby who failed to react in time were all devoured by spirit energy. They were reduced to a state like Sarah's, just one power surge, and Jippel lost nearly half its mages. However, Sandra only let out a faint smile. I almost got wiped out too. How fascinating. Jinzelo's side was in even worse shape. Unlike the White Wolf tribe, the Red Foxes were useless in this situation. Worse yet, many Red Foxes flailed wildly, dragging the White Wolves to their deaths. Mad Red Foxes. Let go. Let me go. Please. Spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. You say that. And that's it. I want to live too. It's you all who got the whole tribe killed. In the end, the White Wolves' top warriors and upper elites had to bash down barriers with hammers or shatter the Red Foxes' heads. If they didn't, total annihilation was inevitable. Some King Tiger-level Red Foxes fought back, but their crazed claws were no threat to White Wolves. Despite their long-standing grudge, the White Wolves couldn't help but feel regret as they cut them down. Damn fools. Soldiers sacrificed for the cause died in vain like this. Regular Red Fox warriors were one thing, but losing so many King Tigers was a heartbreaking loss. King Tiger is a title granted only to those equal to White Wolves, highest warriors in strength. Red Fox heads and limbs were flung into the black flames. Weaker White Wolves also fell one after another as Jinzelo struggled in an Asura-like battlefield. The nobles of Bamonte were also enduring a nightmare. The battle with Amala was shameful enough. Now it's the Black Dragon Malakan. One of them, Rats the Group 3 leader, gritted his teeth. Like the other factions, the Bamonte members had never imagined things would turn out like this. While seeking out the Gaia FA Islands, who would have thought Amala would go to war with all 4 factions and even unleash a curse? They had assumed there'd be minor friction, but not real war. Everyone was just watching. Sending large troops to show strength, fine. Sending large forces just to show off their power was one thing. But in reality, it turned into a battle, a huge loss for everyone involved. No matter who won over Amala, it would have been best to resolve it through negotiation. Yet unexpectedly, they launched a wide-range attack outright. And just as the battle began, Malacca had already overwhelmed the 4 major factions. Laz and the generals watched their subordinates die one by one and felt a wave of dread. This wasn't just a few losses. To replenish that many task force members would take enormous time and funding. It was incalculable. Whether they could survive and return to the Empire was also unknown. Jeeper, Jinzelo, Nimon, those 3 great powers naturally believed it was Malacca's technique. But Lunkade had a different judgment. This wasn't Lady Malacca's power. It was the power of the firstborn. Hugo swallowed hard, facing the primordial flame, even though it felt different. From when the bet was first announced, Hugo clearly knew this was the primordial flame. Back then, what Miss Lundia blocked was even more powerful than this. But clearly, this wasn't Lady Malacca. It was the sword of the firstborn. The cold tip of the blade grazed him, sending chills down his spine. At the same time, a mix of indescribable emotions welled up inside him. There was awe, envy, shame, guilt, and determination. Because the sword wave of the primordial flame was especially faint when directed toward Lunkade's side. Of course, that was intentional on Malacca's part, but Bugo misunderstood, thinking Jean was sparing him and his family. Regardless, Lunkade was different from the other forces. It seemed their lives were now in Jean's hands. If Jean wanted them dead, they would die. If Jean wanted them to live, they would live. Feel it, you lowly beings. Feel the power of the mighty black dragon. Let this moment become the most glorious of your pitiful lives. Malacca briefly stopped laughing and said this. He wore a satisfied expression as he gazed upon the land ravaged by the primordial flame, admiring his newfound strength. The sensation was exhilarating. He couldn't help but laugh, even though Jean's smile looked a little silly. Fortunately, everyone was too busy fending off the primordial flame to notice his expression, except for one person. Jean looked up at him and let out a sigh of relief. This guy suddenly became insanely strong. What's going on? It felt like some kind of restriction had been lifted, whatever the reason. This was a good thing. No need to overthink it. Amala was saved. Malacca became even stronger, and he even unexpectedly overwhelmed the 4 great factions. How to maximize this advantage? He quickly thought about it, but actually, there wasn't much to consider. Lady Amala, Yes, thank you for saving me. Let's talk once the situation stabilizes. For now, I have a proposal for you. Say whatever you want. I'm no longer a friend of Bubel or Kinzelo, but your friend. That depends on whether I can accept you as a friend. That's important too. Anyway, hide for now. Hey. Meow. Mid-battle, she summoned Shuri. When Amara saw Shuri, her eyes sparkled, Just like when she saw this one will help you. Until the chaos is over, find a place to hide quickly, somewhere near the archipelago, until I say you can come out. Jean planned to disguise Amara as dead. Since Amara had already broken ties with one of the 4 factions, he decided to stage her death and secretly recruit her to his side. Of course, this would only happen if he could trust Amara. But once the Nightfire ended, Amara would have no more chances to hide. Come with her. Really? Can I bring my cute kids too? No. And if you betray me or run, no matter where you are, no matter who protects you, I'll find you and kill. I won't. See you later. Asterisk meow meow asterisk. After Amara rode off on Shuri, Jean confirmed that the Prochi's siblings and Bubel's souls quickly faded. About that, he'd ask Amara directly later. For now, it was time to clean up here. Jean and Muraken's eyes met. Then Jean, through lip movements, conveyed this to Muraken. Prepare a 3-line speech. Muraken. Chapter 467. Chapter 467. Chapter 132. Total annihilation. And a strange halo. You mean? Using my body as a halo? Exactly. At the Galefar archipelago, all 4 factions will gather. Key figures will attend as representatives. I don't want to look inferior among them. That's what you mean, right? Yes. We also need to prepare for potential scenarios. We'll make something of it. Anyway, let's move. Once I help Gilly return, you'll have prepared your lines for handling various situations at the Galefar archipelago. Lines. What lines? You know? Asterisk those asterisk lines. The conversation before Daikan headed to the Galefar archipelago was about preparing lines. The reason for preparing lines was simple. He believed this gathering of the 4 factions vying for dominance was the perfect chance to spread rumors. Rumors about the 12th Knight and his guardian dragon, who already wielded power enough to touch Luncade's throne. They needed a halo, not just to consider Muraken's feelings. Muraken had all the elements, the legitimacy and symbolism as Luncade's guardian deity, unmatched might in the past, the uniqueness of a black dragon. The only thing Muraken lacked now was one thing: present majesty. But recently, due to the Black King incident, his fame had unintentionally soared. Thus, they needed to sustain that momentum. With a few more displays of his majesty, Muraken would become a halo brighter than anyone's. Jean was very pleased with this, because Amara had already fought the 4 factions, and the Nightfire unexpectedly created something similar. Though different from expectations, it was better. He couldn't imagine a better scenario. Like during the Black King incident, spreading rumors laced with lies was a perfect match. Jean recalled the lines he'd agonized over to catch the unruly black dragon, feeling a wave of satisfaction. 3 lines. Muraken questioned with his eyes. Yes, 3 lines. Jean held up 3 fingers, glaring intently. Muraken nodded firmly, understanding. Then, in a solemn tone and deep voice, he said, "Mortal humans, do you seek power?" When Muraken spoke, Jean couldn't help grabbing the back of his neck. That's not 3 lines. That's 33 lines. Muraken, not 33, but 33 lines are for when enemies clearly surrender and pledge loyalty. Obviously, that doesn't fit the situation. Asterisk la 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 asterisk. Asterisk rumble asterisk. At that moment, the Nightfire reached its climax. The final flames burned fiercely, destroying humans, objects, and nature with the roar of a black tsunami. The desperate screams of those trying to survive also peaked. Thus, amid this indescribable cacophony, Muraken's blunder was drowned out. Good thing it wasn't 33 of those noisy lines. Seems no one heard. In such a situation, inappropriate nonsense would have stood out. He sighed in relief. Muraken seemed to realize something was off, shaking his head. Looking again at Jean's 3 raised fingers, he quickly grasped his mistake and spoke again. From now on, this place, the Galefar archipelago, is Muraken's land. This time his voice was solemn and deep, filled with majesty, resounding powerfully. Even amid the terrible chaos, everyone could hear Muraken's voice clearly. My land. Could it be the old demon killed the great mercenary Amala? Luge could only think this way. If it was just to make Amala submit, they would need to display her severely injured body, or her corpse. Indeed, Amala was defeated by the 12 Knights, and Muraken, Latz came to the same conclusion. He also believed, if it were him, he would choose to kill Amala if she didn't swear loyalty, like the Ghost Squad or Black King Corps. 1018. 00:20:17, 519. UART 00:20:18, 279. Keeping her alive would only make her an enemy of other factions. If she joined another major faction, no one would dare touch her easily. In Latz's view, now was the perfect time for Jean to kill Amala without burden. It was also the best chance to eliminate all witnesses. In an instant, a terrifying future flashed through Latz's mind. If only Jean, Muraken, and Bugo, along with Luncade's knights, survived, and everyone else died, what then? So, what choice did Amala make? What kind of death did she meet? And what was the fate of the 4 factions? Even if Lunkade sent knights, other factions couldn't object, because not a single person witnessed the Battle of the Gaifa Islands. If it were another Lunkade, fine, but the 12 knights excel at propaganda. This must be prevented. In other words, they must survive, no matter what. They must live. And report everything seen and heard today, truthfully, to the Emperor. You invaded my land. None shall survive. After Murakan delivered his line 3 times, Latz clenched his teeth. Jean sighed in relief. Leave no one. Kill them all. The thrice-repeated line meant to kill everyone, but in reality, Jean didn't plan to kill everyone. To spread the word, a few had to survive. However, people like Mitter and Elna. Aside from Lunkade, Jean planned to leave only about 5 people. These weren't the most important, just people Jean chose to spare, that's all. The black tide gradually receded. Nightfire was about to burn out. Soon, the aura of Nightfire vanished completely. The land was left with only ashes and a desolate scene of death. No groans or screams. No sound of anyone struggling to breathe somewhere. The only sound was the embers burning corpses and the rapid breathing of survivors. There were no wounded. Those who couldn't hold out all died. 6th statement. Jean gave a new signal. Murakan looked down at the ground. Didn't expect stomping would leave so many bugs alive. How displeasing. The 6th statement wasn't all. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. As soon as he spoke, Murakan unleashed a blast of aura, aiming straight at Kinzero's direction. A top White Wolf clan warrior killed instantly upon impact. Malakan's power had reached 50%. Everyone had just exhausted themselves, trying to block Nightfire. They were completely out of strength. Even so, to kill so effortlessly, a top warrior of the White Wolf clan. In this world, such beings are exceedingly rare. The surviving Red Fox noble staggered back in fear when he saw only an ankle of the fallen warrior remaining. He shuddered in terror again. At this point, not just the Red Foxes, even the White Wolves couldn't suppress their fear. Gulp. The spectators kept swallowing hard. Signal. Jean gave the signal. Malakan turned toward where Bugo and Lunkade stood. Lunkade, leave this island and return to your family. And tell Rosa. Lunkade, without permission, you sent knights into my territory. I will hold you accountable. There must be a proper explanation. Bugo and the other Guardian Knights' eyes widened in shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. What? Just now he said, from now on, the Guy Fa Archipelago belongs to him. And now he says, he's going to hold us accountable for coming here uninvited? But we were here first. What is going on here? Bugo thought to himself. Murakan's words were contradictory, and he was the authority of the acting family head. But Bugo couldn't argue back, because in a situation like this, to oppose rashly could lead to unpredictable consequences. What's more, going against Murakan would only make things worse. Understood. Lord Murakan, I will pass it on. However, may I ask a question? Murakan slightly lowered his eyes, looking at Jean. Jean nodded, granting permission to ask. Bugo, Lunkade, the mercenary Amala, what happened to her? Murakan lowered his eyes again. Jean made a throat-cutting gesture. Originally, they planned to recruit Amala, but ended up suffering heavy losses. He was even killed by that unexpected black dragon. And now, that same black dragon is threatening to kill them all as well. At least no one in Lunkade died. Bugo and his knights simply wasted their efforts. It's not too late yet. On the way back, carefully search the surrounding seas. Maybe you'll find the remains of that foolish mercenary. Thank you for the information, Lord Murakan. Let's go. Lord Murakan, may we have another chance? Peter added one more thing. Murakan furrowed his brows. What is he suddenly saying? That the royal palace and Jinzalo were slaughtered by Lord Murakan. That was perfectly fine. But not long after, Jeeper will receive reinforcements from the magic tower. They'll be coming to help. Because the Tower Master is here, we will help you. The Tower Master's staff, Petardor, as a knight of Lunkade, knows that during the past incident in Klon, it was the Tower Master's staff that put Jean in a crisis. That staff has the function to summon the headquarters in emergencies. Jean shook his head, trying his best to put on an ugly expression, while Malakan cooperatively revealed his most vicious look. Petardor, Lunkade, are you looking down on me, Malakan? You people want to help me, just to deal with Jeepers? Lord Malakan, we have no other intentions. One more word, and I'll kill you all. Get lost. I didn't summon anyone. Suddenly, someone interrupted Malakan's words, shouting with a clear voice. It was Sandra. Jeeper. Everyone, including Malakan, turned their gaze to him. We have activated the Tower Master's staff. So, Great Black Dragon, please stop your puppet show. You puppeteer hiding in the dark. Jean, Lunkade, why don't you step out and meet me? I've been wanting to meet you. As Sandra spoke, he revealed a smile at his feet. Chapter 468. Chapter 468. Chapter 132. Massacre. And the strange too. Malakan did not forgive Sandra, or Jeeper's insolence. He didn't need to glance over, nor did he need Jean's separate permission, nor choose his words carefully. He only needed to make them pay a price. Hoo. The aura around Malakan, and the blue shadows, rippled with his will. without a sound. The remaining flames quickly formed into cones, like diving hawks, rushing toward Sandra. There were 8 in total. The mages of Jeeper had been enduring the night mist and could barely react. Midal and a few other mages noticed Malakan's attack, but did not help, because they feared that rashly helping would bring misfortune. Surprisingly, Sandra dodged 3 of the cones. His agile and light movements didn't resemble those of a mage. 3 others were blocked by his shield, but the remaining 2, no. One pierced Sandra's shoulder, the other pierced his calf. The blood spraying from the wounds made it clear he was gravely injured. Malakan looked down at Sandra trembling on the ground. Without hesitation, he brutally crushed Jean's enemy. This meant he had enough power to go to war with all of Jeeper, at least for those watching Malakan from other great powers. That was the conclusion they reached. Acting head of the family, Black Panther Rosa, the claim that Lunkade will hold someone accountable. Could it be that Murakan is more than just a symbol of the guardian deity? Does he actually wield real power in Lunkade? Power greater than that of the acting head. In fact, the acting head of Lunkade might actually be Black Dragon Murakan. Then what about the Order of the 12 Knights? Speaking of which, Sandra, Jeeper is done for. We just saw the strongest warrior of the White Wolf clan die in an instant, leaving only their ankle behind. And yet you still dare to boast? Is it because you've lived too long in Jeeper? Become numb to fear? Jean and the task force members all thought the same thing. The White Wolf clan of Jingza Path, Jeeper's support forces, are our only hope for survival. Latz's eyes were trembling. He was certain no one could make it out alive. What Murakan just said was not a bluff. The members here now, let alone fighting Murakan, they couldn't even inflict meaningful damage on him. Not at all. Therefore, Latz concluded, to survive, they had to rely on Jeeper. Sandra hadn't activated the Mage Tower Master's staff, and with a single blow, he was seriously in and would die soon. Latz nearly wanted to shout, the Mage Tower Master isn't Sandra, it's you. Midal, Elna, activate the staff. Latz thought, he didn't kill you instantly, because he wanted to know where your arrogance and weighty presence derived their confidence from. Puppeteer, dull master, spout your nonsense again. Jeeper, that cold, low voice, sent another chill down the spine of the great. Huff, huff, huff. Sandra adjusted his breathing. Clearly, it wasn't out of fear of death that he was breathing heavily. It was just surprise at the unexpected intensity of pain. That's all. Crack. Everyone watching him doubted their own eyes, because his pierced shoulder and thigh were rapidly healing, restoring. Humans, the White Wolf clan and Red Fox clan, had never seen a human with such regenerative power. On the other hand, Latz and the other members were wide-eyed. Had Jeeper's biological experiments advanced to this level, it was nearly comparable to the demonic surgery undergone by the Light Team. Biological experiments. Jeeper, Vermont, and Jinzalo had long been conducting biological experiments. Jeeper to create perfect stone-track creatures, Vermont to create demons, and Jinzalo to create demon artificers. Recently, Vermont was convinced that he was leading the field in biological experiments, even though the experiments were still in early stages and had many unstable factors, just like in the past when Light Squad Captain Hurdle lost his mind after becoming a demon. However, Sandra just now demonstrated a super regeneration ability on par with a demon, while still maintaining sanity. From Latz's perspective, without a biostatue track procedure, and this kind of operation that surpasses the Empire's developed demonification magic, it would be impossible. Within the Empire, there might be someone leaking information to Jeeper. The likelihood was very high. While Latz clenched his teeth in anger, Jean was also startled as he observed Sandra's regeneration. Earlier, Jean had used spirit energy to conceal his presence as much as possible and escaped from the shattered core of a hidden weapon. In any case, he needed to verify the situation personally. Recovery, super regeneration. He never expected that after Amala, he would also see super regeneration in Sandra, just as Murakan once said while looking at Amala. Super regeneration was originally a trait of core demons. Amala possessed both chaos and miasma, 2 special types of power, and those powers had been amplified. So, she could achieve that. Could it be that Sandra was also born with the power of chaos? If that were the case, he shouldn't have been so helpless. In the face of miasma, Jean believed Sandra wasn't just a regular human, burned by chaotic power, and no one else had noticed this. In Jean's view, Sandra's super regeneration was different from anything he had seen before. Sandra's super regeneration didn't feel like simple healing. It was more like a reversal of time. The wounds reverted to a state before they had occurred. He wasn't sure. The wounds healed too fast, and he was too far away to observe clearly. Sandra, Jeeper, Jean, in this life, had never had any direct dealings with her, but in a previous life, he had once encountered her by chance. While waiting for Valeria by the fountain, he had a brief conversation with her about magic, about Matthew. Matthew Molnian's 3-stage classification of magic. Wow. You're reading such a rare and valuable book. Who are you? Most people confuse Matthew Molnian with Matthew Woniak and end up reading a fraud's work. But you're not so easily deceived. Do you know who I am? While I'm not easily fooled either. Sometimes I let myself be tricked, because it's kind of cute. It wasn't until a year later that he realized that girl was Sandra. Back then, he thought she was just another apprentice maid you'd find in the park. Later, in the news, he saw her photo, and was shocked. Looking back, that might have been the start of friendship. She was probably curious about how tragic the exiled Lunkade was. That connection, with Sandra, was all there was. Therefore, in this life, Jean hadn't thought much about her, because she neither gained fame as a mage like Carrick's other children, nor served as a master of the magic tower. She simply contribute to the family. Judging by the magicians from Jipple, who've come to the Guy Fa archipelago, the highest external rank belongs to Middle Elna. In other words, he's either Jean of Lunkade's second knight rank, or a lower-ranking pureblood Jipple. But from Sandra's demeanor, and Middle's gaze, anyone can tell, Sandra's actual standing is above Middle's. Just like Octavia, is Jipple also hiding its power and influence on purpose? I've always thought Octavia wasn't the only one like that, but Sandra truly caught me off guard. Jean wasn't surprised by Sandra for no reason. It was because the woman he had spoken with by the fountain had mentioned Sandra. The info came from an article about marriage. In Jean's previous life, he had entered a political marriage with a minor royal of the Bamani family, not just the Jipple family. Many powers used this method, binding territories, branches, and future descendants together as hostages, or to resolve other issues. If Sandra in my previous life was also a hidden powerhouse, he could have just gone into seclusion like Octavia. But the fact that he chose a political marriage is hard to understand. Just as Jean was thinking that, Sandra opened his mouth. This really hurts. Ugh. I don't quite understand. So I said that. Did my words make you upset, Lord Malakan? What? I only stopped our young master from activating the Mocha staff to prevent the 12th Night Order, and Lord Malakan from getting into trouble. I just wanted to see Jean Lunkade and fight him. Is that really something to be mad about? Sandra said this with sincere feelings for Jean. As a puppet master, as a moon master, he didn't think he said anything wrong. To him, it was simply a fact that he couldn't distinguish pleasant from unpleasant. To others, saying sarcastic things to Middle was the same thing. He felt he should be praised instead. I know how strong the Black Dragon is, but everyone tries to avoid trouble, right? Don't they? Right? On this point, even Malakan couldn't find words to reply. Sandra said it all so calmly. It made people feel, that's not wrong either. Jean stepped forward and said, if Malakan keeps fighting him, it would only hurt his dignity. Therefore, he believed he was better suited to handle the situation. He also wanted to confirm the exact nature of the regeneration ability. Oh, Jean Lunkade. Sandra's eyes lit up, and he shouted, do you want to fight me? Their eyes locked, just as Sandra nodded, ready to answer. Swoosh. Jean closed the distance in a flash, and stabbed Bradamante towards Sandra's collarbone. Seems like you've still got a long way to go. Sandra, Jeeper. There was no time to pull out the blade stabbed into his collarbone, along with the strange 3 shells. Sandra coughed up a mouth and bent down. Bradamante had completely pierced through his collarbone, coming out the other side. If he were human, this would be the end. It was a fatal, irreversible wound, unless he had healing power at the level of King Lonnie, or the legacy of Numerous. However, Jean could feel a formless power was pushing the blade out of Sandra's collarbone. Of course, it wasn't aura, nor magic. It felt more like divine power, and the feeling of that divine power was very similar to Jean's own. Alta's dragon, the silver dragon Quekental, often displayed that same power, the power of time. So I wasn't wrong from the very beginning. But why can Sandra use the power of time? Sandra couldn't be Alta's contractor, because long ago, Alta had already signed a contract with Enya. Jeeper couldn't do what Jean did in his past life, kill Enya and take the contract. Divine power doesn't always require a contract. It can also be accessed through receiving a god's blessing, being granted the right to serve a god, or by other means. But in those cases, only lower-level divine power can be used. Swish. Jean swung the deflected blade, aiming at Sandra's neck. However, Bradamante didn't hit his neck, because the air around Sandra had distorted strangely, as if slicing through water. The blade merely stirred ripples. It did no harm. Just like the first time I met Lord Quekental. Back then, Lord Quekental also deflected my attacks like this, reversing time in an instant, healed fatal wounds, and during regeneration. This is definitely not low-level authority. Shla, shlalala, chak. The sound of gears rapidly meshing grew louder and louder. This noise always appeared when using that authority. It was the only difference between Quekental and Sandra. Murakan also recognized Sandra's authority. He seemed quite shaken, his eyes blinking nonstop. Even Bayugo and the Knights of Lunkade were struggling to suppress their confusion. Variables kept appearing that weren't included in the mission data. It seems Sandra, Jeeper's abilities were like bodily membranes, like part of an experiment. Could it be that a pure-blood Jeeper had become an experimental subject? And she's Carrick's daughter, the 6th Knight of Lunkade. Bayugo had some knowledge of Jeeper's bodily experiments. As far as he knew, until now, Jeeper had never used purebloods in physical experiments. He only used fanatical followers, ordinary people, or magicians from lower branch families, used as test subjects. Does this mean they've stabilized experiments using purebloods, or is there another reason? Regardless, this is a discovery. Though they failed to control Amala, at least in the report, they could write some special remarks for Rosa. Since Sandra displayed a unique power, Bugo began cautiously observing Jean and Malakan's reactions. He thought, if he stayed on the island, he might uncover more. Phew. I've taken so many hits today. I hate pain. But I admit, when it comes to battle, I'm still lacking. Sandra tidied his clothes and shrugged. What an annoying ability. Sandra. Jipple, you're even more handsome than you looked on the Kintoro Merchant Guild billboard. I think instead of fighting, we should go fall in love. Wouldn't it be better to activate the Tower Master's staff now? How about we grab a meal or some tea? Is it because they're so confident that they don't feel nervous? Or is it because they don't understand basic communication? Back when they briefly met in a past life, he had only talked about himself. It was hard for Jean to fully grasp Sandra's Jipple's situation. This feeling I have now, it's like I've overcome the obstacle that is the black dragon Malakan, and finally met the princess. Sandra just kept rambling. There's no point in talking with someone like that. If possible, subdue and capture him alive. That was the conclusion. Since they needed to understand Sandra's power, they added the condition, if possible. For a reason. If Sandra were captured alive, Jipple's human experimentation would be exposed again. Its results might even be used by other forces. Jipple would never allow such a slip, even though up until now, Sandra kept getting outplayed. Still, there's no way he'd let himself get captured. Either he already has powerful backup nearby, with no need for the Tower Master's staff, or there are other methods to prevent intel leaks, like the Bamonti mine, that completely oxidized and vanished once it reached its limit. No matter how bold they are, as long as they have a safety net, confidence naturally follows. Jean planned to use the ice sealing spell he learned from Valeria to capture Sandra of Jipple as evidence. Though reversing time seemed difficult, there was no harm in trying. Wow. Bradamanti, shrouded in spiritual, began to resonate. Sandra hurriedly released his magic and deployed a shield. The flame attribute barrier flickered menacingly. But that was her only defense. With just one arrow, it was split in half. Sandra stepped back after drawing her weapon. The offensive magic she formed with both hands had no effect on Jean. On the contrary, within 10 seconds, Jean inflicted at least 3 serious wounds on Sandra, counting the first strike, when her ribs were pierced. You could say, Sandra had already been killed 4 times by Jean. Sandra wasn't weak. It was just that Jean, the family's declaration, by Hugo and the Guardian Knights, who saw it with their own eyes, already knew this, except for Jean's supporters, who had fallen into collective panic. Members of Bermont and Jeeper could only sigh internally at the battle between the two, but even Maraka was difficult to handle. What lay ahead now was a future of slaughter, once again confirming the strength of the 12 arts. Everything went dark, and more than that, the protagonists, 2 figures emerged from the river of broken shoes. The Procky siblings, just awakened from the curse. Just give the order, and Faye and I. The dragon flapped its wings, majestically in the air, standing below them. The ghost god, compared to the Procky siblings, the gap between them and other forces was overwhelming. Jillalilai. For some reason, the more injuries Sandra sustained, the faster her regeneration became. She didn't counterattack. She focused solely on healing. And once that regeneration hit full speed, Jean couldn't even land a hit on Sandra. Wherever he struck, the wounds healed before the blade could leave. It was a strange to an outsider unfamiliar with the truth. It looked as if Jean was simply tormenting a weakling. Jean continued slashing Sandra expressionlessly. Unlimited power doesn't exist in this world. Jean always believed that, and he often shattered the beliefs of those claiming to be unlimited. Even the enhanced Amala was no exception. At this rate, I might actually fall for you. What? It was the first time Jean paused, halting his sword mid-swing. At this point, even Jean was a bit taken aback. Humans, even without being corrupted by chaos, could still go this insane. Jean smiled and replied, that's a terrifying thing to say. Want to get married? I heard the princess of Mai Palace wants to marry me. What do you think? If you tell me your regeneration secret, Jean, I'll consider it. Is that so? That's not a difficult condition. Do you know about demon stones? We use them to replicate some miraculous cases. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the space between Jean. Jean instantly dodged to the side, but Sandra didn't react in time. In an instant, half his head vanished. A spatial explosion. Mitter. Elna's Kellic. Zipple's omnipotence in Jean's eyes as he turned. Lady Sandra, what are you talking about? This damned bastard. What are you doing? Can't you see Jean of Luncade is speaking with him? You were just acting. So well-mannered. So refined. Mitter couldn't believe his ears. He never expected Sandra to mention the demon stone. Jean was equally shocked from Mitter's reaction. The demon stone was still an absolute secret to Zipple's outsiders. Of course, that made sense. The name itself was surely handled with utmost caution externally. Sandra didn't just mention the name. She spoke of its ability to mimic parts of divine power. This was an unexpected gain for Jean. For Mitter and Zippel, it was maddening. Interrupt again, and I'll kill you myself this time. Got it? I'll tear your limbs apart, crush them, discard them, and stomp them flat. Answer me now, you filthy cur. Her voice, so soft when speaking to Jean moments ago, was now utterly different, laced with venom. Even Murakin, struck by that malicious aura, let out a low growl. This lunatic, if left unchecked, who knows how far Sandra will go. What to do? As Mitter weighed his options, Bradamanti traced a sharp arc. You mongrel. How dare you treat me like this? No answer. Ugh. Asterisk, /*. Bradamanti severed Sandra's right hand. A lapse in focus. Or lowered guard. Sandra, consumed by spewing rage and hatred at Mitter, momentarily lost her top-tier regeneration speed. Jean, of course, didn't miss the chance. Unlike before, Sandra's wound didn't heal instantly. Thus, crack. Before her right arm hit the ground, Jean instantly formed an ice seal. Quickly, Jean confirmed Sandra's wound wasn't recovering as before, showing only normal regeneration. With proof in hand, there was no need to hesitate. Murakin, yeah, wipe them all out. At Jean's shout, Murakin grinned. Chapter 470. Chapter 132. Catalog. An estranged sting. Whoosh. As if black ink poured into a transparent bucket, Murakin's aura began to darken the sky. It spread swiftly. In an instant, the night sky turned pitch black, devoid of moonlight. In that darkness, Murakin's amber eyes stood out starkly, like the eyes of a reaper. To those looking up at Murakin, under the shrouded sky, when I order a total wipeout, from that moment, you must skillfully use all lines after number 100. Lines after 100, those are all about death or destruction. Exactly. While using those lines appropriately, kill as many as possible. In each scene, leave about 5 minor figures alive. Humph. Kid, you're misunderstanding. This kind of thing doesn't need specific orders. I'll handle it naturally. Your lines, though, sound like something a poser would say. A guy like me would intimidate more directly. I know. I'm saying it for the What? Theatrics? You haven't yet regained your peak strength from Jean's prime. Until you recover, we need to project maximum power. You know, since the Black King incident, your reputation has soared. Humph. Not thrilled, but I'll go along with it. I am Murakin, the most terrifying nightmare mortals can face. You'll become kings who can dream no more. Those punchy lines, how were they chosen? Was that number 107? Seems decent enough. Anyway, when killing enemies, use the flashiest skills possible. They're not efficient, but they're cool and spectacular. Got it? Understood. The conversation while crafting lines, though he claimed to dislike it. In truth, after the Black King incident, Murakin's prestige had surged. Of course, compared to his peak majesty, this was a trifling matter. But whenever ignorant people treated him as ordinary, though that rarely happened, he felt a pang of indignity, hard to shake. In other words, this was a chance to boost that satisfaction. I am Murakin. Vortices formed across the blackened sky. In an instant, hundreds of vortices appeared. At each vortex's center, a massive black spike emerged. These black spikes, obeying Murakin's will, ravaged the earth. The most terrifying nightmare mortals can endure. His deep, chilling voice weighed heavily over the entire archipelago, echoing through the aura's veil. That grim voice sent the island's beasts and insects scrambling to hide in panic. Birds fled beyond the island, while land animals and insects burrowed into deep caves. With 50% of his power restored, every creature's movement reached his senses clearly. The sound of wings flapping as flocks took flight urgently, the sensation of marmots digging with their forepaws, insects sprinting or flying into deeper forests. Murakin hovered in the air, savoring it all. 1,000 years ago, it often used this to replace music or spring flower collections for enjoyment. This sensation, before it regained 50% of its power, had long been forgotten. Thus, it waited for a while to give the small creatures enough time to hide. It also confirmed the positions of those small creatures unable to escape, so that when the slaughter began, it could avoid harming them as much as possible. The movements of the small creatures came through so clearly. The fear of the humans below was also palpable. Merely unleashing its power created such oppression. The Imperial Dragons weren't afraid for no reason. It said its heart was injured. Is this really the power of an injured state? Has it already fully recovered? So terrifying, so scary. Spare us. The Imperial family and Jabril, the Kinzero clansmen, each harbored their own thoughts. Their heartbeats and trembling resounded like the melody of the moon. Yes, this is the feeling, the sensation of freely deciding life and death after 1,000 years. Feeling it again, this exhilarating sensation. His tail stiffened, his chest trembled slightly. Though facing the world's top warriors, he couldn't enjoy this feeling. But now he felt like a god of these islands, when everyone was too tense to even speak. Only one person, Sandra, Jabril, kept cursing. Mitter Arna, you ungrateful bastard. I'm warning you in advance. If you activate the magic carpet, without my permission, just try it. I'll personally use a razor to slit your throat and hang your head. In the center of Draka Square for all to see, he seemed utterly uninterested in his arm being severed and sealed. The wound had somewhat healed, but only through ordinary healing magic to stop the bleeding. Without using the power of time, he not only continued cursing Mitter, but also spoke to Jean in an incredibly gentle voice. Because of a bastard, not even worth a stray dog's glance, our date hit a snag. With your handsome face and the broad heart that matches it, you'll understand all this, right? No matter what, it's best not to get involved with this person. This instinctive signal kept ringing in Jean's mind. An unprecedented sense of fear rose from his spine, giving him goosebumps all over. By the way, where were we? The Demon Stone. Right? Demon Stone. How much effort we put in to create it. Without Kinderlo. Lady Sandra. No. You lunatic. Stop it already. Amid Mitter's exasperated shouts, as Sandra was about to leave, Murakan realized those monsters had either all fled or found their positions. You will become kings who can never dream again. Murakan finished his 107th line. Then, he scanned the ground with satisfaction, confirming where the spikes would fall. In the vortex of aura, black, sharp clouds began to descend. Each vortex relentlessly spewed out a massive spike, and hundreds of smaller spikes. From afar, it looked like a swarm of locusts, suddenly attacking the islands. What's more terrifying, these spikes fell silently. Silent, one of the supreme attributes of shadow and aura power. Stop them, damn it. Save Lady Sandra. Despite so many spikes raining down, only screams and the sound of destruction. Normally, with magic or skills of this scale, some friendly casualties are inevitable. However, not a single aura spike landed where the Luncade Knights stood. They fell at a deliberate distance, as if only Jean of Luncade held an umbrella. Naturally, the Luncade Knights' gazes turned to Jean and Murakan, especially Jean, more than Murakan, who was unleashing the spikes. Jean's impassive expression was far more chilling. This made the Luncade Knights feel indebted in their hierarchy. Even if the eldest son gave the order, they'd execute it without. Though the relationship between guardian dragon and contractor usually has the former slightly subservient, this was outright master and servant, wasn't it? Not just piercing. Murakan's spikes were practically slicing the enemy, even with his own guardian knights and execution knights combined. Could they match Murakan? He was certain they couldn't. My guardian knights are no match for him. Even Big Brother's power might not handle Murakan. This thought suddenly struck him. Clearly, this thought was mistaken. Though Murakan regained 50% of his power, Joshua has the Black Knights and the family's finest execution knights and guardian knights. This was a sight he hadn't seen in ages. And this illusion, after his return, would become a major rumor. In the Sword's Edge, Sandra was also torn to shreds. Think about it. Come, marry me. Surprisingly, while regenerating his body, his gaze stayed fixed on Jean. The elders who came to rescue him let out their final screams as they raised a protective barrier, though Mitter gave the rescue order. In reality, the elders' strength wasn't enough to complete this task. Mitter knew this too. Watching the pure scholars being torn apart, if no action was taken, it could cause issues later. Thus, he gave the order to save Sandra. So many sacrifices were made, but in the end, he couldn't recover from his incapacitated state. Thus, he said he had to take full command. Tower Master, this is enough. Let the Tower Master take charge now. Neither the Lord nor the Elder Council will object. Continuing like this will lead to total annihilation. Miss Sandra's regeneration ability isn't limitless. To save her, we must use that method. An elder, watching a spike pierce the shield, said. Mitter, seemingly resigned, bit his lip and nodded to the towering figure. The great mercenary Amara likely fell to Murakan. Tower Master, I understand your desire to avenge the former Tower Master, but we must retreat now. Tower Master, hold fast. That method. This is why Mitter and Elna refused to retreat. Even after seeing Murakan and Jean unleash Nightfire. Huff. Mitter took a deep breath, masking the excitement of finally being able to exact revenge. This way is better. If Sandra ordered a retreat, he'd have to watch his enemy slip away. Understood. Mitter pulled something from his chest and said, Chapter 471. Chapter 471. Chapter 132. Total annihilation. And something strange. What Mitter and Elna took out was slightly smaller than a fist. A perfect. Mitter's face, staring at it, brimmed with anticipation. The cube was encircled by a blue glow, as if imbued with ghostly energy. I can finally avenge Brother Murin. Murin of Zippel, recalling his brother's brutal death, emotions surged within him. Mitter never understood why Luncade, who killed Murin, still roamed free, while Zippel delayed proper retaliation. asterisk whoosh asterisk crack asterisk, as Mitter infused the cube with mana. The blue glow intensified, even amidst the storm of black spikes. Its radiance stood out. What was that blue light? Jean, from afar, saw the cube's blue glow. Not magic. A divine artifact, blocked by the black spikes. He couldn't see details, but clearly, it was a type of artifact he'd never encountered. A sense of foreboding stirred within him. In moments like this, Hannah's face seemed ready to burst into a sly grin, which felt unsettling. A hidden trump often came with such an expression, before being revealed. Blanca, seeing Mitter's demeanor, couldn't help but frown. In every era, there are fools rushing to meet death early. Mitter suddenly stepped back, laughing loudly. The cube in his hand, unfolded, hovering in midair. Luncade's 12th night, Jean of Luncade. And Black Dragon, Blanca. I've waited for this day. Only your filthy blood can appease Brother Murin's grudge. You won't listen, huh? Sarah, snap him out of it. Asterisk boom. Blanca unleashed a breath toward Mitter and Zippel's mages. This breath, laden with immense emotion and fury, was stronger than the one that left only an ankle of a top White Wolf clan warrior, coupled with the aura spikes scattered in its wake. It felt as if the entire mountain range shrank. The only ones who could withstand this breath alone were Murakin himself and Jean. As the breath neared Jean of Zippel, Mitter and the surviving mages could only stare in horror, eyes wide with dread. The shield isn't up yet. We have to block it. The elders' frantic shouts were cut short as the breath swept them away. Other mages desperately raised shields. But Murakin's breath mercilessly shattered Zippel's defenses, like a chariot tumbling down a steep slope, crushing dozens of houses before stopping. The breath Murakin casually unleashed reduced over 30 elders to dust, then broke the shield before Mitter, finally halting its assault on Jean. Humph. The excited grin from moments ago had vanished. Mitter stood, pores clenched, blinking rapidly. The confidence he had when activating the cube was gone. Was that really a breath unleashed? Without warning or preparation, a gut feeling stabbed Mitter's heart. Like a knife, he'd miscalculated. When the black spikes began to fall, he'd already sensed. If today was truly the day for vengeance, recalculating was too late. Murakin, seeing Mitter survive the breath, grew even angrier. His pride wounded. Block it. Block what? Are you insane? This guy? Huh? Really? This punk is infuriating. Thus, Murakin said things he wouldn't normally say, making enemies even more terrified. An erratic, powerful foe is always frightening. Asterisk groan asterisk. This time, Murakin inhaled deeply, gathering all his strength to unleash another breath. The silently falling aura spikes weakened instantly as the aura was redirected to amplify the breath. The land, after the aura blades ceased, looked desolate, like a battlefield after a magic barrage. Flat ground was gone, leaving only mangled corpses, rolling like dust. Baimon's forces barely held their formation, while Kinzelo's troops lost all reason, screaming and collapsing. Zippel's side was down to Mitter, and a few elders barely holding on, trembling uncontrollably. And before Jean, Sandra, Zippel is gradually returning to human form, self-regenerating. Click, click. The sound of gears turning was much slower than before. Jean had a feeling, judging by appearances, this might even surpass his time magic. Time magic may be powerful, but as far as Jean knew, in the case of fatal injury, recovery to this extent was impossible. Even Quaikental couldn't restore a body dismembered to the level of flesh. Looks like the powers of the demon god stone and body golem are being used together. If Zippel can continue produce creations like Sandra. Suddenly, memories from a past life surfaced in Jean's mind. A mirror, a spring of mana. In his previous life, after acquiring Cologn's artifact, Zippel had begun mass-producing level 7 mages. These so-called mass-produced mages were used to reinforce Zippel's authoritarian rule. Sandra's regeneration ability far surpassed those mages. Was it because of my reincarnation that things have changed? Did my rebirth trigger Zippel to alter its research direction? Could it have impacted their outcomes in a significant way? If so, then the current situation might be even worse than back then. Although this crossed his mind, Jean quickly shook his head. No. Think carefully. Just with mass-produced mages, Zippel couldn't achieve dictatorship. Even if several reached level 7 mana, they couldn't face true level 9 or 10 experts. At the time, those mass-produced mages were just experiments, test subjects or materials, to eventually build weapons like Sandra. And Zippel himself, the propaganda around mass-produced mages, served to justify Zippel's rule. But in reality, they were building Sandra-like weapons behind the scenes. Out of public view, those weapons fought in battles. At that time, they hadn't made real progress, so the body golem research might have been delayed by many years compared to his past life. Even so, Zippel's current body golems have already reached this level. Even if the body were torn apart dozens of times. It could still regenerate. What I've seen today, Jippel's secrets, might only be the tip of the iceberg. That glowing cube. What gave Middle such confidence? A deep sense of doubt surged within him. Even though the pressure had weakened, it was still overwhelming. This aura, luck, numbers, mind, voice, that 10,000. As Sandra's face gradually returned to normal, his first words, Middle heard them clearly. Once the spiritual blade halted, everything fell silent. You could even hear each other's breaths. However, Middle did not obey Sandra's command. Instead, he calmed himself down again. That's what he told himself. That's right. We can win. Don't be afraid. Today, we'll surely fill the pure golden chalice with the blood of our enemies. Together with my brother, there's no reason we can't. Midal fell to his knees, raising his hands reverently, like a worshipper calling upon a god. It had nothing to do with the fully expanded hexahedron. It was a ritual unique to Midal, a ceremony to welcome his long-lost brother and express his respect. From the fully unfolded hexahedron, light spread out like flowing water. The light streaming from the hexahedron surged through the void like waves. Those dark blue rays of light painted shapes across space itself. Aside from Jeeper, even Maraka, who had lived, was no exception. None of them had ever seen such a bizarre sight before. The light was forming something. He really had seen it before. Jean, who was temporarily watching the glowing hexahedron and walking toward it, felt the whole thing was absurd. He had to suppress the urge to curse aloud. The first thing the light formed was a person. Meowloin. Jeeper, my brother, welcome back. Midal raised his head, his eyes shining as he looked up at Meowloin. At that moment, Meowloin had become a being with form and weight, no longer just light, but matter. However, unlike when he was in Colon, he wasn't a fully living person. His skin was purplish blue like a decayed corpse. Some parts had peeled away, revealing bone, teeth, and his inner skull. His eyes were dull and lifeless. He looked like a moving corpse at a gathering. The hexahedron's light had formed not just Meowloin, but a ship, Jeeper's final weapon of war, a battleship symbolizing disaster from the sky. An aerial warship similar in shape to the Kozak also appeared behind Meowloin. This blue ship was even larger than the Kozak. Just from its appearance, it exuded overwhelming intimidation. The battleship was equipped with many spell arrays formed from light. In other words, suddenly, Jeeper's warship appeared on the island, along with his army. The shocking spectacle left everyone speechless. Even Jean was too stunned to speak, his eyes blinking nonstop. What a refreshing breeze. Midal, at last, Meowloin spoke. His voice was gentle, yet dignified. Midal was moved to the verge of tears. Now, he could finally take revenge with his brother and earn their father's recognition. That certainty filled him with emotion and made his entire body tremble. He even thought that his previous doubts about his brother's ship and military might were foolish. It's been a long time. Jean, Lucan. Oh my, what the hell is going on? After watching for so long, this thing pops up out of nowhere. What bad luck. At that moment, the aura Murakan had gathered erupted. Boom. This aura was denser than the black spikes that had rained down earlier. It surged toward Myron and his army. Neither Midder nor Myron ever imagined this aura could destroy a battleship. Thus, after their first defense, Jean and his group planned to continue the attack and utter chilling words. But the next moment, the massive battleship just formed was easily destroyed. As simple as paper ignited by a torch, Murakan's aura pierced the battleship's center, completely obliterating it. Crack, crack, sizzle, oomph. Boom, crunch, drip, clang, Myron and Midder heard the sound of the battleship shattering, unable to believe their ears. To the brothers, the sound felt unreal, utterly foreign. A bunch of useless trash, just sitting there. So annoying. Murakan snorted, sneering coldly. Chapter 472. Chapter 472. Chapter 132. Slaughter. And the strange. 6. What's going on? Myron and Midder felt an unfamiliar sensation, as if something was draining from their bodies. Their souls, or rather, their spirits, were leaking from their bodies. This was those things. It was all too unreal. A single breath destroyed the battleship. Even that description wasn't enough. That ship had turned into dust, known as the world-destroying power. Jibril's ultimate weapon, Kozak, was modeled after it. Though a mass-produced battleship, Kozak's developers claimed its performance was over 50% of the original, not something that could be casually made. In other words, this battleship shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Kozak 2 Myron was built to rule the world. Crack, crack, snap, That battleship now rained down like droplets. Just moments ago, it was a rain of black spikes. Now it was a rain of massive battleship fragments. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of pieces, like a swarm of insects, darkening the sky. In fact, if Myron and her passengers had been fully prepared from the start and could activate a shield immediately, it wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. My battleship, my Kozek II Myron. It's been reduced to fragments. Myron's pale eyes were bloodshot. Was it just the battleship that was destroyed? No. Among the raining fragments were not only the ship's materials, but also human flesh and bones. Hundreds of mages aboard the battleship had all perished. One could even say, today was the first battle after revival, against Jean and Murakin, who killed Myron. There couldn't have been a better stage for a first battle, yet the result was so devastating. What? Crying. Crying. Is that kid crying now? Murakin raised an eyebrow, squinting his eyes. Though far away, with fragments obstructing his view, he seemed to see the glint of tears in Myron's eyes. Brother. Myron. Mitter, anxiously calling Myron, his voice hoarse. This made the already shattered dignity and atmosphere even more absurd. But now wasn't the time for embarrassment, brother. You must stay rational, brother Myron. Hey. Don't space out. Show me something, especially you. Back from the dead. Give Lord Murakin some entertainment. Murakin scoffed at the brother's bewilderment, sneering. While Bugo and Luncade's knights misunderstood once again, because they didn't know, Kozek II Myron's performance was inferior to the original. That was only natural. Kozek II Myron and its summoned hexahedron had just been unveiled for the first time. In a single night. Destroying Kozek. No. That ship was even larger than Kozek. The only person in the world who could destroy Kozek like that, I think it's only father. The members of Bimot thought the same. Within their common sense, destroying a Kozek-level battleship in one blow was impossible. Unless it was the world's only Genesis, Night Breath Dragon. Luncade. Rumors about Murakin grew increasingly exaggerated. This guy wasn't like this before, was he? Kid. Jean didn't respond, his gaze fixed on Myron, Mitter, and the hexahedron in his hand, to be precise. It wasn't that he didn't respond, but that he couldn't. Unlike Murakin, like all the other factions, Jean was speechless. But not because, like the other factions, he was affected by Murakin's feat. Everyone, having witnessed the shocking sight of a battleship destroyed in a breath, forgot certain facts. First, the revival. Myron clearly wasn't revived using Melis's tears. Myron's revival was likely the same as Sandra's regeneration, the power of the demon stone. For some reason, back then in Clone, because of Jippel's internal support, we were unable to retrieve Mylan's body. That has always made me uneasy. Mylan was only revived after the new demon god stone had been completed. When Jippel first recovered the corpse, Luna had already destroyed Jippel's first demon god stone, the one named Andre. The demon god stone that Jippel possessed. Jippel surely promised you eternal life and ultimate power, or something along those lines. And you've seen it with your own eyes. Maybe it was the demon god stone. I saw it too. That strange thing, capable of resurrecting the dead and granting immense power. It's a power anyone would be tempted by, something truly unfathomable. But Barton, do you know? I've already seen a demon god stone destroyed by Luncade's sword. Even my father knew that thing existed. So stop dreaming. Today's death will be final. Resurrection, eternal life, those fantasies will not come true. Suddenly I recalled, back during the Black Knight assassination mission, something I once said to Barton. In truth, resurrection itself wasn't all that surprising. Back in the days as a pre-knight, I witnessed the demon god stone save Brita during the final battle with Andre. What truly shocked Jean was the existence of the perfect cube, not resurrection itself. What exactly is that perfect cube? It shouldn't be a demon god stone, something that important. At a time like this, Middle shouldn't be the one holding it. Besides, it's completely different from the demon god stone Andre held. Even if modified or reshaped, it lacked that distinct, eerie aura. More importantly, Malakan had no reaction to it. Demon god stones trigger instinctive fear in dragons, though Malakan seemed immune. During his fight with Andre, Quaikentil lost all the moment he saw one. So the answer is simple. New technology, a new tool of war. Though the workings of the perfect cube remain unknown, its purpose is very clear. Summoning. It's a portable gateway. Compared to existing gateways, it's much smaller, yet far more powerful. Perhaps its capabilities surpass even my assumptions. Of all the portable gateways currently in use, not a single one is capable of handling technology at this scale, let alone a massive flying warship was moving. Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, it felt like his heart had been struck twice hard. What stood before him was a top-secret symbol, never leaked to the outside, representing the peak memory of Luncade's greatest rival. Perhaps Joshua and the other top experts from various forces didn't go to the Guy FA archipelago, but somewhere else. Also related to this memory, if it could be obtained, even an ally like Amala would pale in comparison. That would be an even greater prize. If this continues, I can't take it anymore. Just die already. You're so annoying. Huff. Malakan was preparing to gather energy again, to kill Mylan, Middle, and the remaining survivors. Stop. Malakan. Cough. Cough. Malakan, who was just about to breathe out energy, hurriedly closed his throat and coughed violently. Ah. What happened all of a sudden? Jean's eyes were already glowing, charging toward Middle. Damn it. Huff huff. Middle angrily cast a spatial explosion to stop Jean from getting closer. However, the explosion couldn't easily penetrate Mylan's rune and aura armor. The Jean who fought at Cologne and the Jean now are worlds apart. Though Middle trained hard for revenge, his resolve was never on the same level. It was an unbridgeable gap. When you set me up at Cologne, I never forgot. Middle. Elna. Swish. Bradamanti sliced out a flash of swordlight. A slash so fast that even a 9-star dancer couldn't react. Middle, a magician, could only tremble slightly. The magic he'd used to block Malakan's attacks was completely drained. His shield could no longer hold. A counterattack was impossible. His once trusted brother was panicking. Even when the enemy passed him and slashed at his brother, he could only mutter to himself, completely losing his mind. Splurt. Blood gushed out. Middle's right arm was severed. His chest was slashed open. Blood sprayed everywhere. In the midst of the red mist, a cube radiating gloomy wolf light floated up. Magic with freezing properties enveloped the cube. There must be anti-leak measures inside. And sure enough, there were. Just like Bamonti's magic circles, which oxidized to leave no trace. This cube, however, was set to explode. Once it sensed danger, it immediately detonated. Humph. Jean temporarily stabbed Bradamanti into the ground, then gripped the cube tightly with his hands, preparing to freeze it. Though the explosion was inevitable, he hoped to preserve it as intact as possible. A loud blast roared through his hands and chest, even with his blessed body and aura armor. His fingers and sternum felt like they were shattered. Moments later, he opened his palm. The cube was shattered beyond repair, but most of its components remained intact. This level of damage is still enough to analyze. For a top-level researcher of this world, his heart was satisfied. He couldn't help but smile. At the same time, Midal's hair stood on end. His eyes turned blood red. He roared, Meowlin, you foolish brat, doing this. Do you still count as a gibber? You've disappointed me so deeply. For your revenge, I gave everything I had, and spent countless years. This is heartbreaking. Damn. Midal gripped the cane in his left hand, and pointed at Jean. That was the Mage Tower Master's cane. The rune to summon the true body was glowing. You want to kill me? Fine. Jean. Winkade. Come and kill me. But my revenge won't end here. Midal believed Jean had made a mistake. He said he was entirely focused on obtaining a sample and didn't account for the Mage Tower Master's cane. But the reason Midal could activate the Mage Tower Master's cane was because Jean had deliberately left resistance, rebirth, and resurrection. Gibber had come to treat death lightly. Jean already held it in contempt. But Midal, Elna, what you did was foolish. Don't you think so? Jean stepped closer and closer to Midal. As he spoke, if there was still a broken Jean hexahedron, maybe it wouldn't matter. But summoning the true body with that cane is far too slow. By the time they arrive here, I'll probably be back home, taking a hot bath, and having dinner. If it weren't for that day with Talaris, you brat, if you show up in front of me again, I will take it as proof that Gibber can revive even without a body. Therefore, Midal, Elna, we'd better just stay dead, Jean said as he slashed at Midal's neck. Chapter 473. Chapter 473. Chapter 132. Total Annihilation. And the Strange Seven. Ordinary. Midal collapsed forward. Now on Gibber's side, only Meowlin and Sandra remain, along with 7 elders. Mage Tower. Lord Midal, the elders shouted, but they were powerless. They could do nothing. Now even Jean's hidden secret weapon is gone. Reliable methods are almost exhausted. There's no way out, whether to fight or not. Only death lies ahead. So then, dying a heroic death is the right choice. But the elders couldn't take a single step. Staring at Jean, whose helmet glowed from behind, the fear seemed to crush their entire bodies. It wasn't just a feeling. The elders were doing everything they could to withstand the aura Jean was releasing. Meowlin, Gibber. Jean turned to Meowlin. At that moment, Meowlin seemed to regain his senses. He stopped the meaningless murmuring caused by fear. His vision refocused. He didn't expect to see that disgusting face again. That's what Jean was thinking. Thinking of the atrocities Mylan committed at Cologne. Jean clenched his teeth tightly, but he couldn't let the other side see that. The lives of those whose throats Mylan slit, still silent. The dead family members never came back. 7. Mylan clutched his forehead and shook his head. How shameful. Trembling like a dog beaten into fear. The fearful crying from earlier was completely gone. Madness filled Mylan's eyes. I didn't expect you to become this strong, Jean. Lunkade. Back then, you both came at me. Now. Jean still didn't reply. He kept walking toward Mylan. He recalled something Mylan once said. You probably think I'm crazy, right? But Jean, Lunkade. You were wearing a helmet then, but I'm sure you had quite the expression. You're just like me. You love to fight. That was what Mylan said back during the battle at Cologne. At that time, you said that because you thought you could look down on me and still acknowledge me. From that moment on, Jean had already seen through Mylan. Jipple's man. Pure blood Jipple. Drunken every day, lost in toxins, labeled as a madman of the magic tower. He expressed himself through the most extreme and vile actions. All of it stemmed from inferiority, disappointment in not being a worthy heir of the Jippel family, humiliation and jealousy toward his more talented brothers. As a descendant of Jin, he failed to bring honor to his name, and since he couldn't earn glory, he sought infamy instead. That was Mylan's greatest desire, to mask his inferiority. This was the only way he could express himself, a monster craving validation. There's no better phrase to describe Mylan, a man of Jippel, and so, Mylan always wanted people to talk about his name, and every chance he had, he acknowledged others. By recognizing others, he praised his own virtue. The more outstanding the person, the stronger this urge became. When he praised someone dazzling, he felt greatest. His blind trust in middle, ignored by all, was born from childhood. When he told Jean, "You're just like me," it came from the same logic. Well then, are you going to kill me now? Or torture me? Keep me alive, turn me into food, and feed me to those red-cloaked drinks you saved? Do as you like. You're the winner this time. To Mylan, none of it was punishment. No matter how cruelly he was killed, no matter how painfully he was tortured, Mylan would always feel he had won. He believed he had taken over Jean's heart in the end, made him hate him. Because he knew this, Jean deliberately said nothing to Mylan. After he revived, Taika was it, that little rat who ruined our performance. Is she still alive? If it weren't for him, things would have been much more fun. Mylan stopped speaking. His eyes had just regained focus. For a simple reason. Jean just walked past him. Jean walked past him. Where are you going? Jean, Lunkade. Anyway, Jippel had already lost the value of death. Since resurrection was possible, in most cases, death could no longer instill fear in Jippel, especially for someone like Mylan. Even more so. Thus, Jean chose the most effective punishment for him. His pride. Layers of disguise wrapped around his ugly self. Where are you going? Answer me. 10 steps past Mylan. Jean couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, Mylan couldn't hear that sound. He cursed like a madman. Stop. Stop. Stop, I said. Yes. In Mylan's eyes, blue flames ignited. It was the secret art of Jippel he used at Cologne. The Azure Magic Seal. Even when Jean was still a pre-knight, this magic was beyond him. But it was extinguished by Tace's blue flame. At the time, when Mylan saw Jean summon Tace, he thought, could that lump of flesh really be Tace's chosen one? The mage who would command an era? The ultimate mage Mylan never dared to dream of. Recalling that memory, it was as if something exploded in his mind. A sharp sting of shame and inferiority made him want to die immediately. Yes, as Mylan stared on Jean's back, the Azure Seal burst into blue flames. However, those magic flames couldn't even leave a trace on his aura armor. It fizzled out powerlessly each time. Aura armor was part of Bradamanti's enhancements, and within Bradamanti was a part of Tace. Therefore, Mylan's magic couldn't harm Jean at all. Even his most powerful technique, aside from dark magic, was useless. Burn, burn to death, burn, then just kill me. Stop it. The ugly face of inferiority was truly hideous. Faced with this scene, most people were so embarrassed, they couldn't even open their eyes. Even though the earlier chaos had left them shaken, Mylan's ugliness made them feel true pain. Some people even moved from embarrassment to sadness and sympathy at that pitiful wretch. They couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. No more. Go away. In the end, Mylan's Azure Magic Eye left no mark on Jean's aura armor. Even as his magic drained, even as the backlash began, nothing changed. Panting hard, Mylan's eyes were bloodshot. Tears streamed down like a storm. He wept endlessly. In his blood-red vision, he saw Butterfly Dance No. 2, the majestic black dragon, and the palace guards who revered Murakan, and the remaining elders of Gibber, the leaders of Jinzalo, the knights of Lunkade, and among them stood that steel back that ignored him, to Meowlowin. It was like a symbol. All four major forces looked up to Jean. You bastard. Have you already taken control of the era? Crack. Suddenly, Meowlowin coughed up blood and bent over. The magic power backlash had begun. Cough. Blood kept rising up his throat. Cough. You, ugh. Looking back. Speak. Huff. Don't ignore me. Up high. Ugh. Arrogant. Cough. This. Cough. Spurt. Meowlowin felt something cold and sharp piercing his back. It was a dagger. Sandra, who had just recovered, suddenly struck without hesitation. Oops. Jean, why are you so clingy? Brother Meowlowin isn't just someone else. He's my lover, Sandra said as she pulled out the dagger. Meowlowin was not shocked by Sandra's betrayal. Even though he knew his life was about to end, he still stared at Jean's back. Just look at me once. Jean. Lunkade. Acknowledge me. It's not that hard for you. He could no longer make a sound to cry out. Just like that, Meowlowin hid his second death in pride and humiliation. Only after Jean confirmed he was no longer did he turn around. Sandra flicked off her brother's blood from the dagger and frowned. Sorry. Jean. Lunkade. My brother was a bit much. I was planning to kill that bastard who ruined our first date. But you stole my kill. What now? You seem enchanted by Jean. Unlike my dead brother, even though we loved each other, rules are still rules. They must be followed. Next time, I won't do this again. Then, Sandra looked down at herself, at her severed right arm, and shrugged. Right arm, huh? She seemed to do a quick calculation in her head, and nodded. Just right. What do you mean just right? It's too early to give you everything. My right arm is just enough. After all, we only just started dating today. A chill swept over her. Just now? Make good use of it. Find a good place. I will. Then, when will we meet again? Let's try not to. A married couple should meet often. There's no need for such pointless conversation. Jean ignored his last words and looked at Lotta and Falcon. Then he walked toward Big. The Prochi siblings immediately followed Jean. Big watched nervously, worried his elder brother would scold him for forgetting to let Malakan go. Why are you still standing here? Lotta, the peerless one. Falcon, please take care of the aftermath. Leave 5 witnesses only. 1 set each for Bamonte and Jinzalo. Execute the rest. Understood. Master. Yes. Also, Brother Big. Big brother, could you lend me a hand? Big let out a sigh of relief. Jean was asking for help without compromising his dignity. All right then. Thanks. Once we return, see you at the next full circle. Jean mounted Malakan and spoke. Chapter 474. Chapter 474. Chapter 133. The Chosen Time. 1. By the time the main forces of Jippel's magic tower and reinforcements arrived, only 15 people remained on the Gai Fa archipelago. 5 from Jippel, 5 from Bamonte, 5 from Jinzalo. The rest were killed by Big and his knights, and the Prochi siblings. The members of the 3 powers who lost all fighting strength and will could not resist Lunkade and the Prochi siblings. Big had once thought it would be best to capture Sandra alive. Jippel, however, after Malakan and Jean left, he made a wise decision that it was impossible. He remembered that ignoring the family's guardian deity and knights who, while nominally lower in rank, were in truth far higher in status than him, was unwise. You're Big of Lunkade. Trying to capture me was greedy, but you made the smart choice. Sandra chuckled and took a sip of fire wine. He was in the captain's cabin of the ship. The other pure-blood Jippel mages, after seeing him take over the cabin, naturally moved elsewhere. If Big hadn't abandoned the capture attempt, he would have died today. The old man sitting across from Sandra let out a sigh. He was Jippel's second overseer, named Heder. Heder possessed muscles ill-fitting for a high mage family, far from a typical overseer's image. His bulging muscles clearly showed his discontent. Miss. After Jean and Lunkade left, we should have counterattacked him, shouldn't we? Hito found Sandra's smug attitude extremely irritating, but Bige didn't know. The Prochi siblings were dead. Our Mr. Jean will definitely be heartbroken. Hito, this must be taken into account. Mr. Jean and I. Hito rubbed his head. Sandra was a crazy lady. That much he had long known, but suddenly falling in love, dating. And the other party is one of Lunkade's 12 knights? Is this some kind of joke? Nothing like this has ever happened before, but he was certain, whatever the reason, that made her fall for Jean. Sandra would never change her mind. The Sandra Hito knew. Jibber was that kind of person, a completely insane child, someone who never compromised, a normal love affair. This was no longer a simple romance that could be resolved. Suppressing emotions became exceptionally difficult. Miss, that hand, are you really just going to let it be? Aren't you able to recover it? Why let it go? From now on, every time I see my severed right arm, I'll remember. It's sent. Miss is right-handed. All along, she's used her right hand for everything. From now on, I'll eat with my left hand. Of course, it'll be inconvenient. Very inconvenient. Suppressing her rage, her words broke off. It's fine. For love's sake, right? Hito reached into his coat and took out a cigarette. He lit it and took a deep drag. The whole cigarette burned like a fuse, flaring up. The smoke drifted like clouds out the cabin. After chain-smoking 5 cigarettes, the urge in his heart to scream and shout finally subsided a bit. Hito straightened his hair and met Sandra's gaze. All right, I get it. But what about the technology leak? Jean, Lunkade took the lady's right arm. The time-space device could also be a problem. The former is relatively easier to deal with. If Sandra tries using Time Fist to overdrive her body, the sealed right arm should be recoverable. But the lady won't restore the time to before it happened to heal her arm. The latter, the time-space device, although it has an anti-leakage mechanism, Hito didn't trust that kind of tech. He remembered those who swore there would never be a leak, elders and technicians, and felt disgusted. Yeah, indeed. But Heder, please speak. Miss, by doing this, at the very least my lover won't compete with our family, or rather, he won't engage in such competition, I hope. Sandra smiled faintly and continued speaking. Our Mr. Jean is as far from our family as a gourd is from a rock. Even if it's a very tough gourd, it deserves a chance, doesn't it? I see now. Heder nodded as if giving up. He nodded slightly. Sandra saw this scene and chuckled. I knew Heder would understand me. Sandra finally stopped laughing and looked at Heder. Heder paused for a moment, then replied, yes, of course. I'll do my best to explain it to the family head. As expected, only you could do this, Heder. Watertown's territory, Jinzalo's headquarters. It hurts so much. Too painful. I'm going insane. Boober. Gaston had been cursing in agony for days, every time he twisted his body, and screamed like a pig monkey. His grotesquely bloated belly would also tremble. Bring me Jean's extract now. Quick, just kill me already. Barely able to restrain Boober's medical gene, and the Watertowners were drenched in sweat. Balakek and Margila watched coldly from afar. With the great cause before us, why are there so many setbacks? Zoe the snake muttered. Shut up. Zoe, I'm already annoyed as it is. Hearing your annoying voice only makes it worse. Sorry. Lord Balakek, I said shut up. Don't say another word, unless you want to be eaten. Zoe cursed silently and turned away sharply. Setbacks. Just as Zoe said, Jinzalo had been plagued with setbacks lately. During the Sword Emperor City terror attack, the leader overexerted himself and became exhausted. On top of that, Zephyrin acted on his own, further damaging the leader's body. Now it was Boober's turn, although nearly everyone, except Margila, despised Boober. In this grand cause, Boober played the most crucial role. The reason Boober was in such pain was due to his fusion with Amala. The fusion was not going smoothly. As a result, Boober's soul was damaged. If the leader were in good shape, he could have handled it quickly, but now they had to rely on Jean's experience to attract Amala. Jinzalo decided to show they understood chaos better than anyone. That was the truth. And so, when Jinzalo's top warriors headed to the Gaifa Islands, Boober brought a portion of chaos through his sculptural works. The result was a huge success. When Amala learned that chaos could be fused and that this would create stronger power, she was very pleased. It was as if she had found the clue to chaos she'd been seeking for so long. After that, she no longer negotiated with other factions, because through Boober's chaos, someone spoke to her. If you become mine, I'll tell you everything about chaos. That voice radiated unbelievable trust. The leader personally conveyed the message to Amala. After the negotiation ended, he also stated he would kill our warriors in retaliation, but we decided to endure it all. Asterisk click asterisk, asterisk click asterisk. Balakek ground his teeth, nearly trembling in fury. In the treatment room across from him, those who returned alive from Gaifa, 5 White Wolf and Red Fox warriors, were being treated, but Amala was dead. The warriors had been wiped out. The survivors had gone mad, unable to control even their own bowels. And Boober ended up like this. We not only gained nothing, we suffered a massive blow. Faced with all these setbacks, how would Jean of Luncade respond? Balakek couldn't comprehend. Even Margila, who was listening, wore a rare grim expression. I'm sorry, Uncle Balakek. To be honest, I didn't expect Lord Jean to be so uncooperative. You don't need to apologize. Margila, I just feel incredibly frustrated. The leader has constantly been in danger. We need a change. Balakek pointed at the map before him and shrugged. The map showed Jinzalo, Luncade, Jippel, and Bamonti, all marked locations. It was a battle map. Balakek pointed to a specific marker and continued, if right here, Jean, from Luncade, creates more trouble and disrupts again, what do we do? That spot is where Jean foresaw something greater than Amala lurking. At that time, Margila paused briefly, then said, I'll think carefully then. Uncle Balakek, is Sir Jean truly fit to walk alongside us? Yes, we do need to think this through. Let's hope Sir Jean doesn't learn what happened here. If he continues to interfere, then he will truly become our enemy. Because Margila remained so composed, Balakek awkwardly kissed his sister-in-law. In truth, even if Margila insisted he was right, Balakek had no other choice. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't know. If he did know, he would have gone there first, not to Amala. That's true. Uncle Balakek, it's a shame our vice-captain isn't here to witness this, to see Boober in such agony. Yeah. He'd surely be pleased. But Uncle Balakek, you know too, Boober is our friend. Meanwhile, Luncade's Black Knight, Dox, Macron, infiltrated the southern region of Shupist, Ricalton, to carry out Jean's orders. While inspecting the execution grounds, underground chamber in Ricalton, he discovered a strange and terrifying phenomenon. What is this? Chapter 475. Chapter 475. Chapter 133. Time of Choice. Part 2. What Dox saw was many humans, or to be precise, some kind of structure made from many people. The tower's height was about 10 strides tall. The people forming the tower were twisted like massive bricks. Dox had witnessed countless bloody battlefields, but never before had he seen a tower built of humans. Dox instinctively held his breath. The stench and toxic air felt like they were corroding his lungs. It was nauseating. They were alive. Those brick-like twisted people forming the tower, they were all still alive, to be brick-shaped. Their waists were completely bent backward, necks twisted, bodies compressed into cubes, yet still breathing. HSS. HSS. From all over the tower came the strained breathing of humans. Each breath made the tower slightly inflate, then sink again, and the eyes, countless eyeballs blinking, some lifelessly closing. Others moved with intent, all trying to look at Dox. Was this some ancient dark magic, or the work of a mad god? Whatever it was, in Shupist, in Lunkade. This must never happen. Of course this was an execution ground. Most forming the tower were serious criminals, but even so, this should never happen. Dox didn't care how prisoners died. But this defiled a land of warrior spirit. Once recovered, he would head straight to the southern city of Shupist, Recalton, to investigate what happened there. He recalled the words of the 12 Knights. Even as a Black Knight, I know nothing of Recalton. The 12 Knights have less authority than I do. Then how did he know about it? The 12 Knights must have an unimaginable source of intelligence. That's the only possible conclusion. In reality, it wasn't Deacon's intel. It was a story told by Emma that led him to this discovery. Regardless, that wasn't the important issue. What Dox truly wanted to know was, how many people in the clan knew about this? And who owned this facility? And for what purpose? The Patriarch, Acting Patriarch, Black Sword Commander, Supreme Knight. Only these people could possess a facility of this scale, without anyone knowing. Sherlong and Luna were not part of the equation. The Black Sword Commander had recently lost power. If it had been his property, someone in the Elder Council would have exposed it, and profited from it. That left the Acting Patriarch and the Supreme Knight. Most likely the work of Lady Rosa, and the Second Knight. The Third and Fourth Knights didn't have the means to do this. Lentia had recently abandoned worldly affairs. Tips was powerless and incapable as well. On the other hand, Rosa was different from Joshua. More importantly, Recalton belonged to Joshua. Ever since the Grand Knight abdicated, Lady Rosa had shown at times a strange obsession with the Second Knight. During that process, killing or bribing those around the Grand Knight was something all Black Knights knew. A senior once told me. When the 12 Knights were selecting Valisada, the Acting Patriarch and the Second Knight, although it was just speculation, his mind suddenly overheated as he remembered how the senior was injured and retired soon after telling that story. It clearly wasn't a normal injury. Dox shook his head. Regardless, he had to return to the Second Knight and confirm directly whether this place truly belonged to him, then report back to the Patriarch. Just as Dox thought of this, cackle cackle. Suddenly, cackling laughter echoed from all around the human tower. Suddenly, laughter came from the tower's bricks. Dox prepared to draw Clo and entered a battle stance. Then, ha. A woman's hysterical laughter echoed out. Huh. He immediately sensed. This was the voice of the facility's overseer. Tap tap. Tap tap. The woman stepped out from between the towers of humans. She was a prophet. Come. Let me pose a question to this foolish intruder. The prophet stopped. Her face could not be seen clearly, shrouded in deep shadows. But her build wasn't large. She seemed quite young. What is this place? Dox gave no answer. He simply stared at her, even though she appeared completely unguarded. He couldn't bring himself to draw Clo. Like a small animal before a predator, his body stiffened. The Black Knight of Lunkade. How clueless. So unaware. Then, next question. The prophet spread her palm. Fwoosh. A swirl of black aura gathered in her palm. The power of Soldret. Spiritual energy radiated from her palm, spreading outward. Whose place is this? The prophet smiled faintly. Dox felt like he'd just been struck on the back of the head by a burst of force. He saw the spiritual energy. He believes the prophet is closer to Jean, rather than Joshua. I am the contractor of Soldret. Jean, a subordinate of Lunkade. Therefore, Lunkade's Black Knight must pay the price for trespassing without permission. I came here under orders from the 12 Knights. That's why I'm here. Heh. If that's true, then my master is playing another prank. Either way, I can't let you go. Surrender quietly. I'll confirm with my master. If you resist, I'll kill you. Ha. The human towers laughed as if echoing the prophet, burst into laughter. His body felt off to repay his debt to Jean. Before fully recovering, he sought out Recalton. With his current state, victory was impossible. He had to escape. Just as he made the decision, he turned around. The prophet saw Dox move and looked disappointed. Shook his head. TSK, how boring. The prophet extended his hand and fired a purple beam. Seeing the purple beam graze his shoulder, Dox was reminded of Blackneck Camellia. This power was not Ling's, but similar to that monster's power. Almost identical. A chill ran through him. His vision flashed. Living as a nameless man, he had never experienced such a helpless defeat. Another purple beam shot out and pierced Dox's body. Though he dodged or blocked most of them, a few still struck him. And unfortunately, they hit the worst spots, his heart and throat. A death sentence. But for some reason, as death drew near, what surfaced in his mind wasn't his comrades from Lunkade, but someone completely unexpected. The moment he called out that name in his heart, Dox, get up. Boom. Someone blocked. The beams aimed at Dox's heart and throat. A scene. Your Majesty, the palace, rats, wrapped in bandages, reported to the Emperor. Despite dispatching many personnel to the Guy Fa archipelago, only 5 returned, including Rats himself. And these 5 were specifically spared by Jean as witnesses. All 5 came back injured. Rats's limbs and meridian. He could no longer serve as the special unit captain or continue his life as before. He couldn't even care for him. Unlike Jean, the Proc siblings would inflict pain on enemies, even without deep grudges. And for that, They felt no remorse, though it was a pity that the great mercenary Amala died. Heh. They reaped a living bee. After rats finished reporting, the Emperor's first words were, what the Emperor meant by harvest was the guide. First, it's about Gibbers, body golem and demon god stone. Gibbers' body golem technique truly is more effective than our magic paintings. Even without being a contractor, one can wield divine power. Trembling, the body stood in fear. The power of Gibber, a top-tier force in the world, always filled the Emperor with awe. The demon god stone. Gibber must have used it to resurrect. The Emperor stood up and sighed. Since Jean became a knight candidate, no, to be precise, even before he was born, he always wanted to know the name of that thing, the name of the stone, that the great Gibber so desperately desired. Yes, your majesty, according to what we've seen, Sandra, Gibber's super regeneration, and Miao Luan's resurrection, all seem to be caused by the demon god stone. There must be a price to pay, though it's stronger than magic paintings. Mass production is still far off. The Emperor's second gain was information about Jean and Malakan. Jean. Lunkade, the Emperor recalled. Jean's smile, though their first meeting was disappointing. The Emperor never underestimated Jean. He simply believed that one day, those who sought friendship amid power struggles would naturally be eliminated. Just now, hearing Ratz's report about Jean and Malakan's actions, he felt perhaps one day they would become a variable like Shilong, though the chance was slim. Shilong, Lunkade, or self-assured like Platinum, even knowing clearly that all information about Gibber would be reported to me. Jean deliberately spared Ratz. Jean. Lunkade, was that provocation? Or perhaps this information was meaningless? Whichever it was, the Emperor felt displeased. It felt like Jean was looking down on him, overlooking himself. The Emperor chuckled softly. However, my displeasure will soon become your pain. The Emperor sneered. Sword Emperor City. When the Hylon family collapses again, what kind of reaction will Jean have? The Emperor suddenly grew curious. Since the terror incident at Sword Emperor City, the Hylon family has been isolated like an island. Gibber continues to pressure Hylon, and the royal family did nothing to stop it. At a time when the prestige of Sword Emperor is needed most, Ron gradually withdrew from public activity. There were even rumors that Hylon might fall. The Emperor intended to turn that rumor into reality. That steel-like man. How will he truly? It would be interesting to see. The Emperor mulled alone, but he did not yet know that Gibber's recent pressure on the Hylon family was growing immense. It's precisely because of GN. Lacey, yes, your majesty, I have a new task for you. Once you've recovered, monitor Sir Lewin's movements. Chapter 476. Chapter 476. Chapter 133. The Chosen Time. 3. The Imperial Armor is still busy transporting and installing He Wong Tuan's equipment. With He Wong Tuan's addition, this project is to protect Jian and his companions, as well as the safety of the residents. At the same time, it's the final step in the nation's upgrade. This is a long and cautious task. Come on, over there. Adjust the cannon's angles to the left, that's it. Stop. Despite the relentless high-intensity labor, for some reason, the team members' voices sound bright and cheerful. This is because of Amala. Everyone is somewhat worried inside. The legendary great mercenary. If, when facing Jian and Malaka, she performs better than them, or ultimately refuses to surrender, of course, no matter the outcome, the loyalty to the new master chosen by Berkasi will not change. But Amala couldn't hold on. If not, it feels like she lost. Fortunately, Amala only held out for a very short time. After Jian showed his true strength, the leader's judgment is indeed sharp. The matter of the great mercenary was indeed a bit worrying. After all, it concerns our and the master's reputation. And the ranking issue, the title of great mercenary, is it a bit exaggerated? Lord Malaka said. She surrendered directly. Exaggerated. What a boring way to put it. So you think those facing her barrage on the battlefield were all bragging, and the great mercenary not only surrendered, but also accepted her fate. What does that mean? It shows how formidable the master chosen by the leader is. In short, in summary, the members of He Wong Tuan believe the master's trip to the Gaifa Islands achieved satisfactory results. The members of the Ghost God Tuan dispatched together feel the same way. On the other hand, a pair of siblings in the Dekai mansion feel differently. Ugh. Get lost. Phew. So annoying. Lada and Fei E of the Ghost God Tuan, the Paloki siblings, they learned through Amala that Jian's forces have indeed grown stronger. However, they cannot fully accept this situation. Our cute little ones. Are you tired already? Play with me a bit more. Come play. Amala reaches out with her sturdy, disguised hand. Forget it. The Paloki siblings show expressions of disgust. However, to avoid causing trouble for their master, they reluctantly cooperate. They've long wanted to draw their swords, but only curse a few times, or run away. Sir Lada and Fei Yi seem to get along surprisingly well with Amala. Didn't they used to hate Jian? Seeing them like this, Jian forms this misunderstanding. The three running around look like they're playing hide and seek. You guys are having so much fun. Ugh. Hey. Stop running. get it together. All you do is run around all day, right? When Malaka shouts, Amala immediately stops. Sorry. Thud. Amala bows to Malaka in apology. Branches and leaves fall from her sturdy disguise. The Paloki siblings wipe sweat from their foreheads, lighting their pipes, with bitter expressions. Jian watches Amala. Also sorry to Jian. Why did her tone change again? When she first arrived at the islands, she was so confident. Back then, I temporarily lost my senses. From observations starting at the Gaifa Islands, Amala is like a walking disaster, a lively beast-like child. She's completely unsocialized, lacking common sense and a sense of the times. However, she hasn't shown the murderous side she had at the Gaifa Islands. Those who luckily survived would tremble in fear upon seeing Amala, unable to express it in words. She seems to treat them as toys, not companions, saying it's boring, while swinging her sword. And the Paloki siblings' description. In other words, Amala must become the master's person. Fighting for different clients temporarily is one thing. Becoming a clear enemy is another. If she might become a personal enemy, we must consider eliminating her. I understand. Understanding Amala's intentions is the top priority. Do you have any specific information? Adventure. Amala has spent her life wandering, and after the battle, while eating together, she expressed a strong desire, as if searching for something, but she didn't reveal what it was. This differs from the image Bear Kasi described. The Amala who came to Kai, while playing with the Paloki siblings, wasn't that intense. Nor did she show the strong desire for searching and adventuring, as Bear Kasi mentioned. She just loves to play, especially with the Paloki siblings. Cheerful personality. A bit intimidating, especially to Malaka and Jian's child, Big Sister Amala. Thus, she gets along well with the other children too, not just Kua, Fonte, and Yulia. She also listens to Enyang. This raises concerns. Although she surrendered and quickly integrated into Kai, Jian doesn't actually trust Amala, which is only natural. This is only natural. The instability within Amala. No one knew when it would manifest. Not a single person. The companions in Taiken couldn't possibly develop feelings for her that quickly. Anyone could say it. But right now, I'm no longer a friend of Bubel or Jinzalo. I'm your friend. She betrayed Jinzalo so easily. And if she provided clues about the chaos, Taiken could be betrayed too. Someone who can't be fully trusted, yet can't be completely rejected either. That's how Jean viewed Amala. Sir Amala, I have many questions for you. About the Gaifa Islands. About using Bubel's soul to enhance the chaos power. And everything you've discovered about the chaos up to now. Ask me anything. I can answer it all. But right now, I can't believe your words. Kind Amala would never lie. So, I brought someone who can see through you. Amala tilted her head at Jean, as if a question mark had appeared on her face. Someone who can see through me? Is it Yulia? Unfortunately, it's not me. Amala. Yulia didn't call Amala sister. The way she treated Amala was more like one would treat a younger sibling. With the power Jean had given Yulia, she could naturally see through any lies Amala told. But the companions in Taiken had decided to avoid using Yulia's power on Amala whenever possible, because the chaos power was still not fully understood, and they didn't know what effects it might have. Tap tap. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly in Amala's ear. Amala was startled. Her body sprang up like a bow. The people nearby widened their eyes in shock. Sharona, the person Jean brought to test Amala, just as always, used Yulia's power, a ghost-like stealth technique, silently found Jean. Yuna looked at Amala and showed a chilling smile. The first words she spoke were these. Wanna die? Me? Yes, you. As Yuna began to move, Amala stepped back a few times, but before she could get far, she started trembling, not daring to meet Yuna's eyes. Sob, please, spare me. She 11. Sob. Amala quickly backed against the wall, curling up into herself. Yuna looked down at her with murderous eyes. No one knew why, but trying to stop her would only make things worse. Everyone had the same instinct. Even Malakan didn't interfere with Yuna's actions. Speaking of which, back when my sister was just a squire, the first time she saw a fragment of Bulber, she also released a powerful aura, a kindred spirit. That was in the Duchy of Carano. When she saw the Bulber fragment, Yuna said she and it were of the same kind. Back then, we didn't know. It meant chaos. But now we understand. Sob. Crack. Crack. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew from around Yuna. Magical lights were shattered at random. Cracks split across the wall. The ceiling trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Jean gestured, and the Proki siblings quickly evacuated the children from the room. At the same time, the aura emanating from Yuna grew even more intense. Then, Yuna's voice rose from the floor. In the dim lighting, Yuna's figure was unusually prominent, blocking the curled-up Amala. But that shadow was unlike Sister Yuna. It was a massive shadow, and it didn't resemble Yuna at all, but something else entirely. It seemed to depict the mouth and fangs of a monster. Jean and his companions instinctively realized that was not Yuna's form of chaos. Moments later, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Amala collapsed forward as if fainting, and from her body, a black soul burst out. That was Amala's chaos. Her chaos was different from Yuna's. It had a defined form, a black humanoid shape, with legs and a tail. If she were alone, Amala's chaos would surely have radiated a terrifying presence. But next to Yuna, her chaos seemed utterly insignificant. Did you think hiding would save you? Yuna coldly stared at Amala's chaos and said, "Please, have mercy. This is your final warning. If you harm my little sister, Ska, Su, Ka." A black mass dropped to the ground. Amala's chaos. Her arms and legs were severed. Yuna didn't even swing a weapon. Just with her gaze, she severed all of Amala's limbs. Then Yuna's chaos devoured those limbs. "You will never enjoy freedom again. I will obey. I will serve you and your sister as my masters, even without her limbs." Amala's chaos still bowed down to Yuna. Chapter 477. Chapter 477. Chapter 133. Time of Choice. 4. This is the embodiment of chaos. Yuna's chaos seems unsatisfied. She licked her lips amid the chaos and the sudden appearance of the embodiment. Jean noticed Yuna's chaos took on a shadow-like form. At first glance, it resembled spiritual energy. Back on the Gaipa Islands, when she saw Amala using burning energy, she had a similar thought. But Yuna's chaos resembles spiritual energy even more than burning energy. Moreover, this embodiment looks like a form of incarnation. Some gods can incarnate through their contractors. On the Azure Bird Islands, Julian became Theodul's incarnation. Pekong Mingzhi and Omongo also manifested before Jean. The embodiment of chaos by Yuna and Amala seems similar to divine incarnations. The only difference is that the contractors and Amala, after incarnation, lost their self-awareness and passed out. Amala's chaos spat out something like black blood. "You must keep your promise. From now on." She dove once again into Amala's inner world. Due to unrecoverable injuries, she couldn't maintain her embodied form. Yuna, who was floating in the air, slowly landed. She began to suppress the chaotic aura, but that aura seemed unwilling to obey her will. It avoided Yuna's gaze, curling its head, trying to escape her control. However, under increasing pressure, the chaotic aura couldn't hold on any longer and slowly returned into Yuna's shadow. Just before it completely disappeared, Yuna's chaos left one final message: "Run, kill him." At that moment, Jean felt it. She made eye contact with the dying chaos. Her instincts told her the target of chaos was herself. "From now on, never again in my presence. Use that kind of power. Please don't ask why. When I see spiritual energy, I lose my sanity. I never explained that before. So, you don't have to apologize." "Hey, I thought, at least when Jean reached a certain level, you'd hide it from me." Suddenly, I remembered what Yuna once said in Buber's fragment workshop. Back then, Jean, out of trust, revealed her spiritual energy. But the moment Yuna saw it, she was filled with terror. Yuna's turmoil, fear of spiritual energy. Thus, whenever Yuna saw Jean, Yuna's turmoil would whisper in her ear, telling her to die. It was a voice. Even ordinary people, or those who had grown and trained their will to the limit, could hardly endure a sweet voice, or rather, an equally terrifying voice. Yuna alone resisted all temptations and dangers. At this very, it was the same. She didn't expect any reward. Protecting her beloved brother, to her, was only natural. Go die, she. Soon after, the turmoil completely subsided. Yuna's shadow returned to normal. The storm passed. The room brightened. Items scattered by the wind fell to the ground. But, what's going on? After a brief silence, Amala, lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and started coughing. Her thick disguise trembled. Her eyes under the hood looked around uneasily. Then she locked eyes with Yuna and lost consciousness again, falling back down. "Oh no. She's not dead, is she? Hey, Bush, get up. She's just asleep." Approaching, her steady breathing was heard. Mulak shook his head, as if in disbelief, then tossed Amala onto the bed. "You sure can sleep." Hello, Mulak. First time greeting, huh? "Oh, nice to meet you. The little guy mentions you often." Really, mentions me a lot." "Yeah, but why do you talk so casually?" "I'm a 3,000-year-old black dragon, your family's guardian deity." "Because Jean talks to me like that too." "I see." Mulak showed and shook hands with Yona amicably. "Sister." As Jean approached, Yona's eyes sparkled. But Jean could only look at her with worry, because her face was pale, a weary expression Jean had never seen. "I missed you. Little brother, are you okay? You look pale." "Not good. I'm dying." "Don't say that." Even as a joke, Jean took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Yona's forehead. Yona felt proud and comforted by her brother. A smile spread across her face. However, she suddenly turned stern and flicked Jean's forehead. Humph. If it were a normal person, their neck might have been snapped. Of course, Jean only ended up with a little bump. This is Sister Yona's strength, not Sister Luna. Rather than feeling wronged or hurt, Jean was more surprised by this shocking strength. "Whoa, that guy did say she was really strong." "Sorry, old man, I didn't mean to hit you that hard." But Taking a few hits should be fine, right? No, you should get hit. Over such a small thing. You drag me out here? You'll cause real trouble like this. Jean believed Yona was referring to orders from Shilong, because Shilong had long decreed that no one in the family may use Yona. Sister. About father. Nope. What I'm saying is, this big sis is so happy because I got a message from you. I thought you came to invite me to play. Didn't expect. There was another reason. He. Got goosebumps all over. But I also feel kind of sorry. Just as Yona said. This really was a reason to feel wronged. Sorry, sister. At that moment, Casimir and Bacchus and Jet sensed Xiaolan's presence and found the room where the group was. Young master, what? My lord, are you alright? Just as Casimir was about to ask what happened, he and Bacchus recognized Yona's identity and stopped talking. It's Yona? Lady Luncade. Yona. Luncade. Jet couldn't recognize who she was. If you keep acting like this, all your precious friends will die one by one. Understand? And so, when Yona said it jokingly, hey, what nonsense is this girl spouting? How outrageous. She's driving me nuts. Without even thinking, he shouted out loud. Yona looked at Jet like that, a flash of interest in her eyes. Jet. I'm Yona. Long time no see. Huh. When did I ever see you? Why act like we know each other? Wait. Yona. Could it be? Yona. Luncade. Lady. Hearing. Long time no see. Those words made Jet's hair stand on end, even though Jet hadn't realized it. But Yona often saw her. So did the other companions. Committed a grave sin. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything. I'll show you. Oh no. Please, help me. Actually, Bacchus and Casimir have already heightened their vigilance, protecting Jet as loyal vassals of the Lord. How about letting him go? Yona. Ranked. Bacchus has experienced Yona before. He knows, if she makes up her mind, almost no one can escape her slaughter. Her life is like a crimson truth. Yes. Yona shrugged. Big sister. Yes, sister. Now I can probably understand why ordinary people feel uneasy about me, or fear me, even just a little. Yona, through her intent to protect Jean, has recently begun to control some of the chaos. By controlling the chaos, she has become stronger, closer to the universal. Some emotions destroyed by chaos have been restored. In other words, Yona is no longer like when she first met Jean, disregarding life. Of course, she can only control some emotions. Her emotions haven't fully returned to normal, from treating life as lighter than air, to now at least treating them as things. Though no further explanation was given, Jean seemed to understand one of Big Sister's words. To me, the people Big Sister cherishes are also the ones I cherish. Just kidding. Black King Commander, don't be nervous. Jet also looked up. Cece, thank you, Lady Yona. Yona turned and locked eyes with Jean again. Her face regained its color. Anyway, next time you call me to hang out, I'd love to hear how you announce the decree. I've only ever seen discrimination. Hearing from others, every word stings Jean's heart. So from now on, walk with me, chat a bit, Cece. In fact, Jean originally planned to solve one issue with Yona's help before meeting Samir, just to relax with Yona. The reason Jean acted so urgently wasn't just that, something bigger than the mercenary Amala. Jean hadn't found any leads on it yet, so she planned to deal with Amala's matter first, and then head straight to Inspector Bugo. Bugo, acting for Joshua, discovered the Gaifa Islands. He surely knows more than I do. Jean planned to use this chance to learn about the Gaifa Islands. However, Yona was so insistent. The situation wasn't urgent, not just because of guilt, but because, to Jean, Yona was the most important family. Sometimes, family feelings, like in this situation. Yona broke the window and jumped out. Jean followed her. The moment they landed in the garden, what's that ship? Jean confirmed. A ship was approaching Tychon from that sea. On that ship, there were no markings indicating its affiliation, making it stand out. And Yona seemed to know who that ship belonged to. She tilted her head. Cece, that's Melly's ship. Chapter 478. Chapter 478. Chapter 133. The Chosen Times. 5. Melly's ship. It's been a while since I saw that ship. The ship's name should be Youth 7. Cece. The ship's name is Youth 7. What a strange name. Melly didn't name it herself. It was named by Dips. On Melly's small sailboat, there's no ship number written. There are no crew members on the deck either, like a ghost ship. Melly came to find me. That's why. A duel. Jean and Melly currently have a contract to duel every 3 months. The last duel was late August last year, defeating Ozdok. Now it's indeed time for a duel. Indeed. Jean looked a bit troubled, shaking her head. A duel with Melly and a walk with Yona are two different things. I need to deal with something bigger than Amala soon. But if I duel with Melly, my body will definitely be exhausted. And Melly's Youth 7 rarely sails alone. Why? Because she always brings her tame subordinates. Cece, on the deck of Youth 7, though it's too far to tell. Jean couldn't confirm if the other was wearing a pirate eye patch, but from the way she stood at the bow, waving, it was definitely Melly. Ranked. Then, with a deafening voice, Melly called her brother's name. In fact, that powerful aura caused a shockwave. that violently shook the sea. All the residents of Taiken opened their windows and looked toward Melly. Seeing this, Jean had a headache and had to hold her forehead. Cece, Melly has quite a voice, right? It's not just that, is it? Anyway, luckily Melly seems to be alone now. What's that? What's that? Wow. On the empty sea, only Youth 7 floated alone. Suddenly, a lot of white foam appeared, as if something was about to surface. The next moment, emerging from the foam, a fleet of over 50 ships. What? Submarines? They don't look like it at all. The ships surfacing are too big, enormous. Nothing like submarines. These ships are so splendid. They make the plane's spring banner. But because of this, the simple spring banner stands out even more, though it's unclear how this fleet emerged from the seabed. What matters is, Meili appeared at this exact moment. Ha! Rise up. Meili, Luncade's fleet. Set sail. With Meili's shout, the ships raised their sails in unison, like wings, unfurling on both sides of the spring banner. Every sail bore Meili's shadow. Fire the salute. Bang, boom, bang. At Meili's command, the entire fleet fired salutes into the sky. Despite the bright sunlight, the exploding salutes still turned the nearby seawater into a kaleidoscope of colors. Wow. Amazing. Meili, Luncade, what a spectacular sight. Everyone come see this. At first, the residents were startled by Meili's booming voice, but now, they couldn't help but cheer for this sudden fleet spectacle. It feels like a towering structure. Soon, all the residents gathered in the direction of Meili's fleet, waving and whistling. Jian's headache grew worse, so he decided to ignore Meili. Let's keep walking. Sure, she. We need to finish before Sister Meili arrives. Sister Meili is an uninvited guest, but you, Sister, are my personally invited guest, so Sister Meili should wait. Why would you think that? Sister Meili might not like me much. She'd probably hate me. Except for Jian, Yuna couldn't connect with any siblings. At 8 years old, after Yuna committed her first killing, in Storm City and even Sword Garden, she was always alone. Even before being sent to Samilo, she never trained as an apprentice, nor dined formally with other siblings. This was Shilong's will. Though class warfare was important, all children had to be protected from dying needlessly. By being around Yuna, young Yuna was clearly more affected by chaos than she is now. Back then Yuna could have killed all her other siblings. From that time on, Yuna became one of the world's top assassins, an uncontrollable blade. Yet, the reason Yuna knew about the ship Meili used in the Spring Era and how Dips named it the Spring Banner was because she was always looking for chances to learn about her siblings. Whenever she had the opportunity, Yuna observed her siblings. The other siblings didn't know this fact. Yuna was curious about them, sometimes even impulsively, wanting to kill them a few times. Just as Jian didn't know who the protagonist of Green Strength was, it was because of Yuna's abilities. No matter when or where, even if Yuna resolved to approach those who could sense her presence and pinpoint her location. In this world, there was only Shilong. We've grown too close. You probably don't know. Sister Yuna knows the name of the Spring Banner and its origin. Yuna felt a pang of regret. A bitter emotion welled up in her chest. To me, the more you like her, sister, the less she'll dislike you. Sister Meili. This wasn't just to comfort Yuna. Jian genuinely felt Meili and Yuna, these two somewhat unique sisters, would get along well. Is that so? Yes, I'm glad you say that, Jian, but Sister Meili has never once come to see me. You're really confusing me. Think of it as me liking my little sister too much. When you came to Samir, you don't know how shocked I was. You don't know? Even kind Sister Luna never came to see you. It's really sad. Sister Luna, does she dislike Sister Yuna? It doesn't seem like she likes me, because I broke promises several times. No, many times. Recalling past conversations with Yuna and Samir, as she said, except Fern from a past life, and GN in this life, no one came to Samir. Though the biggest reason was Shilong's strict order, forbidding contact with Yuna, it wasn't the only reason. Bonds, relationships from sharing a meal at the same table, couldn't foster affection or connection. Moreover, Yuna was an extremely dangerous person. Thus, the siblings had no reason to risk death to seek out Yuna. Hey, I don't have much time anyway. I'm fine. Don't make that face. Why not meet her? Sister Meili would like it too. That's too chaotic to consider, though it seems unlikely. If by chance, Meili feels uneasy, Yuna would be hurt again. She thought of a better way, which was a safer way for them to build a relationship later. Understood. Yuna's gaze lingered briefly on Meili's fleet. The fleet was now approaching Dekai at great speed. Ugh. Sister's getting too close. Looks like we'll have to cut this short. Listen up, little sis. Jian nodded. What she meant was the key point about Nan's chaotic state. First, Amala will absolutely not betray you now. To be precise, she cannot betray you, because I've completely tamed Amala's chaos. So, you can confidently make use of her. Yuna spoke extremely fast, because as Meili approached, her mood grew increasingly uneasy. Huh. Little sister, Meili didn't know Yuna's mood, and kept shouting loudly. Yuna, meanwhile, was so nervous. Her hands and feet were twitching. Moreover, Amala's behavior would become like that of a child. Although her age is similar to the Black King commander's, in reality, she's still a child, because, like me, she was born this way, yet to be consumed by chaos. Only her sense of self has grown. Yuna grabbed Jean's arm and stepped back. Melly had almost reached Taiken. So you're here, old demon. Jean, Renkid, my proud brother. This guy? Doesn't even reply. I want to see my brother closer. Did you hear the captain's words? You idiots. Row faster. The pirate's response sounded very familiar. Pirate King Cosmos. Is he one of Melly's subordinates? In the sudden chaos, Yuna seemed ready to flee at any moment, her body tightly coiled. Sister Yuna, is Jean leaving like this? Cece, if you have other questions, ask quickly. Jean, it seems you can't hold Yuna back. What exactly is chaos? Sister, I can't tell you that. Anything else? You're getting farther away. How am I supposed to ask? Anything else? Then let's explain it later when we meet in secret. At that moment, Yuna had already moved far from Jean. Got it. Cece, I'm leaving now. Wait. Before you go, did you bring green candy? I did. Leave that behind. In your pocket. You already have several. Checking the pocket, she found 5 green candies, strung together in pairs by Jean. While standing beside her earlier, Jean hadn't noticed at all that Yuna slipped the green candy into her pocket. Looking up again, she saw Yuna climbing over the mansion's wall. She turned back one last time, winked, making her laugh uncontrollably. Sister Yuna is really amazing, truly. As soon as Yuna left, Melly's fleet arrived at Taiken. Melly didn't dock at the port, but parked her fleet directly where Jean was. She ignored all city entry procedures, jumping straight off the ship to see Jean. Bless you. Sister Melly, only now responding. Wait a moment. I'm coming up now. Get ready to spar with your sister. This is a warning. Don't jump over here. What? Have you forgotten father's orders? Without my permission, no Renkid can set foot on Taiken's land. Are you going to break our contract? We agreed to fight once a month. Although Melly's ship was right against Taiken, because Jean was at a lower level, they could only shout to each other. All the onlookers naturally heard their conversation, no matter what. Check the contract. Anyway, not today. I'll contact you soon, and we'll fight then. Melly frowned, clearly disappointed. But this time, she expected this outcome. Soon. Melly smiled. All right. Got it. I'll head back then. Melly's cheerful departure made Jean feel uneasy instead. Even if we can't duel, at least have some tea before you go. No need. You're busy. All right then. Safe travels. Thanks. Oh, but it's a pity. If you'd beaten me this time, I was going to introduce you to a big deal. Hearing this, Jean felt like she'd been hit by a hammer. This was something more important than Officer Amala. From the start, Melly came with an offer Jean couldn't refuse. Chapter 479. Chapter 479. Chapter 134. The dual outfit on the ship. Melly and Senior Knight dips. Thus, it's not surprising that Melly knows things Jean doesn't. In fact, since the Gaifa Islands, Jean hasn't grasped the full scope of that matter. The other major issues she was worried about, her companions have been checking, but found no other unusual activity. Hee. As expected, Brother Dips was right. She reacted so quickly and came. Old demon. Melly chuckled to herself, not getting to see the flustered old demon, and that ridiculous expression up close made her feel a bit regretful. Sister. When Jean started speaking, Melly, who had turned around, had a grin stretching ear to ear. What? I didn't think it through. You came all this way, and sending you off directly was indeed rude. What? Come up. I permit it. I've given permission. Can't hear you. Sorry. Come up and say it again. Haha. Can't hear. Say it again. Of course. She heard it perfectly clear. Just to tease the old hag, she made exaggerated gestures, pretending not to hear. Of course, Jean didn't react, as Mei Li expected, with a flustered expression, or showing any discomfort. Only Mei Li was enjoying herself, watching her sister, unfazed, casually put her arm around Yao Jian's back, laughing heartily. She felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Is it really that amusing? As if he had never experienced anything fun before. Melly. It was surprising to see Jean acting so clumsy. Truly unexpected. That small sense of Jean continued playing along with Melly's jokes. Not long after, everyone in Taiken saw her silhouette and sword crew. Both companions and town. At first, like Melly, were all in good spirits. Seeing Jean play along with such childish jokes, they too found it amusing. This side of Jean was unfamiliar not just to Melly, but to everyone. Captain Big Shot, isn't it time to stop? The mood was gradually turning cold. After Cosmos persuaded her with difficulty, Melly finally stopped joking. Looking back, she saw Jean answering with a blank face. Malakan stared at her with a pitiful gaze. The others, though silent because she was Melly, Alongcade, didn't express anything, but in their hearts, they felt the same as Jean and Malakan. Seeing things turn out this way, I should have told Jean earlier. This guy, Melly whispered. Cosmos nodded in agreement. He was afraid of being harshly scolded again, like last time, but this time was different. Cosmos, but don't worry, sir. I'll find a chance to liven up the mood again. After Cosmos stepped away, Melly met Jean's eyes again. Haha, you little monster. Since you're so happy to welcome your big sis, then I'm coming up. Melly stepped onto the outer wall and scaffolding and leapt into the manor's garden. Huh, what's that pirate eye patch? Melly, Lunkade. It actually suits you. This eye patch. You could say it's my pride. What? Pride? Losing an eye is an honorable scar? Or just for dramatic effect? You're still as funny as ever. Mr. Malak. Even though Melly had entered the manor, the spectators of Taiken still hadn't returned to their homes or job. Gentlemen, ladies, with the gracious permission of Melly the Magnificent, I am a pirate of the Shoopist Sea, Captain Wang Jianshilu, Cosmos. Today our pirate crew came to Taiken because, outside Cosmos, was working hard to liven up the mood. PSSH, 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 PSSH. Another cannon fired. Pirates on deck spewed flames from their mouths, showing off various tricks. They successfully captured the crowd's attention. The audience was already full of anticipation. Melly, with a voice echoing across the Taiken seas, announced the duel. Naturally, this drew everyone's attention. Because he owed Cosmos a favor, he wanted to find a chance to let him command the Jianshilu. But sis, you beat me to it. How did you even know about this? After the compass theft incident, the Cosmos pirate crew was simultaneously pursued by both Limont and Jipple. Jean often privately worried about their safety. Yet this tiny pirate crew, to think he's been watched by those major powers all along, it's truly unbelievable. It was during a random skirmish that I stumbled upon him. Besides, I have a bit of history with this guy. When I was young, I thought he was pretty capable. Perfect to keep by my side as an errand boy. Errand boy? Heh. That's right. Lately, this big sister has her own goals now. What kind of goal? That's none of your business. After this duel, I plan to stop accepting challenges for a while. After the outcome is settled today, I'm heading to some harsh places to seek out monsters and secluded masters. I haven't agreed to this duel yet. Normally, I would say that first, to buy more time to observe the situation and gain the upper hand. But seeing Melly's eyes, I knew I couldn't do that. Those were the eyes of someone resolute, firm, and unwavering. The smiling Melly from a moment ago now wore a serious expression. What happened to you, sis? Jean didn't know. The reason Melly started training with such resolve was because of her recent behavior. No matter what, seeing Melly like this, it seemed that big plan wasn't all that urgent. If it were truly an emergency, the family would have sent Melly as part of one of the 4 major powers. For that plan, they even abandoned Amala. There's no way she would leisurely come here for a duel to be part of her training. Is my honor. This duel, I will gladly accept it. Huh. That's more like it. In that case, can you give me a little sneak peek about this plan? If you can beat me, I'll tell you. I want to know so badly. I'm afraid I might get distracted during the fight. That would be rude. Jean felt a little uneasy too. If only there were a small clue. From the Gai Islands until now, everything's been encrypted. A sense of frustration always lingered. What kind of trick is she playing again? I won't run away. Please, tell me. Melly looked straight into Jean's eyes. She shrugged slightly, as if helpless. It's Jeeper. Jean. Jean's eyes widened. The member of the 4 powers who didn't come to the Gai Islands is preparing to restrain Jeeper. Jeeper, is it the biological puppet, or the new flying battleship intel, or the hex iron to the 4 powers? Those things are clearly more important and more dangerous than Amala, a research lab, or a manufacturing facility. If it's Jeeper, that one phrase was like a spike driving into Jean's brain. It brought a powerful intuition, a physical construct like rail tracks, or Kochek's second gear wheels. The hex iron's research and production site has already been discovered by the major powers, and they're preparing to attack. Looks like your instincts are sharp. You seem relieved. For the details. If you can beat me, I'll tell you. If you can't, fine, forget it. The format is a one-on-one duel, until one side can no longer fight, but it must end without causing death or serious injury. Conclude the fight. Alright, have you thought of a place? No. How about fighting here? Sister, it feels odd to say this, but if GN and I fight here, Daikan might cease to exist. GN and Meili, these 2 superhuman warriors, no matter where they fight, can easily reduce their surroundings to ashes. The defense system is still under construction. One misstep, and all of Daikan could collapse. It's rare to see my sister's naive side today. You fool. You think I don't know? This place isn't suitable for a fight. Hey, Cosmos. Meili turned and shouted to Cosmos. Your orders? As Cosmos sounded the horn, the fleet's ships began moving in perfect unison. The scattered ships quickly assembled, decks connecting seamlessly, forming a vast open space, like a dueling arena. This match, as stated earlier, is a one-on-one duel, and a pure archery contest. The rules are simple. You and I will fight on the fleet. However, it's forbidden to use high-powered skills. That could severely damage the fleet. Oh, that's exactly what I like. Sister, this way. Daikan won't be destroyed. You'll be the one destroyed. Let's start now. Keep building the atmosphere. The spirited Cosmos kissed his sister-in-law. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, children, the wait is over. Now a duel. To get your blood pumping. Is everyone ready? Yeah. Cosmos has fully captured the crowd's emotions. As expected, he's been running dueling tournaments named after himself for years. Vastly experienced. I can't contain my excitement either. Let's shout it out together. The mightiest warrior of this era, known to all, the frenzied battle maniac, the wild woman of the southern continent. She doesn't like that nickname. And Mei Li of the Tempest. Her titles always include the word crazy. Who's that? Who? Mei Li, Luncade. That's right. Mei Li, Luncade. Duh. Allow me to introduce. So, Mei Li leaped onto the deck. Thunderous cheers erupted around her. She seemed very accustomed to such scenes, casually waving and smiling, pointing at Jin with her finger, making a provocative, throat-slitting gesture with her thumb. Card 480. Card 480. Card 134. Duel on the ship. 2. Mei Li. The already heated atmosphere now reached a fever pitch. The residents turned into spectators of the dueling arena. Watching such a battle up close was undoubtedly a rare stroke of luck in life. Yes. This is the feeling, exactly this vibe, as the pirate king and plunderer, Cosmos hadn't felt his body tremble with excitement and joy in a long time, since 3 years ago. After helping Jin in the Compass heist, Cosmos hadn't hosted a dueling event. He'd been a wanted man, wandering aimlessly, drifting in the dark corners of the seas. Thinking back, Jin, Gray and Paul, mixed match, was the most thrilling battle in my dueling career. Starting today, if I can get Luncade's support, I could officially run dueling tournaments. Jin was more focused on Cosmos' moist, gleaming eyes than Mei Li's throat-slitting provocation. What's with that? That expression feels heavy. Cosmos naturally wiped the corner of his eye and spoke again. Doll of Death, Mei Li the Wasp. And so, now, the opponent is, as if prearranged. Mei Li was about to introduce Jin. The crowd's commotion instantly quieted. Then, surprisingly, Jin's deck began to shimmer. It looked like the crew's subordinates were moving along pristine ropes, and toward Jin's side, fired something like cannons. Bang! Bang! The cannons shot out. Thick cables, with hooks at the ends, dozens of cables tied with heavy fabric and silk, formed a bridge connecting Titan to the warship. This time, not just the audience, but even Jin and his companions. And Mei Li couldn't help but marvel at Cosmos' stunning performance. I've always found it strange. Someone with such abilities. Why become a pirate? Jin looked down at his feet. The path of cables extending to Jin, the awe-inspiring reserve knight, the assassin of Archmage Kittard, Western Thunderblade Kebamer, contractor of Soldret and Black Dragon Malacca, savior of the Holy Kingdom of Bankila, magic swordsman Luncade, perhaps the next head of Luncade's eldest son, one of the 12 knights, in 1796, champion of the though some inaccuracies there. The atmosphere doesn't allow it. Jin, Luncade. When someone shouted Jin's name from the railing, Cosmos pressed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then paused and continued. According to recent rumors, tales from the tavern's heavy drink, judging by the latest conferences, from various commentary associations, the Knights League, and the Samurai Alliance, he is now known by this name. Jin still doesn't have a representative nickname, though there are many descriptors, like Contractor of Shadows, Magic Swordsman, Hero, and so on. None of them are definitive titles. Introduction: the dark and sharp Black Star, the Beast of Luncade, Shapests, Black Prince. At that moment, Jin couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Mirakan pointed at Jin and his companions, and laughed. Black Prince, huh? Black Prince. His laughter was luckily drowned out by the drums. In truth, up to this point, no one had ever called Jin the Black Prince, not only because Jin wasn't actually royalty or nobility, but more importantly, because of Joshua's existence. The Crown Prince refers to the next sovereign. Since Joshua is the next family head within Shapest, few would dare to give Jin that kind of nickname. From that perspective, Cosmos was quite a brave character. He sensed that it could become Jin's symbolic name, known across the world. J-E-N, Luan, Ka, Duh. After the introduction, the cheers were twice, no, 3 times louder than Melly's. They echoed across the waters before Titan. Titan is Jin's stronghold. With Cosmos' introduction so grand, such a reaction was only natural. And so, while everyone was captivated by Jin's graceful descent along the luxurious silk path, Melly yanked hard on Cosmos' ear. You rascal, just who are you serving? Why is my little brother's introduction so much grander than mine? Ouch, ow, my ear, my ear's kinda. Oof, no, Captain, how is this my fault? What? This wind, that silk path, was originally meant for you, Captain, but before you could even step on it, you jumped off. So I had no choice but to let your brother use it. Well, don't you like seeing your brother succeed? All the way here, you kept praising him. Of course, his success is a good thing, but my feelings are a bit complicated. Heh. But don't worry, as long as you win, I'll throw an even grander celebration for you. Best of luck, Captain. Soon after, Jin walked down the silk road from the deck, The thunderous cheers continued without pause, but Jean and Melly silently stared at each other. The atmosphere gradually turned heavy. The audience relished the tension. They swallowed nervously. The siblings said nothing for a long while. By the way, Yona, did that little one leave? Hey, kiddo. Yes, Lord Malakan. Who do you think will win? Wanna place a bet? 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins as a wager? Isn't that a bit much? Come to think of it, it's kind of interesting. If there were no rules, I'd choose Lord Jean. But in this setting, it's hard to say. No matter who wins, the impact will be huge. After all, this isn't a private fight. A battle between present-day, pure-blood Lunkades has almost never been made public. This duel will definitely clarify public concerns. The losing side may lose far more than just face. After Elisa added her explanation, Bacchus nodded. Especially Melly Lunkade. She has much to lose. Though one of the 7 knights, she's treated almost like a top-tier knight. In fact, Shilong has shown considerable interest in Melly. He even personally taught her a few Lunkade secret arts. And return sword. You said you didn't know who would win between the two? Yes, Lord Bacchus the Peerless. Looks like you've never seen Melly Lunkade's swordsmanship. Otherwise you wouldn't say that. Lord Bacchus the Peerless. You've never seen the young master's sword either, have you? If it were me, I'd definitely bet on Melly Lunkade. If our master were fighting purely as a swordsman, there'd be no need to hesitate. Absolutely. Alright then. You two bet on Melly. I'll bet on the little one. Sasha. Melly spoke first, swinging her spinning chain sword in the air. So your territory's still under construction, huh? The place. The entire Black King's mountain fortress was practically moved to Taiken. But your spoils. Brother Tips and I looked after them for you. Not even a fly got close. I didn't know, sister. I wanted to fight the Black King squad too. This kid. When did he get so strong? Taking down the entire Black King squad alone. All by himself. Just as Jean was about to argue, Melly proudly continued. Last year, she still needed brother and me to help her against the mages of Jippel. It was just like the farewell encounter. Back at the Black King fortress, she relied on the underworld sword and demon blade. Actually, the goal I just spoke of was to surpass you. Seems there's been some misunderstanding. But Melly didn't give Jean a chance to speak. Like a child declaring her great dream for the first time, she was caught up in her own excitement, rambling endlessly. I always felt like when she looked at me, there was some kind of unwavering determination in her eyes. So this is what it was about. Melly clenched her fist. Big sis. Yes, sister. Even though we agreed to seal off most of our big, I'll still go all out. So, don't you hold back either. Jean didn't respond directly. Instead, she shifted the topic. Since the battle was unavoidable, she planned to use her specialty, provocation, to shake her opponent's focus, create an opening. To Jean, this was the most important part of battle. Got it, sister. But, since you think so highly of me, then before we fight, shouldn't you correct something first? Melly slightly raised an eyebrow. What is it? Their previous conversation, because they'd been whispering up close, hadn't reached the crowd's ears. But in the next moment, Jean shouted loudly, so that everyone could hear. Take off the eye patch. Her shout echoed through the walls of Taiken. Sister. That loud voice rang through the walls of Taiken. Sister. Malakan burst out laughing again, further provoking Melly. The audience didn't know whether to laugh or not. They just stood there awkwardly. Now I'm starting to understand why Uncle Zoldan back then chopped off both your arms. Boom. In an instant, Melly's chainsword, serpent, gathered radiant arcane light. The arcane energy gathered so densely, it was unbelievable how quickly it formed, just by her stance. Jean instantly knew what move she was about to use. Melly revealed a faint smile, unleashing a perfected version of her technique. Lunkade's secret technique number 5, Lightspeed Sting. The move Melly used was the same one she once used against Ozdak. No, she's gone crazy. They agreed to seal away techniques strong enough to destroy a sword unit. Yet no one dared question the Lunkade Knight Commander. Why she suddenly changed her stance so quickly? Was it a lie? Melly's serpent had already lunged straight toward Jean. Chapter 481. Chapter 481. Chapter 134. The Duel on the Ship. 3. Begin. A dazzling flash of light was the first to blind their vision. An extreme burst of light speed stimulation. No one in the world can see it and react in time, unless through prediction, or some kind of insight beyond mere prediction. Otherwise, it's completely unavoidable. Fortunately, Melly's 5th secret technique had not yet reached its peak, and since she cast it too quickly, without any preparation, even though Jean had lowered her guard, she was still able to move her body in time, dodging left. The attack range of light speed stimulation wasn't focused on a single point. It began from one point, fanned out into a cone, then converged again. Therefore, even though Jean had avoided the trajectory of the, she could still feel the sword aura grazing her cheek and neck. Goosebumps rose. Is Taiken okay? Feeling a surge of heat, Jean quickly calculated a counter strategy. Looking back would be too late. Counterattack first. Judge the direction of the light speed strike. It just grazed Taiken. After all, her sister wouldn't disobey their father's orders, nor was she prepared to completely sever ties with Jean using that move. To cast light speed stim, Jean leaped forward, launching herself like a sword. She slashed forward, The sword she chose was the Wind Thunder Sword, Sigmong. A pale and sharp, thunderous aura pierced straight toward Meli's forehead. She easily blocked her little brother's strike and smiled with satisfaction. The ensuing sibling battle was like two intersecting beams of light, fast and chaotic. The audience couldn't follow the sword trails at all. Whoa! Lady Meli showed such incredible technique right from the start. What was that? What was that? Above Taikon's skies, a huge hole had formed. Cosmos apparently also served as the announcer. The spectators followed her finger toward the sky, and indeed saw a massive hole in the clouds. Cries of amazement broke out. Just one sword from a human could cause something like that? Even witnessing it in person was hard to believe. This is the power of Lunkade. Everyone could only marvel. Meli's near-miraculous light-speed technique, and Jean's response and counterattack were both astonishing. Not just the audience, even Jean's companions were left stunned by Meli's strength. They shook their heads repeatedly. Standing still, she could unleash something like that? No. Can that even be called a strike? Now I understand why Lord Barkis wanted to restrain Lady Meli. Casimir's words made Barkis smile slightly, seeing Cosmos still chattering nonstop. It turned out Taikon was unharmed. Jean breathed a sigh of relief. She realized counterattacking immediately was the perfect move. If she had hesitated even slightly, or turned to check on Taikon first, she would have lost her balance and taken the next blow. Damn. Still couldn't pull it off. Like father, though I've trained for a long time. Seeing sister's mocking face, anger surged in my heart. But she held it back. She met her gaze. It seems you've made up your mind to kill me. Nearly hit in the head by Sarah. You didn't die? I knew it. You'd react. Hehe. Didn't we agree? No ultimate moves? Hehe. Did I say that? When? No. You definitely said it. If you really think so, then recall carefully what I actually said. Little brother, the rules are simple. You and I fight on the fleet, but it's forbidden to use powerful skills that would severely damage the fleet. Though in this duel, most ultimate moves will be sealed, I'll still go all out. It's forbidden to use powerful skills that would severely damage the fleet. Most ultimate moves will be sealed, but I'll go all out. In other words, as long as it doesn't wreck the fleet, any skill is fair game. 241. 00. Tuition. 04:54, 500. 00:04:55, 699. Is this a word game? Asterisk crunch asterisk. Teeth clenched involuntarily. Thinking back, the first duel with Mei Li was like this too. Back then, Mei Li wore glowing armor, surrounded by top-tier magic bombs. Normally, I wouldn't fall for word games or shallow traps like these, but strangely, every time I face Mei Li, I always get fooled. I get it. Do you? You're only realizing now? That's great. Come at me again. Let's go. But why aren't you wearing your helmet? She said in an excited voice. Mei Li pointed her sword tip at Jian's head. Oh, you mean Melta's rune? Is that the name? Anyway, that black helmet, if you used it, you wouldn't be so badly hurt. It's the same reason you wear an eye patch, sister. Hearing Jian's reply, Mei Li froze. She didn't wear the eye patch because she lost an eye. If Jian couldn't use his magic sword techniques, or the Nether King's spirit sword, she thought taking on this level of disadvantage was acceptable. That's what she believed. Mei Li thought Jian clearly had the upper hand, but she was confident, at least in pure swordsmanship. She was ahead. Oh, is that so? Think about it. Sister, our first duel was evenly matched. Back then, I held back, so you wouldn't get hurt. Do I need to use that divine artifact? Talk like that. After I take off my eye patch, little sister. As the words fell, the distance closed again. In the blink of an eye, a venomous snake shot forward, blocking his vision. Judged as a feint, he raised his sword to block, but the chained sword suddenly changed trajectory. Like a snake. Like a whip, the chained sword moved, striking from all directions, attacking from every angle. Unbelievable. To the audience, Jian seemed completely enveloped by the chained sword's path and afterimages. Asterisk crack asterisk. With every step they took, the deck splintered. 4 swords clashed. The pressure of the chained sword grew heavier. This was the result of Mei Li's body being enveloped in fighting spirit, a variation of the 7th battle technique. Not a self-destructive move, but a technique for physical enhancement. Lunkade's 7th battle technique. Volcano. Mei Li. Lunkade. Mei Li named this skill Volcano because she long personally approved it. Jian had seen Mei Li use Volcano once, though it was slightly different. It was when she rescued me and the team from the undead squad, using a variation of compared to then. It feels completely different to Jian now, filled with gratitude. No time to dwell on the past. Using such a powerful sword technique would destroy the entire fleet. No question. But after Volcano was unleashed, Jian spat out blood, staggering back. This is a strange sword technique. Mei Li's Volcano sword skill, even for 10 could be fatal, but for some reason, except for Jian, no other objects were damaged. The impact didn't spread outward. Mei Li's Volcano chain sword only struck Jian, even with force enough to make Jian spit blood. The deck didn't have a single crack, so from the outside, this sibling pair looked like they were playing Just a normal exchange of blows. But only Jian twisted in pain or spat blood each time the sword struck. That's how it appeared. The impact that should have spread outward was entirely concentrated within. For Jian, it was an unacceptable phenomenon. What's going on? It looks like light attacks. But Lord Jian keeps spitting blood. It's critical. Lord Jian, the audience, and Daikan's companions couldn't comprehend the scene. Even Casimir, known as the Ghost Blade, had never seen such a sword technique. Oh, indeed. Marcus, your judgment was spot on. Melee, Lunkade, has reached this realm. This one is even more refined than I imagined. In my era, few could wield such a sword technique. Murakan, living over 3,000 years, witnessed Lunkade's golden age, instantly recognized what realm this was. What's happening? What is that? Hey, Vicardal, what's it called again? It's been so long. I can't quite remember. Timar called it Heartfire, a technique mostly used by martial artists. That's right. Heartfire sword. That's the name. This sword technique only causes internal injuries, without external impact. That's why seemingly normal attacks are causing that kid so much pain. Asterisk GUH asterisk. Asterisk GUH asterisk. Asterisk GUH asterisk. Each sword strike brings dozens of piercing spikes, ripping through organs with excruciating pain. Sweat dripped from Jian's hair. First, he needed distance. Jian knew this obvious countermeasure, but he couldn't use strong enough skills to push Melee back, and with limited space, it wasn't easy. Melee couldn't sustain Volcano forever and keep using this sword technique. Delaying was a gamble, and impossible, including magic like the lightning cannon. Melee already knew it all. No time could be bought, so it had to be a single decisive strike. In fact, Jian planned this from the start, just thrown off slightly by Lightspeed Thrust and Heartfire Sword. Those two variables, even knowing fighting under these constraints wasn't ideal for the Nether King's sword, he chose to use it first, for a reason. The thunderous aura of the Nether King's sword quickly enveloped Jian's body. Melee spoke. Is this the technique you showed at Sword Garden? If so, it'll definitely be ruled afoul. Or what? Win or lose? Are you trying to... Jian nodded. Melee let out a scoff. Chapter 482. Chapter 482. Chapter 134. Duel on the ship. 4. Self-awareness. Self-awareness. The thunderous aura Jian emitted made Melee feel as if thousands of spikes were pierced. Just raising his aura created such oppression. Jian, in the massive blue vein-like thunder aura, Jian's eyes burned with killing intent. The moment their gazes met, she couldn't help but swallow hard, while her blood boiled. His life was always full of battles and wars, but such thrilling fights were rare. Even from a distance, Cosmos was pushed back by Jian's aura, forced to retreat repeatedly. Luckily, he was sturdy enough to only stumble slightly. Other nearby pirates had already fled to the deck's edge. The searing, sharp thunder aura even reached the audience by Daikan's railings. Of course, companions had set up protective barriers in advance. Sea winds whipped around, emitting dazzling light, like a microcosm of twinkling stars, spread across the fleet. If Jian decided to unleash that power, not only would the fleet and pirates be obliterated, even the audience within the barrier could be caught in the disaster. Too incredible. Lord Jian, this is the Nether King's sword, the blade of the mightiest being on earth, now displayed before you all. Even so, Cosmos continued commentating with excitement. The audience had no intention of leaving their seats. They didn't want a little danger to make them miss the greatest spectacle of their lives. After adjusting his breathing, Melee moved first. Her brief pause earlier wasn't to wait for Jian, but to observe the flow of thunder aura, looking for an attack opportunity. Though she couldn't fully grasp the thunder aura's flow, waiting longer would leave her vulnerable to his prepared strike. Since Sword Garden, has she reached a new realm? Or is this sword different from before? Despite the rampant thunder aura, the fleet remained unscathed. No need to worry about failure, Melee thought. The strangest thing about Jian's thunder aura was this very point. The sea churned. The audience was enveloped in powerful energy, but on the deck, not a single crack appeared. No matter what, Melee could only attack with tension. Asterisk sizzle asterisk. Entering the dense thunder aura felt like her body was being torn apart by recoil. Melee amplified Volcano's aura, trying to push back the thunder aura, but overall, Jian's aura was stronger. Moving felt like wading through water. Action slowed. At least it was fortunate that this guy didn't budge. One-shot kill, not just Jian's judgment. Melee was certain a prolonged fight was against her. Thus, from the start, she used Lightspeed Thrust. As she closed in step by step, the thunder aura grew denser, like rising tides. The bright eyes of Jian seen earlier inside the thunder, had become a blurry blue haze. Now, the distance between them was about 10 paces. Melee seemed to think this distance was enough. She didn't close in further. Instead, like Jian, she assumed a stance, focusing her mind. Thunder. What's happening inside the thunder? Asterisk rumble asterisk. Asterisk rumble asterisk. Aura surged like smoke, pushing back the thunder aura, creating a space. A hole appeared. On one side of the hemispherical thunder, the audience could see Mei inside. Then, before Jian's eyes, was a vortex, centered on the Viper's sword's blade. A massive aura formed a cross-shaped vortex, spinning. As the cross-vortex spun, Mei Li's space within the thunder hemisphere gradually expanded. In that moment, Jian felt a cold blade touch his neck. A chill ran through his body. Sisters also planning to end it in one strike. And fortunately, Mei Li still mistakenly thought Jian's thunder aura. It's one form of the underworld army's zero sword, or a similar technique. That's why he chose a head-on approach. However, Mei Li doesn't know that Jian's technique is just a bluff. Jian also doesn't know what sword technique Mei Li is about to unleash. Her current stance is a provocation. It's predictable she'll use lightspeed thrust again. But that's definitely not all. Though it's called an enhanced lightspeed thrust, she wouldn't end with a move that's already failed. Not only Sigmund's hand grips harder, but to catch the Viper's movement. His eyes widen. Victory will be decided in this moment. This is a strike prepared for you, little sister. Mei Li's shoulder shifts slightly. That moment unfolds like a slow-motion scene. Due to complete focus, he barely avoids missing that instant. Lung Cade's fifth secret technique, lightspeed thrust. As expected, the feint doesn't directly hit Daika, but the second lightspeed thrust's power far surpasses the first. The thunderous hemisphere is torn apart. Countless blue particles scatter, as if tens of thousands or millions of glass shards shatter at once. The vision blurs. Thunderous particles pour like a storm. Even Jian's allies can't immediately tell if Jian dodged the lightspeed thrust. But the lightspeed thrust doesn't end there. Before setting out on her journey, in this final battle with her beloved sister, Mei Li decides to go all out, launching this attack twice. Lightspeed thrust in volcano state doesn't end with one strike. So, the delayed sound of breaking air announces the fact of consecutive lightspeed thrusts. To execute lightspeed thrust 3 times in a row, a move Jian hadn't anticipated. But it's not impossible to dodge. No matter how powerful lightspeed thrust is, how swift, it's ultimately limited to not destroying the fleet, or Daika's range. Left, right, lightspeed thrusts attacking both sides almost simultaneously leave Jian with extremely limited space to move. Center. Even the center isn't safe. 2 lightspeed thrusts piercing the void continuously ripple through the central space. Amid thunderous particles and gales, Jian barely holds his stance. The 2 lightspeed thrusts were just to trap me. Now Jian can't escape. The left and right voids are occupied by lightspeed thrusts. The siblings face each other as if on a single plank bridge. Light spreads. The flashes and afterimages left by lightspeed thrust, the glow scattered after the thunderous shatter, fill the space between the siblings densely, and it's closing in, like a beast cornering its prey. Mei Li charges down the only path left. No way to dodge. A head-on clash is inevitable. The central path they stand on is the stage Mei Li deliberately crafted for this duel. That's ruthless. Incredibly cool. Mei Li's volcano shines brighter than ever. Its light overwhelms everything else, growing massive, closing in on Jian. Mei Li created this situation, something Jian hadn't foreseen. Normally, misjudging means falling into a disadvantage. But for Jian, this is exactly the situation he wanted, an inescapable one-on-one. For this, he pretended to use the Underworld Army's spirit sword, announcing it to control the thunderous aura more delicately, forming a hemispheric thunderous shield, now shattered into glowing particles, just to obscure her vision. It was all a bluff. As Mei Li, dyed red by the volcano, closes in before his eyes, Jian releases his grip on Sigmund. The pale blade falls powerlessly. The moment it touches the ground, it releases stored lightning, shooting toward the Lord. What? At that moment, she had thought her brother would use the Underworld Army's spirit sword technique, or a similar sword art. This guy? Could it be? He dropped his sword out of fear of killing me. He's not that weak, is he? Of course, she didn't want to kill her brother either. After all, she hoped to always spar with him, or fight side by side. Right? He once said, during his duel with Danding and Hylon, he softened his sword at a critical moment. Even if Jian held back, Mei Li had no intention of giving up, because her opponent wasn't Lung Cade. Just before she aimed for her brother's heart, Mei Li felt deep disappointment, recalling how he was when he declared joining. This weak behavior now was hard to comprehend. The 4th lightspeed thrust. The sword she chose was that one. Originally, she wanted to use another sword, to show an unfinished pride, to pay respect to her brother. Since that's the case, you need a lesson. As your older sister, I'll remind you again. The lightspeed thrust piercing the center will surely harm Daika. However, I'm not without my weaknesses either. Family. The 2 people Mei Li feels closest to are Depusy and Jian. Because of this, though Mei Li claims she's teaching Jian a lesson, she doesn't want to truly harm her stronghold. She plans to execute the 4th lightspeed thrust without causing irreparable damage. But after the battle, she'll beat him to a frozen state. At the same time, she'll ensure he won't be killed by the lightspeed thrust. She plans to adjust her sword's momentum based on Jian's condition. However, this is where her arrogance lies. It wasn't until she heard the sound below that Mei Li realized this. So, a sharp blade is drawn from its sheath, making a crisp, chilling sound. Mei Li momentarily forgot what kind of person her brother is, and forgot that her brother has two beloved swords. It's because she loves her brother too much that in moments like this, she always softens. But in the world of victory and defeat, you must always stay calm. You tricked me. Zero sword, 7th form. Stealth strike. Jian scatters meaningless lightning around. The hidden sword is this. Card 483. Card 483. Card 134. The duel on the ship. None. Meili's viper. Only grazed slightly, but her vision clears first. Damn it. Obscured by the thunderous aura, the boy's figure is gone. That sentimental boy who said he couldn't bear to kill his sister and lowered his sword. Never existed. Where was he? Just like anyone who realizes they've made a mistake, he gritted his teeth. An indescribable chill seemed to pierce through his whole body. If he didn't pull back his sword, he would die. His instincts told him that. Thousands of battles worth of experience warned him of the same danger. Even if the aura would backfire, he had to pull his power back, no matter what. Suddenly pulling back such immense power would surely cause massive recoil. As Meili shifted her stance, she let out a fierce roar. Her sword hand, her arm, shoulder, even her waist and legs, all throbbed with intense pain. She pulled back. The lightspeed sting that was about to tear through the brain aura, it halted as if it had never existed. The brain aura surged back like waves. The flashing light blurred her vision as she turned. In that brief moment, Meili realized the energy around her wasn't just brain aura. The dome of aura was concealing spirit energy. From the start, Jian had only expanded his brain aura to hide a veil of spirit energy for a stealth attack. As her serpent retracted and scattered, Jian ensured visibility. Every time the aura faded, the black veil came into view. 4 of them. No. 7. She thought black sword energy might shoot out any moment, but instead, the veils simply floated silently. No further movement for now. Meili turned to the side, and there, Jian was rushing in. Every flicker of aura, every blink, was followed by a jet-black Bradamanti. So, soon, Bradamanti and serpent clashed, or at least, it seemed that way, even while injured. Meili still displayed a perfect response to Jian's ambush, but serpent sliced. A massive fan-shaped wave of sword energy passed through the aura and vanished into the sky. Meili was once again confused. He was right there, like a ghost. Or teleporting. Just as their blades were about to meet, for some reason, the boy reappeared behind her, raising his sword. The shadows around them felt like a trap. One only an invisible Jian could enter or leave. Jian managed to because he used the veil to vault through. Sister really is a monster. Flying blood sword. That was Meili's blood. Bradamanti, aimed at her neck, only grazed her shoulder. It should have at least wounded the shoulder, but serpent also grazed Jian's cheek. Because of the veil of aura and spirit, the battle was completely invisible now, but everyone could hear the sound of swords clashing and the furious shouts of the siblings. Everyone instinctively knew when the spirit and brain aura faded, whoever was still standing would be the victor. The dome of thunder aura shook violently as if it were about to be torn apart. Jian launched a storm of attacks to prevent her sister from gathering strength again. Like a torrential downpour, not even for a second could she allow her to catch her breath. Otherwise, who knew what technique she might unleash? Just as Meili prepared to unleash her 4th lightspeed thrust, Jian suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What Meili was about to use was not her completed technique, but an unfinished secret art. Even though she didn't realize it, her instincts told her danger was approaching. She had to go all out. She couldn't give her even the slightest chance to think there might be another option. The heavy breathing came not only from Meili. Jian's stamina was also rapidly draining. Even though she hadn't activated her king gear parts, the thunder aura she expended was already at an extreme level. Naturally, she couldn't help but feel exhausted. By comparison, Meili had a slight advantage in stamina. Jian clenched her teeth and roared. Now the real battle began. How are you still standing? This was the moment she had waited for. Reversal. Even a reversal couldn't leave her completely unscathed after enduring lightspeed sting. But still, Meili spat out a mouth. She bent forward. The moment of decision had arrived. Jian rushed Meili, swinging Bradamanti. Meili focused all her remaining strength and anticipated her strike path. Bradamanti, slashing upward at an angle, was aimed at Meili's throat. Meili almost failed to keep up with the trajectory, but still raised her sword to block. Jian had expected this. Someone like Meili could certainly block it, but she even counterattacked? That she didn't expect. She not only blocked, but countered too. Of course, strictly speaking, Meili didn't truly block Jian's final strike. Zero Blade, Form 2, Scissors. This was Jian's final trump card. The black blade of scissors appeared on the opposite diagonal of Bradamanti's slash. In the end, Meili couldn't block the final scissors strike. Swish. A blade formed of spirit energy slashed across Meili's shoulder armor. It sliced through the eye patch she wore. If the target had been her neck, it would have been cleanly severed. It's over, sister. From the beginning, Jian had foreseen it. The moment Meili retracted her lightspeed sting would be the moment of victory. But even to the last moment, she never lowered her guard. Because her opponent was Meili. Lunkade. However, Meli's final counterattack would be something Jean would never forget. Meli. Lunkade, the seventh knight of the family, regardless of skill level, among all the siblings. She was the one they least wanted to face in a life-or-death battle. As the mist faded, the thunder and spirit aura shrouding the battlefield also vanished instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, a scene of flowing water appeared in the sky, behind Jean. A stream descended like a waterfall. A part of the sea splits open, forming a massive wall of water. Water cascades from it. This is the counterattack left by Meli's final strike. What happened? Did you see it? Whether it's Cosmos or the pirates. Most people don't know the reason behind the water wall. Only those who've reached a superhuman realm can realize the fact of Meli's sword swing. Hey, that Meli. Her final strike, Lord Malakan. Even I couldn't see it clearly. If Jean had taken her serious swing, the outcome might have reversed. Malakan and Barkis said. Jean swallowed hard. He thought it was just a simple counterattack, but it was faster than lightspeed thrust. No, even if he knew in advance, he couldn't have dodged it. It was almost a divine slash. Lunkade's secret art. Jean immediately realized that final strike was one of the three great secret arts of his family's swordsmanship, though not yet perfected. If it had been completed, he wouldn't have been standing. Crash. The water wall collapses like a sandcastle, merging back into the sea. Both are still standing, but the battle is over. Lady Meli and Lord Jean haven't moved. Cosmos widens his eyes, raising his voice. The siblings sheath their swords and lock eyes. 2 shots. Meli drops to one knee. Sighs echo around. Ah, damn it. I said, I never expected to lose to your trickery. Meli spits out blood. Wiping her forehead, Cosmos promptly announces the result. The victor, Jean. Lunkade, Dale. Lord. Modest applause erupts. Jean walks to Meli, extending a hand. Since you can use the secret art, why in the fight with lightspeed thrust? If you'd used the secret art then, I'd have been the one to lose. I thought you didn't want to kill me, so I felt it was a pity. But I forgot. You never back down. What a pointless death, to lose to such tactics. This mimics the move used by Sala, the 17th, guardian of Lord Lunkade. His health was poor, and he couldn't master it. But if you'd used the secret art, I'm not sure. It would have worked against you. Humph. Comparing me to the family's old saint, are you afraid I'll get mad? Feeling a bit uneasy, huh? Heh. Heh. The one who backed down was me. Meli takes Jean's hand, standing up. Despite her tone, her face shows a relieved expression. Jean. Little brother. Yes. Big sister. Today you officially defeated the family's 7th knight. In a formal duel. We have too many restrictions between us. True. I've been wearing a blindfold, and you're banned from using magic. But what does it matter? You, until the end, never let your guard down. While I misjudged you, bringing defeat upon myself, Meli chuckles softly. From today, you're the 5th knight. Hold that position well. Once I've trained enough, I'll take it back. Also, hey, Cosmos. Yes, give me that. Meli orders Cosmos, who pulls a book from his coat, handing it respectfully to Jean. Jean sees the book's author, his eyes widening. His mouth agape. 5th secret manual. Lightspeed thrust. Shilong. Lunkade. It's the Lightspeed thrust training manual Shilong wrote for Meli. A cultivation guide, as the 5th knight. Not knowing a family secret manual is unthinkable. The training manual's result. Jean's heart is filled with shock. Chapter 484. Chapter 484. Chapter 135. Brotherly Unity. 1. HM. So, Lord Barkis, from the start, you thought the Duke would win. Yet told me to bet on Lady Meli, saying, if I'd seen Lady Meli's swordsmanship, I'd surely have done so. Casimir sets down his glass, saying, Malakan and Barkis, laughing, pat his back. I just joined Tychon. Gotta make a good impression on Lord Malakan. Heh. Cut me some slack. Anyway, that fool is always a bit dim. And even if it looks like he's losing, you still bet on the kid. Would you toss 2,000 gold coins on a whim? Watching the two laugh hysterically, Casimir frowns. No, Lord Malakan, didn't you tell us to bet on Lady Meli? Heh. This guy's now yammering away. Gone mad. What? Lost the bet and can't bear to pay? You punk. When did I shout? Still saying, it's not about the money? Just earlier too. No way. You idiot. Dodged it. You dodged it. Stay back. Hey. Malakan and Casimir, like playing hide and seek, run around comically, sparking laughter all around. What a harmonious scene. Meli says, watching it all. After the duel in Cosmos City's award ceremony, Jean and his companions, along with Meli and the pirates, are holding a relaxed celebration. Celebrating Jean's victory, Jean sits beside her, stroking a letter handwritten by Shilo. He still wears an incredulous expression, just like when he first received it. Father really cared about Sister Meli, didn't he? It's hard to imagine that cold-blooded, towering man writing a book for someone. Even if I try to picture it, I can only see his back. Is Daika usually like this? Seems like it. It's completely different. From the somber sword source. By the way, you're so clueless. You like it that much? When Jean turns and smiles, Meli can't help but laugh through tears. My cold-blooded brother, showing such a goofy expression. I thought he'd only act like a reckless madman. This isn't bad either. Composing himself, Jian carefully tucks the letter back into his coat. If you want, sister, I can make more. What expression should I show? Saying it so dryly is no fun. A bit of shyness would be interesting. They clink glasses, their cups colliding. Little brother. Yes, big sister. The major forces not heading to the Geiji Islands are now gathering in a desert called Soda. Heard of it? Mei Li tells him, if she were defeated, she'd share about the swordsmanship. Meow. Before Jian can respond, Shuri, lying between Mei Li and Jian, whom Mei Li said she wanted to see, and summoned, lets out a cry. Shuri stretches, using her front paws to draw the location of Soda Desert on the ground. Mei Li can't help but marvel. Every time I see her, I'm jealous of this little one. Right? Shuri, that's the place. The desert near the center of the Lutero Magic Federation. The heart of the Lutero Magic Federation holds not only Soda Desert, but also the Federation's capital and Jibble's headquarters. Draka, one of the three major forces, is gathering there. What's happening in that desert? A new Kojek is under construction. From the first time Mei Li mentioned Jibble, she anticipated this question. The ship Mitter summoned, with a hexahedron alongside Miaoloan. Notably, it's not a new Kojek, but Kojeks. That phrasing. They're building facilities in Soda Desert for mass production of giant airships like Kojek. Yeah. Who'd have thought they could mass produce them? So, we must destroy their production base. Exactly. It's a top priority mission. Infiltrating enemy lines, attacking a secret facility near their core. Only a select few who can return can be sent. That's only natural. Jian immediately considers various calculations targeting the production base. None of the answers look promising, forcing her to grit her teeth. When did the family learn Jibble was running an airship shipyard? Running a shipyard. They seemed to know about it long ago. The exact location was confirmed after you destroyed Flying King Mountain. You just said, sister. Besides our family, Jinzeluo and Huangshi are also on standby in Soda Desert. Is our family's intel slower than theirs? No, they got the intel at the same time. So, they hurriedly sent top figures to Soda Desert instead of the Geiji Islands. Also, Jinzeluo is confirmed, but Huangshi might not be. They may not have sent anyone to Soda. Lunkade. Jinzeluo and Huangshi got the same intel almost simultaneously. This is an obvious trap. Jian is certain of it. The shipyard in Soda Desert. Jibble deliberately leaked the information. If not, Lunkade, Jinzeluo and Huangshi couldn't have sent people at the same time. You're saying the same thing as Brother Debussy, he said. Even knowing it's a trap, we have to jump in. Mei Li nods weakly. An unavoidable trap. That's exactly it. Attacking the shipyard in the desert next to Draka is practically insane. Even if top-tier manpower succeeds and returns, the benefits for the family and other forces are merely depleting some of Jibble's resources, delaying Kojek's mass production slightly. Of course, building airships requires astronomical resources and manpower, but it's not enough to justify the top manpower of forces other than Jibble risking their lives. As long as the technology isn't lost, the shipyard can be rebuilt. Thus, we can't sit back and let Kojek be mass-produced. From the start, Jibble planned to defeat other forces. In this operation, if we've already lost, we need the best possible justification to avoid being exploited next time. Or, even if the family loses, we must maximize our own gains. So when the family becomes ours in the future, we can leverage those gains. What does Jibble really want? Why, at this moment, suddenly leak the shipyard's location? Is it to draw the top manpower of each force to the heart of the Lutero Magic Federation and take them out one by one? No. As long as father is around, all-out war is impossible. If top fighters die in the shipyard, it'd spark an all-out war. If they truly meant to fight, they'd build the ships and suddenly launch an attack, not reveal the shipyard's location. So, what's their intent? Suddenly, a word flashes through his mind. Confirmation. Is it to confirm the strength of each force's representatives, or what special abilities they possess? Soda Desert, near the Federation's capital, Draka, and Draka, at the Federation's center. For the past millennium, Draka has faced attacks from external forces, but never been exposed to terrorist assaults. Even Lunkade couldn't assemble a team capable of breaching all to reach Draka and attack the secret shipyard nearby. Jibble can test the capabilities of external forces. Jinzeluo has its leader and Bubble. The palace has Main and her creators, and Lunkade has Jian, Malakan, and Joshua's prophet. The only one possibly not yet noticed by Jibble is the prophet. A sharp intuition pierces his mind. Jibble learned Joshua has an aide with special abilities and craves to understand that power. Thus, they dangled tempting poison, setting an unavoidable trap. Of course, but if not, there's no explaining why Jibble leaked the secret shipyard's location, and in Jibble's plan, I'm likely not included. I didn't infiltrate Soda Desert's shipyard, but went to the gauge. Besides, Joshua, with whom I'm at odds, wouldn't work with me on a mission. Jian, his face grim until now, finally cracks a slight smile. Once again, he's an unpredictable variable. But, sister, what's that? Why not go to Soda Desert? Is it because of the training you mentioned? That's part of it. But if I'd won this duel, the chances would have been lower. Joshua, currently, Only these two are lying in wait in the Soda Desert. Melly finished her drink and stood up. It's time for the loser to leave now. This is a letter from Brother Dips. It marks the infiltration route. Just follow the map precisely. Be sure to keep that person safe. Sister, wait a moment. HM. Huh? What is it? Want to thank me for being your secretary? Try doing it 5 more times. No, but I am truly grateful. Please take a look at this. What Melly saw was 2 entwined green roses. Actually, before you arrived, Sister Yuna was still in Taiken. She confirmed you came in by ship. But she was too busy to meet you. So she asked me to give you this. A glint flashed in Melly's eyes. Really? Yuna? That girl? Yes. I never expected Yuna to have such a cute side. She wasn't busy. She was shy, wasn't she? Alright. I like it very much. Next challenge is Sammy, then Sister Melly. Cosmos. Melly ran to the ship's railing and shouted the name of that pirate. Hey, Captain. Raise the anchor. Our next destination has just been decided. At once, the pirates scattered across the deck, moved swiftly, raising the anchor immediately, and preparing to set sail. Melly put her eye patch back on and stepped onto the ship's edge. As she turned around, she shouted, Brother Dips. You must come back safe. You must. Did you hear that? Jean smiled and nodded. Chapter 485. Chapter 485. Chapter 135. Brotherly Unity. February 27th. Year 21800. Outside the field tent, a blinding sandstorm raged across the sky. This sandstorm that engulfed everything, howled endlessly from dawn till dusk. It made people sick just to look at it, but undeniably, it was this sandstorm that had, for weeks, shielded the members of Luncade, until Jeeper deliberately leaked the information. The fact that there was a massive, flying ship construction site here had also been hidden by this storm. Dips rubbed his and groaned softly. The knights who had gone to nearby villages in the morning brought back news, and it gave him a splitting headache. The storm Jean stirred up in the Taiken Sea, and his duel with the Black Prince aboard a ship. Every time the 2 swordsmen crossed blades, the sea split open, and the sky was torn apart. After hearing that the 12th swordsman, single-handedly, forced the Black King bandits to yield, the captain even wanted to keep fighting. That confirmed the rumors about the Black King incident. Are they true? Recently near the Gaifa Islands, an unidentified battle took place. It's also said the 12th swordsman was involved, that it was Jean who killed Amala, forcing her to disappear. Jean of Luncade. According to the 12th swordsman's trusted aide, Gemmer, after the battle at sea, and the surrender of the Black King bandits, they still wanted to fight. That confirmed the unidentified battle also involved the 12th swordsman, was the one who killed Amala, and forced her to disappear. Also Jean, Luncade. According to the 12th swordsman's close aide, Mr. Gemmer, Amala was indeed taken down in a single strike by our lord. Jean Luncade became a swordsman for only a year, and shot up to 5th place. Is the Luncade succession battle really about to change? Overwhelming force against the 7th swordsman. The 12th swordsman keeps rising. How long will his legend last? That merry kid, I expected him to stir up trouble, but I didn't think he'd openly duel the boss. Since we can't go to the village every day, this news is already more than a week old. While the infiltration team was hiding in the Soda Desert, the outside world was talking about Jean and Mary's fight. For now, do whatever you want. Get into trouble. Train recklessly. I'll handle the aftermath. He recalled what he said to Mary not long ago. Tips truly wanted to help Mary go all out, but because Jipple suddenly leaked information about the flight ship construction crew, Mary's help became critical. Luna and Lendia were on other missions, and not here. Even if other swordsmen were summoned, they might not pursue them. So, to help one last time, he hurriedly delivered a letter marking the infiltration route. He didn't expect the first news to be that he fought the boss. Didn't get the letter? No. Impossible. Knowing Mary's character, he probably challenged the boss and brought the saint to support. Huff. Tips sighed. The idea of asking Jean for support wasn't completely off the table, though Jean just became formally 5th in rank. His strength and abilities rival the top-tier knights. This was already proven during the declaration at Keijo. However, the reason Baron wanted Mary to come was simple. Breathing and coordination. No doubt about it. Tips trusted Mary the most. For a dangerous mission like this, if you had to rely on a junior, it should definitely be Mary. From a coordination standpoint, Mary was clearly more suitable than Jean. Given Joshua and Jean's relationship, anyone would think this way. Of course, whether it's Jean or Joshua, they're certainly fine offensively. But the feeling isn't right. TCH. Just as he thought that, suddenly, the front and back flaps of the tent opened simultaneously. At the front came in Joshua returning from scouting, and 2 black knights. From the rear came Jean, just arriving. Young master, why are you here? Joshua gave a glance. Tips shrugged. Jean immediately retorted. Within the infiltration path, there are many strange passages. Were those built by the second knight? Strange passages. This was also a question that puzzled Dips. The infiltration path into the Soda Desert was entirely constructed by Joshua. Dips had also tried, from another direction, to create an infiltration path, but failed, ultimately joining Joshua's route. In this process, Dips also confirmed Joshua's infiltration path was not something an ordinary person or ordinary magic could have constructed. Joshua's infiltration path was dug deep enough that the foundation might collapse, yet it remained intact. That's right. I built it. It doesn't look like a path humans could build. Do you think your standards apply to everyone? If so, I overestimated you. No longer hiding it. Do you have a prophet as an assistant? Since the declaration, when meeting Joshua at the Spirit Temple, Jian judged Joshua would eventually reveal the prophet's existence. Back then, Jian mentioned the in front of other knights and elders, but Joshua showed no sign of wavering. It seems you've misunderstood. Joshua shook his head and continued. I didn't hide the prophet's existence. You and the other knights didn't know about it, simply because you lacked the clearance to know. Jian chuckled lightly. I didn't bring it up to make you react sensitively, thinking that a long-hidden existence could help us. Actually reassures me. After all, there are still 2 Black Knights present. The Black Knights showed no reaction to Jian's provocative words. Joshua's gaze landed on Jian's shoulder, where Maraca, in cat form, was napping. I also think having the family guardian join this mission is far more reassuring, since the goal is infiltration, penetration, and assassination. You're more suited for this than Mei Li. While they conversed, Dips kept noting the word prophet. Young master, how much do you actually know about Joshua's information? How did you find out? Feeling both curious and somewhat uneasy, his chest felt heavy. Dips had long sensed Joshua had some special assistance, but that was all he knew. Despite long-term tracking, he failed to uncover any clues about the items Joshua held. Rosa had personally hidden Joshua's information, so it was deemed impossible to find. In contrast, Jian, since the declaration, seemed to know about the prophet. This made Dips feel somewhat inferior. Regarding Jian, I need to find a way to get information from the eldest brother, even if later than him. I must act faster than Joshua. Dips made this decision, while Jian and Joshua continued staring at each other, deliberately mentioning the Black Knights, but getting no reaction. Could it be Dokes hasn't gone to Rickerton yet? Jian thought, since Jian hadn't received contact from Dokes. Thus, he didn't know how his orders were being carried out. Whether Dokes went to Rickerton or not, someone like Joshua, hiding his intentions, wouldn't be difficult. Joshua smiled and pulled out a stack of documents. This is what we've gathered about the secret shipyard and the operation plan. The documents detailed the internal structure of the secret shipyard, surveillance personnel, dangers, and special conditions. A facility of this scale, built entirely underground. When reviewing the internal structure, because the secret shipyard scale was far larger than expected, Joshua seemed to anticipate Jian's reaction, smiling. There are 24 zones, each equivalent to a city. Over half the desert's underground is the secret shipyard. It's unbelievable how they built and kept it secret. Several red-marked sections stood out prominently. These marked areas are where we believe ship blueprints or critical construction elements are located. Zone 4, Zone 11, Zone 17, and Zone 19. These 4 zones are heavily guarded. We haven't been able to approach them. Currently, the infiltration team, using the prophet's power, conducted internal reconnaissance for Jian. Even with his special abilities and 2 top knights, plus 2 Black Knights, they couldn't infiltrate. This means we can only enter by force. Once we force entry into those 4 zones, the mission's time limit will officially begin. We must choose a suitable entry point. We may only get one chance. Exactly. The infiltration operation will start tomorrow at 2 a.m. At that time, we'll gather internal intel again and select one of the zones to begin destruction and seizure tasks. The primary objective is to secure the ship blueprints and destroy the most critical resources. This explanation should suffice. Jian nodded. All right. I'll rest for now. Joshua gathered the papers on the table and turned to leave. Congrats on reaching 5th place. On my way back, I'll send you a bottle of fine wine. Thanks. Also, thanks for helping mobilize the scribes during the Black King incident. Mentioning Dokes again. During the Black King incident, Joshua saw Dokes hadn't returned. He instructed his news agency to write articles favoring Jian and Malakan, thus boosting the family's prestige. Reading those articles, I felt the second knight and I worked well together. I hope this mission goes just as smoothly. The Black Prince of Zayupazite. Huh. Hearing the nickname Black Prince, Jian instantly felt a surge of killing intent, wanting to kill Cosmos. After Joshua and the Black Knights left the tent, naturally, Jian and Depusy's gazes met. Second brother. After a moment of silence, Jian spoke. Kill him. During this mission, his sudden statement made Depusy's eyes widen. Chapter 486. Chapter 486. Chapter 135. Brotherly Unity, Part 3. Haha. Haha. Depusy's flustered coughs echoed in the tent. What did you say? For a moment, thinking he misheard, he was about to ask again. When the answer came, I said, during this mission, we kill the second young master, kill Joshua, in all his life. Debussy had never heard such words. Even Meili, at the height of her prime, never said anything like it. I always thought Jian was insane. And he's a terrifying person. He's not someone who speaks lightly. Proposing to kill Joshua means he's already planned it. This kid who just arrived at the camp, how could he plan to kill Joshua? The thought didn't fully register, but a chill ran through him. You're good at scaring people. Why kill that guy? It's not because you're mad about being mocked with the new nickname Black Prince, is it? Of course not. Though it's certainly annoying. Joshua might think your title, Jian, is cool. When Joshua was a kid, he loved his nickname, Black Master. He said it felt like inheriting from mother. Jian and Debussy chuckled softly. Didn't expect the second young master to have such a cute side. If we'd spent childhood together, maybe it'd feel even cuter. Anyway, what if your proposal is rejected? Debussy asked, adjusting his expression. Jian shrugged. Is that necessary? Once we infiltrate the underground shipyard, all the nights in Soda Desert. After infiltrating, retreat is impossible. Exactly. So, the ones carrying out the mission are just you and me, Lord Malakan, the second young master you want to kill, and his 2 black knights. Everyone is crucial. Jian sighed. You sound like you don't know. We're walking straight into Jibble's trap. Big brother. Debussy's gaze sharpened. No matter what, this mission can only succeed halfway at best, destroying the facility and returning safely. That's the best outcome. The blueprints of the ship, when Jibble deliberately leaked this place's location, would they leave such things behind? Zone 4, Zone 11, Zone 17, Zone 19. There's definitely nothing important there. Jibble's purpose in leaking Soda Desert's secret shipyard location. This is what Debussy has been pondering, though he knows it's a trap. The potential gains are so great, they decided to proceed. But Jibble's true aim remains elusive. Young master, have you already guessed Jibble's purpose? Killing Joshua isn't just talk. What's your plan? As Debussy pondered, Jian spoke again. Stop hesitating. Choose. Will you join in killing Joshua? 5 seconds. After that, even if you change your mind, I won't care. 5, 4. Hey, young master. Wait. 3, 2. Finally, Debussy nodded before Jian finished counting. Though it felt like he was being led along, it irritated him, but his instinct told him if he didn't align with the young man, he might be sidelined. In this mission, left empty-handed. More importantly, this was a chance, a definite opportunity to eliminate the big brother. He'd wanted to remove his whole life, to fulfill his silent vow. Damn it. Fine. Let's do it together. What a beautiful moment of brotherly unity. You won't regret it. Looking at Jian's smile, Debussy cursed inwardly. What a demon. But there's a condition. Speak. Tell me everything you know, like information about Joshua's aid, the prophet, your guess about Jibble's purpose, and why you want to kill Joshua. That's it. Yes. The first question, I'll tell you after the mission. As for the second and third, I'll tell you now. In my view, Jibble's purpose is to test the capabilities of external forces. Jibble's goal is to use this shipyard as bait to gauge the strength of external forces. That's a bit far-fetched. Even I can't estimate the manpower and resources entering this facility. Think of it this way, but I bet you've been thinking about Jibble's purpose too, big brother. Jibble's purpose. What is it? What I said just now, is it more reasonable than other reasons? No. Dips also realized, as long as Shilong is around, there won't be a full-scale war. This premise made him even more thoughtful, especially Jeeper. He needed to verify Joshua's abilities. To be precise, he wanted to know if Joshua and his mother were capable of replacing their father to protect the family. The era of the strongest sword family is already over. Isn't that right? Captain Jinzalo, unbelievable power, Bulber genes, chaotic force, famous generals, imperial demon swords, Jeepers bio-puppets, and mass-produced flying warships, space-time devices, manipulated history. In this situation, Lungcade has endured with just one sword, until now, at least on the surface. Therefore, from the moment we began infiltrating, Jeeper had already achieved part of his goal. Without the power of a prophet, it'd be impossible to plan such a perfect infiltration route. Understood. Then, what is the third question? Aside from the method of killing the second son, what other purpose is there? The death of the second son. What benefit does it bring to the family? Although posing the question, Dips had already reached his own conclusion. Joshua's death, what impact would it have on the family? If in this mission, we kill the second son, the family will inevitably split. At that time, a reshuffle is required, and a reorganization. This is the reform Dips envisions. After Jean publicly revealed the first generation's legacy through Meili, the brothers, especially Dips and Meili, no longer respected Rosa's favoritism. The premise that Rosa always judged for the family was broken. Since then, Dips believed Rosa's favoritism was the biggest enemy to the family. Of course, Joshua and their mother's value is not completely without merit. After the reshuffle, they would still need to sever ties with their mother. The existence of the prophet was actually under the mother's control, and after that, The remaining brothers would continue to fight for the throne, search for the founder's legacy, restore the old Luncade's dignity, break the curse shackling the family, and step into the cold demonic sword era Jean unveiled. Even though they may compete for the throne, Dips supports Jean's declaration of the sword's return. Jean seemed to have seen through everything Dips was imagining now. This line of thinking clearly has great prospects. Big brother Dips's vision was close to the path of kings. The problem is, Joshua would never. In such a dangerous place. Jean gave a bitter smile and exchanged glances with Dips. It was as if they were waiting for the results of a graded exam. Second brother, what good will this do for the family? It's a chance to sever the decaying chain of favoritism, a chance to purify the family. Even if Joshua is killed, the prophet will still belong to mother. We can decide then how to handle her power. It won't be too late. Dip's eyes widened. Jean realized they were thinking the same thing. A strange blankness rose in her heart. Too bad for eldest sister Melly. This left her slightly regretful. Second brother, honestly, I wasn't originally going to bring you this suggestion because I believed I could kill Joshua on my own. But Sister Melly asked me to take action with you to ensure you return unharmed. That Melly girl, always saying sentimental things, gives me goosebumps. Are you one of those who gets touched by words like that? Not really. But I'm still human. Sometimes I feel familial affection, and sometimes I want to respond to that goodwill from blood ties. So, I'm telling you in advance, just in case, in the process of killing Joshua, if you get hurt, at least we share the same goal. That was Jean's true thought. Will this be okay? Dips nodded and extended his hand to Jean. Just as you said, this is a beautiful moment of brotherly unity, even if only temporary. Jean, grasping that hand, felt a rare pang of conscience. No matter what, even the death of a clone would ultimately benefit the family. Brother Dips should be able to understand that, even if he doesn't. After it's all over, blaming it on me would only make him look ridiculous. That is, as long as everything goes according to Jean's plan. Now let's talk about how to kill that guy. There will definitely be many variables. Before infiltrating, let's discuss our strategy together. February 28th, 1800, 2 a.m. After the knights dismantled the tents and retreated, the operation began. Jean, Murakin, Dips, Joshua, and 2 black knights, the 6 of them, in stealth suits, ran underground through the Soda Desert. That tunnel stretched from their tents to the secret drying facility. It had been formed by Joshua in advance. Using the power of the prophet, they ran silently for quite a while. When they reached the entrance to the drying facility, the group saw an unexpected sight. They had been running for a while in silence. Upon arriving at the entrance, they saw a completely unexpected scene. It seems that someone used this tunnel before us, Joshua said, looking at a round object at his feet. It was a human head. After checking the face, it was identified as a manager from the shipyard. It looks like Kinzelo's work. Second captain, right after the Black Knight spoke, asterisk boom asterisk. From the other end of the tunnel came the sound of shattering and explosions. Joshua gritted his teeth, checking the other side of the tunnel. Brotherly unity. Those who didn't go to the Gaifa Islands, Luncade and Kinzelo's First Legion, during Ji-Un's meeting with Amala, were camped in the Soda Desert. Just like Joshua used the prophet's power to create tunnels underground in the desert, Kinzelo also used their abilities to create reconnaissance passages and quietly utilized parts of Joshua's tunnels. Ji-Un's gaze fell on the severed head of the shipyard manager. The cut surface showed a jagged, torn state. This was completely at odds with infiltration and assassination, and the noise was so loud it could be heard from this distance. This wasn't a response to an unexpected situation, but a direct attack on the shipyard. Kinzelo seemed to have chosen a completely different approach from Luncade to approach the Soda Desert's secret shipyard. What gave Kinzelo's group such audacity? They must be absolutely confident. The Soda Desert is located near Draka, the capital of the Lutero Magic Federation. Luncade chose infiltration for a reason. Kinzelo was boldly stirring the world's most dangerous currents. Our information couldn't have leaked. The operation started at the same time. A damn coincidence. As Jian began to think, Joshua clenched his teeth. His face contorted. Asterisk boom, asterisk crash, asterisk bang, asterisk boom, as if waiting for Luncade's arrival. Right after Joshua spoke, the explosions grew louder. From inside the shipyard came violent shockwaves, as if the tunnel might collapse any moment. In other words, it was jarring the group's nerves. Since last night, Jian had been calculating how to kill Joshua and complete the but he hadn't expected Kinzelo to suddenly launch such a terrorist attack. But perhaps this wasn't necessarily bad, at least for us and Brother Dips. Ji-Un was certain Joshua held information about this mission he'd share with him and Dips. The marked zones on the shipyard's internal map, zones 4, 11, 17, and 19, as he'd told Dips before, were meaningless. Joshua must think they'd pick one of those zones to investigate. After all, The shipyard had to be destroyed, and he'd take the chance to head alone to where the real intel was. Jian speculated. The intel Joshua wanted to monopolize was at the Twin Towers, near the Soda Desert shipyard. Not only was there Drata, but also the tower, known as the White Leaf Tower, the Zypel Twin Towers. Of course, Joshua wanting to monopolize the Twin Towers intel was just a guess. Thus, once infiltration began, Jian planned to probe Joshua with dips by mentioning the Twin Towers, or choosing a spot in the shipyard closest to the Twin Towers to search. Zypel was unlikely to have secured all sensitive materials in the Twin Towers against intrusion. Since Drata was right there, it was hard to imagine that we or Kinzalo would target the Twin Towers. Both sides merely needed to destroy the shipyard, which was already a tall order. At this thought, a chill ran up his spine. The puzzle of intuition clicked together. No need to probe Joshua anymore. The Twin Towers were undoubtedly Kinzalo's group was drawing attention, luring the Twin Towers forces to support the shipyard, then looting it clean. The reason Kinzalo openly attacked the shipyard was they realized the critical intel was outside the shipyard, at the Twin Towers. Moreover, those damn Kinzalo punks also discovered part of the ship blueprints existed outside the shipyard. Joshua thought the same, but unlike Kinzalo confidently destroying the shipyard, he felt a chill. Starting terrorist activities right at our infiltration time can't be a coincidence. The operation plan, and though the exact means were unknown, now Kinzalo's attention-drawing terrorist activities were meant to be executed by Joshua, Jian, Murakin, and Dips. Meanwhile, he planned, at the right moment, to head to the Twin Towers. The underground shipyard was vast, he thought. Deceiving his brothers and Murakin wouldn't be hard. Thus, when he confirmed yesterday, it was Jian and Murakin, not Meili. He secretly rejoiced. What a situation. Amid the distant explosions, silence spread. As the top decision-maker of this operation, the slightest misstep could let Kinzalo seize the initiative. The anxiety of that, the pressure to recalculate all strategies from scratch, and the expressionless face of his eldest brother before him. Due to these factors, Joshua barely hid his expression. Because of these factors, Joshua struggled to conceal his emotions. First, I must stay calm. Even the slightest hint of panic, Big Brother would surely notice. He's not someone who misses any detail, no matter how careful I am. In truth, GN has already seen through my plan. Joshua never dreamed of this. And at this moment, it wasn't just Joshua feeling anxious. Judging by the scale of Kinzalo's terrorist actions, destroying the shipyard was practically done. Besides, as Big Brother said, the importance of the 4 zones, Joshua claimed, was just a ruse to deceive me and Big Brother. So now Joshua should decide to retreat. Dips also recalled last night's talk with GN. His mouth felt dry. I said earlier, in zones 4, 11, 17, and 19, there's nothing important, right? But near the shipyard, other places must hold critical intel. Of course, Draka has the most, but that place is untouchable. So, the most likely spot is the Twin Towers. You're saying? GN believes the critical intel isn't in the shipyard, but at the Twin Towers, and Joshua's pretending to infiltrate the shipyard with us, but actually wants to get the Twin Towers intel alone. Exactly. That's it. That makes sense, but while our Big Brother is indeed a jerk, he wouldn't sacrifice them for personal gain. He used the media to publish reports about you. That's proof. True. But for Joshua to safely get intel from the Twin Towers, he might have judged deceiving us was better, possibly. But young master, your theory now is just a possibility, with no solid evidence. It's just speculation. Even if it's true, what does this have to do with killing Joshua? When heading to the Twin Towers, Joshua can't bring both Black Knights. He'd leave at least one in the shipyard. Doing so is to deceive us, but we'll secretly head to the Twin Towers in the vast underground shipyard, leaving just one Black Knight, then deal with Joshua with one Black Knight, and we can act when we get the Twin Towers intel Joshua has. If we're lucky, he'll leave all the Black Knights in the shipyard, going alone. But if unfortunately, there's a Black Knight at the Twin Towers, staying with Joshua, even so, with Murakin, we can still kill him smoothly. No. I mean, how to handle the Black Knights, even with Lord Murakin, subduing without killing a Black Knight, is impossible, and killing a Black Knight is a completely different issue. From Joshua, that's more like rebellion, not a rank war, not just approaching, but outright rebellion. Killing a Black Knight during a major mission is indeed rebellion. I'm a bit disappointed. Your speculation has too many variables. I thought you really had full confidence. This is about Luncade's second disciple, and someone designated as the next family head. If you can't handle this level of risk, an opportunity like this may never come again. Asterisk psi asterisk. I don't plan to kill the Black Knights. I didn't expect second brother to be so scared. Back out if you want. First, after infiltrating, search the zone closest to the Twin Towers and watch Joshua's moves. In fact, since last night's talk, Dips has been suppressing his inner unease. He felt disappointed in the young master's rash talk of killing Joshua, and also at himself for agreeing too easily, out of eagerness, feeling helpless. But if Joshua chooses to continue the mission, it means the young master's speculation is true. Joshua and Dips, unlike them, Jian has now sorted out his chaotic thoughts and started calculating other variables. Kinzalo, those guys, help me this time. You'll choose Jian, Joshua. Though it'll feel utterly humiliating, you won't give up the family's overall strength, hiding a smile, because it's just speculation, close to the truth, but not a complete victory yet. What a pain. Hey. Suddenly, Murakan's angry voice called out Joshua's name. Aren't you the decision maker? Make a call already. Continue or abort the mission. Why are you standing there dazed? I'm busy. If we're leaving, hurry up and go. I want to eat strawberry pie. Joshua finally could only respond. The mission continues. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. Hearing this decision, Dips felt his heart skip a beat. He was shocked, unable to fathom what the young master saw beyond Jibble's schemes. It was impossible to gauge. Looks like I overthought it. We can kill Joshua this time. Jian clearly saw Depusy's disappointment turn into anticipation. He felt a slight pang of regret. If he knew the current Joshua wasn't the real one, how disappointed he'd be. I feel a bit sorry. Chapter 488. Chapter 488. Chapter 135. Brotherly Unity. None. Jian and Malakan, Depusy and Joshua, put on the masks hanging around their necks. Asterisk click. Asterisk. Asterisk clack. Asterisk. Barely a minute passed, and the sounds of combat in Jian's situation had already grown dire. Since the decision was made, we must act quickly. Draka and Ermita will immediately send reinforcements. The situation has changed. After gathering internal intel, cancel regrouping, disperse and act immediately. Confirm Zone 4, 11, 17, and 19. Me and the Black Knights handle Zone 4 and 11. The 4th and 12th Knights handle Zone 17 and 19. Zones 4 and 11, compared to 17 and 19, are farther from Ermita. Joshua was extremely cautious, trying in this situation to keep Jian and Depusy unaware of Ermita's existence, whether seizing the ship blueprints or destroying key resources. After achieving either goal, return alive to the family. If there's a risk of capture or death by the enemy, prioritize escape above all. All other decisions are up to each individual. Understood. Joshua extended his fist to Jian and Depusy. They briefly looked at his fist and lightly bumped it. Good luck, brothers. To think we've lived to see Big Brother bless us. All right. When we all return safely, let's drink that celebratory wine with Big Brother. Good luck. 4th night. First, Joshua and the Black Knights entered the shipyard across from the cave. Jian, Malakan, and Depusy briefly watched their backs. Ugh. Kid. If you hadn't stabbed me in the ribs, I'd have taken them down already. I urged you to decide quickly, and you spoke in that tone. Just a 4th night. Malakan really died miserably. Every time I think of it, it pisses me off. He didn't even wish me luck. Humph. Thanks for holding back, Lord Malakan. Anyway, that guy's head will leave his body before dawn today, right? Dead is dead. Big Brother. I take back all my disappointment from yesterday. As you said, Jinzeluo's performance was indeed unexpected. No need to keep watching Joshua, but we still need to closely monitor Jian's situation. We must calculate when Jinzeluo will attack Ermita. If we go too early or too late, it'll be a problem. But we need to be a bit later than Joshua. The key is to strike at the right moment. When Joshua and Jinzeluo are fighting over Ermita, now's the time to adapt. Reinforcements will arrive within 30 minutes at the latest. Maybe they're already here. Even if a dragon flies over, it takes at least 30 minutes to reach Soda Desert. If that hexahedron device you mentioned is here, then it's possible